What's going on, party people? I hope you're all doing well. Today we have the Age of the Ring tournament. It's been a hot minute since we've covered this, but we're back in business, and we're going to be having a big old best of five showdown. So we have best of five, followed by, I believe, a best of five grand final. So it's going to be a day of some sweaty action. We're going to be seeing all sorts of fun stuff. Hope we get to see some Eisenard. Personally, I'm looking forward to that. But yeah, we'll see what's cooking. 1 second, just going to be getting everything set up right here, making sure the settings are all good, and I think we are. 1 moment. All right. The dreaded Chihuahua has been taken care of. Hopefully she won't be complaining any longer here. We made her breakfast, and she's all good to go. Yeah, it's early. It is. It's very early today. My Lord Sauron, yes. Well, maybe we'll see some Mordor. Now, most of the factions in this game are pretty viable. Obviously, there's some that have bad matchups and good matchups, but the Age of the Ring team has done a pretty excellent job with that, and most of the matchups are pretty darn good. All right, give me 1 second here. We're going to do this. Okay, so I just need to update some of the settings here, so just give me 1 second. And yeah, I forgot we were going to use a scoreboard, so that'll be Age of the Ring. Here we are. Gonna do this. 1 second. Man, I have so many games captured here. Okay, looking for it. Okay, so that should do it. And then we're gonna get in and get the score of the players. It's gonna be 0-0 in the series. And it will be, I think it's Conqui. I'm not sure how he spells his name. Let me go ahead and double check this real quick. Okay. All right, so Poero. I'm just learning who the players are myself. And then the individual on the other side is going to be, I think he spells it like, yeah. Conquistador? No, it's Conqui with a K. Okay. K-O-A, there we go. Perfect. And let's see if this works. We're going to go ahead and throw this up here. And thank you guys all for joining. It's going to be a fun day of competition. Best of fives, man. They're going to be sweaty. I would say, if memory serves, and I was talking to Orange Pest before this, is the games usually go about 15 to 25 minutes, give or take, each one. So if that's a best of five, you guys can strap in for some seriously sweaty action. It's going to be long. Would love to play it again. Yeah, it's a standalone mod, which is great. The Age of the Ring team has done an excellent job. They have done a great job. And we want to get the scoreboard up here. There we are. And hopefully it'll actually look good. You shall not pass. That's one of my favorite things about the mod, is all the shouts of the movie, obviously. Or the movies, the trilogy. Like, hearing the lines from the movies, like, during the heat of action is super fun. Hey, T-Rex, man, thank you so much. Goddamn. Let's get this Fellowship of the Ring started. It is a gift to feed the dreaded puppy a fine tomato breakfast. Thank you, man. Yeah, she's good now. I hear her complaining in the hallway for some reason, but, you know. Just missing Anna, just like I am. All right. Yeah, they're both very, very good. Conqui is amazing. Poero is very good. This is the semifinals and grand finals of a very sweaty tournament. Orange Pest has been hosting this one, and they had the bigger rounds, I think like round of 16 last week. So they had the earlier rounds last week, and these are the top 4 individuals. So we're just casting these semifinals and grand finals. And I'm sure some of the mod makers will be in chat later on, and they can talk you guys through. Yeah, Assyrian's already here, so he can talk to you about how to download the mod and everything. Yeah. Oh, hell yeah, Brian. Let's go, man. Excited to see you in some Dawn of War 2. So what they're doing right now is they're doing the map pick-and bans and their faction bans as well. So there's going to be some downtime in between games where we could just shoot the shit and hang out. But right now they are doing their picks and bans and all that good stuff. This is a mod. The base game is Battle for Middle-earth 2. And it's a heavily modded version of the game made by the Age of the Ring team. So if you search Age of the Ring, you can pull it up, and it has a pretty active multiplayer community still, which is great. I did a lot of streams of it like 3 months ago, and had a great time with it. So yeah, we're back doing a little bit of casting for this big tournament. There's a prize, pretty decent prize today, actually. I think it's like $200, which is a big prize for this game. Even for Total War, that's a good prize too. And yeah, we're doing it. Yeah, people still play it. It's got a nice little niche community. I mean, these guys are really good. I've played against Conqui once before, and I got trash canned so freaking badly. They're doing faction vetoes right now. Great. Good to know. No rush, dude. We got time. We're hanging. We are hanging. Okay, gonna check here. How's this looking? Perfect, perfect, and outstanding. The host has left the game. Okay, one of them jumped out of the game for some reason. Not sure why. I think they're going to rehost the lobby here. Let me see what's going on. Make sure there's no connection issues. I'm getting pinged for something. Okay. All's good, and I think they're going to remake. We will find out in a second. You're still in bed? It's opposite, right? Yeah, starting so early. I guess 9 o'clock isn't that early in the morning. The dirty dog Orange Pest trying to have me start at 6 a.m. Trying to get me to start at 6. Do you need to have a base game installed for the mod? No, you don't. That's the cool part. It's a standalone mod, so you can just go get it from the mod database, and it has everything you need. It has like a launcher that updates and all that sort of good stuff. Let me see where these guys went. All right, checking here. Yeah, I still see them lurking here. I'm not sure where they went. I'm chatting with them, seeing what's going on. Should be pulling it back up, hopefully. Okay. We'll get to the bottom of it. What is your favorite faction to play? Isengard is probably my favorite. Yeah, I think that was the one that I played the most of. Isengard is really, really fun. I just, okay. Sure. They wanted to get a neutral host who is in the EU, so Orange Pest is going to be neutral hosting here. So let's get this. Okay. And we're going to be switching over to that lobby real quick. No problemo. There we go. And let's find the GR lobby. So we need to make the room options bigger so Orange Pest can join. Yeah, because it is peer-to-peer connections. So I think it's whoever hosts the actual lobby. So with Orange Pest here, he can be the neutral host of these players. Neither of them have like a lag advantage. I figured that's what they'd want to do. That's why I was kind of scheming it there. I'll just be watching you over my morning Captain Crunch. Oh, dude, that's you must be American. That's such an American thing, just sugary breakfast cereals. I remember, man, that was just all the business. Back in like the late 90s, early 2000s, it was just all about that stuff. All right. Cool. So we should be back in business here. Let's switch back to the tournament setting. There we are. And it should be popping up here in a moment. You got a live stream? Yeah, welcome. It's your soundtrack while painting my old world necromancer. Nice. You playing vampire counts? Yeah, it's such a shame about the legacy factions thing, man. Dzień dobry, jak się masz? Friox. Bro hasn't been up 412 since 1999. No, that's not true. My old job that I did before YouTube, I had to get up at like on the regular at 5 or 6 a.m. Yeah, because I hosted athletic events, so I'd have to be up really early to set everything up and get all that going. Yeah, I'm West Coast. Yeah, it's only 9 a.m. here. It's not that bad, honestly. Yeah, not that bad. Dude, so I started playing Project Zomboid last night. Holy shit, that game is hard. Like, I was like, usually I have a bit of an arrogance when it comes to games, especially PvE games. I was like, oh, this is going to be easy, And I was just like freaking getting hunted, man. Oh my God. A new power is rising. I'm excited for Zomboid, though. I'm definitely going to do some streams of it once I learn a little bit. Because I'm just like basically just trying to survive right now, Like there's no fanciness. I'm just trying to get into houses and scavenge and hang in there. But it's a insane learning curve. There's so many different items and gear for like crafting and then like the wounds, like even loading a gun, you have to like there's so much to it. Yeah, there's so much to it. We will do a server at some point, I think. We'll do maybe a Discord server. But Zomboid will chew you up, yeah. Here they'll be full in Polish. Yeah, Goji, you should get it. I was trying to talk Pwn. I don't think Pwn would like it. It's I don't know, he might. Goji, if you want to play though, I'm super down. Just let me know. Zombie Cranberries on Loop. Oh, that's a great song. That song is so good. So good. All right, so we're in here just hanging out, and whenever the players are ready, they can start. They're doing their faction vetoes and picks and bans and all that goodness. I think I can go take a peek at those real quick. We're going to look and see what's popping up here. Okay. Seems to not be loading super hard, so we're just going to chill then. Zomboid is so intense and great. It is, and it also has those freaking jump scares too. You're going to be... you'll just be like in the house, and then it does that like loud sound, and then like a zombie appears in the window. And the thing is, I haven't learned how to like reinforce doors and stuff yet, so like the zombies will just like 10 of them will just break down a door, and you're just like, oh god. It's crazy. If you like smash a window out, right, in Project Zomboid, and then you try and jump out of it, but the glass is like not completely taken care of, the glass will like cut you, and you'll straight up just like die from that if you don't have like ways of treating it. You know, it's like. It's brutal. It's so brutal. I know there's so many mods for the game. I don't know which one to use or which ones are popular or which ones. I have no idea. We're going to have to learn. But it will be a good time. Start the match with the Tuor sound clip. I don't know if I have it set up right now. Yeah, I don't think I do. Tuor! Yeah, here we go. No rush, Pest. We're all good, homie. We're just hanging out, shooting the shit with the gang, and we're going to be getting on to game 1 here in a minute. There's a mod that adds a bunch of cassettes and real music. If I did that, though, YouTube would probably karate chop my stream. Winter is brutal in Zomboid, is it? Yeah, I think the ones I've done have been in, like, summer. Yeah. Warhammer Zomboid mod. Yeah, you could have the vampire counts, and you're, like, trying to survive a vampire count incursion. Hey Strider, if it's looking funky on Twitch, you could try YouTube as well and jump back and forth and see which one looks better for you. Yeah, they both should be good. Yeah, dual streaming is strange when it comes to bit rates and all that. EVE Online, I'm very aware of EVE Online. I've had friends who've gotten addicted to it. I know it's pretty insane. I think my favorite MMO of all time, if we're going to the MMOs, is for sure Ultima Online. I don't know if any of you guys used to play Ultima Online, but that game freaking rules. Oh my god, it's so good. Yeah, I'm gonna do a Dow 2 tourney for sure. I will at some point. We're gonna have some open tournaments for Dawn of War 2 as well. I get you, Hey Strider. Yeah, thank you for the heads up. I raised the bit rate, so I'm not sure why Twitch would have lowered the bit rate. It's very weird. You tried Ultima Online recently and it was too dated for you? Yeah, it's very much something that you need to have played before, probably. Like, I've had trouble getting my friends into it if they didn't play it before. Yeah. All right, Voltron. Yeah, if there's any suggestions, you can let me know in Discord. You can certainly let me know. Yeah, Ultima is a great one. Your favorite one was Old School RuneScape? Oh, yeah, RuneScape is an OG. That one's been... I remember RuneScape, EverQuest was pretty big back in the day. Ultima Online, I'm kind of talking like pre-WoW. Yeah. March to Helm's Deep. Leave None Alive. Yeah, it could happen. I don't know if we're going to get Eisen. I think Conqui really likes Isengard. I remember him saying, one of the last things I remember him saying before I took a little bit of a break from Age of the Ring was that Isengard is good. He considers them an S-tier faction. So we could see them being played. This is a decent prize pool tournament, though, so they're going to be sweating. We're not going to be seeing for funsies stuff, probably. It's going to be all business here, guys. Yeah, I get you, Strider. No worries. Try pulling up the stream on YouTube and let me know how it looks, Strider. Because we dual stream on YouTube and on Twitch. So YouTube's quality might be better. Should be. Are you excited about a possible 40k Total War? Oh, they're going to do it eventually, guys. That's been my conspiracy theory for years, is that we're getting 40k Total War. It's going to happen. Came to see some Harad action? Oh, for sure. Harad Waith seems very strong. Very, very strong. Or even Pool and Hachiko might play Eisen today. Yeah, I believe so. Been really enjoying the Dawn of War content, but it's great to see some Age of the Ring again. Oh, of course. Well, Wambly, I would imagine you enjoy it quite a bit. It's great. It is great indeed. But when they're done with their picks and bans, I'll let you know what they're going to play, and we will be firing off the game. Orange Best is our neutral host here, so he will be hanging out. Shout out to him for doing all the admin work for the tournament. I love playing tabletop. It's one of my favorite things. It's so much fun. The Lord of the Rings game, by the way, is, I think, one of the goated tabletop games. Of all of Games Workshop games, its rule set probably feels the most fun and thematic to play. The way combat is done in that game, it doesn't feel too bad if your opponent gets priority. You know, it doesn't feel too bad compared to some other games like in 40K, you can get big advantages, right? If you get to charge, you get to fight first, et cetera, charging units. Even if the charging unit is extremely slow. Whereas in Age of the Ring, the units fight simultaneously, and then somebody wins the fight, and then the person who wins the fight then gets to swing. So it's really good. It's really, really good. We need the big cranny in Age of the Ring. Oh my god, big cranny from Age of Empires, the dreaded 4-hour FFA match. Oh man. Oh, just moving around Havoc. I like to play different games. It keeps things fresh for me. You know, if I just grind on one game over and over, it can get a little bit tiresome. Total War is one exception, but yeah, I like to jump around. Yeah, it's funny how every model can become a hero to an extent. Yes, I mean they can make heroic plays. Age of Sigmar double turn. Oh, that was my least favorite thing. Oh, it was awful. That was not fun. Does Total War Warhammer 3 have a last man standing match? I'm not sure exactly what you mean. Do you mean like a game mode that's like a horde mode survival type thing? I'm sure there's like mods or like ways to have such gameplay. Hey Spartan, thank you for subscribing on Twitch. Appreciate you, boss. Welcome to the stream. Everyone is suffering. That was truly suffering. The freaking 4-hour long. Oh, dude, we had that tournament. We had so what he's referring to is we had a Age of Empires tournament. And it was an FFA tournament, right? So there was a lot of beginners in there and advanced players. But we got into one lobby where there ended up being 2 beginners who got entrenched against each other on a choke point map. And we ended up getting stuck in a Bronze League FFA duel that was like literally 3.5 hours long or something. It was just such suffering. And neither player could finish the game. It was just like the most miserable, the most miserable thing ever. Oh my God. It was fun though. It was fun. It's one of my fondest memories of the game. All right, we got Woodland Realms versus Mordor. So Conqui going to be on Woodland Realms, and it looks like it's going to be Puero on Mordor here. Very cool, man. Very cool. You guys remember that? Pepperidge Farm remembers. All right, the vetoes are done. We're starting. Good luck, have fun. And this is going to be game 1. Game uno is up. The Iron Bladder duel. Yeah, that's another great moment. I've never tried Northgard now. Never tried that one. Or Sins of Solar Empire. There are games that are on the list. Maybe I'll give them a try someday. Anyways, guys, now we're going to be focusing on some Age of the Ring. I might need to move the scoreboard. Huckleberry, thank you for subscribing. Appreciate you, man. All right, let's fire it up, dude. The ring calls to us. Oh, man, it's been a while since I've done this, huh? I got to relearn the game a little bit, although I think I remember it for the most part. Ladies and gentlemen of Middle-earth, welcome to the semifinal of the Orange Pest Ringwraith tournament, spawning in on the southwest side of the map. It is going to be the Dreadlord of Mordor. Should be quite a bit of fun, and that's going to be Puero. And to the northeast, it's going to be the Woodland Realms, the Halls of Thranduil, if I'm not mistaken. And it is going to be getting played by Conqui. So let's break it down. Let's have some fun. And just a reminder, in case you guys are a little bit new to this game, how it works is you build income buildings. So each faction has them. Some of them have different utility, but you need to build them a certain distance away from another income building. And then they're going to be generating you passive income. So you can't just turtle, right? You have to expand out on the map because each of these income buildings gives an aura around it with which it diminishes the income of other income buildings. So you need to kind of keep expanding out of the map and putting your income buildings out there in order to actually build up a sustainable, strong economy. So that's where the fighting in this game begins, is that you expand out of the map. You know, he's building a node away from his base. So this one is no longer protected by his base. So obviously it's going to be targeted by his opponent. So at high level play in this game, typically people are going to be very aggressive at trying to take down the resource buildings, even at the cost of armies. So they're going to be just diving and going after these buildings, trying to snipe enemy workers, all kinds of good stuff like that. So yeah, it's great. This is a semifinal. Yeah. So today we're just casting 2 semifinal best of 5s and then a grand final best of 5 as well. So Mordor are going to be opening up with triple orc stronghold. So just going to be spamming out their trash tier orc units. Now the orc units they're dirt cheap. They cost like 80 resources. Whereas if you look at the elvish units, for example, an elf unit is 270. So the elves have access to their archers as well as their baseline dagger infantry. And the first wave of dagger infantry are going to be on their way down now. So they're going to be sprinting and they're much faster than the orcs as well. So with really good micro, you can get super, super sweaty and definitely cause some havoc with these bad boys. All right, so coming across, we do see the elves, and what they're going to be doing is looking for a building to attack, but the orcs are ready, and they're going to be guarding it. Nope, they're going to be leaving. Potentially a sniping opportunity here. We do see the worker. Is it going to get noticed? Nope, looks like they're going to be ignoring the worker, knowing that his opponent has good micro, and he's going to be going back and trying to get a snipe on this building here. So he piles up on the backside of the building, and the elves going to be trying some harass. Now the orcs going to be using their Cirith Ungol trackers, which calls out orcish trackers, which give nearby orcs more damage. And it looks like the elves are going to be retreating. One elf does get picked off there, but the other ones are going to be able to scurry away and just getting away from the Cirith Ungol trackers. In the meantime, more elves coming in, but the orcish hordes are going to be gathering up, and the elves do not want this smoke. Probably going to lose this fight, so they are going to be fleeing. So the orcs went for the, Horn of the Gate. Okay, so the elves went for a damage buff, and the orcs went for the Cirith Ungol trackers. Okay. So right now, they're trying to snipe buildings. One of the elf units being left and getting partially surrounded by a massive blob of orcs. The other one is trying to maneuver around. So you see what I'm saying about just kind of sacrificing army to get down buildings here? We are going to be seeing this building get destroyed because of the Warhorn. And on the top side, we do see another elf unit harrying in, and the orcs really getting hard pressed by the elves. So yeah, it's pretty nasty aggression as one of the income buildings does get killed. The Elvish unit here probably going to get picked off. You could see the main base is able to put some good hurt on them, but just kind of running in circles and occupying as the infrastructure for Mordor is going to be getting rebuilt right now. Up to the north, we do see the Orcish warriors clashing with the elves, and the elves going to get overwhelmed, even though they're much more elite and quite a bit stronger individually than the orcs. Numbers are numbers, and the Elvish attackers do get routed off there. Now the orcs going to be preparing their own counteroffensive. Mordor orcs outnumbers a combination of archers as well as baseline orcs. Definitely going to be weak to trample potentially if we do see some cav come out early. Up top here, we do see some spearmen. What they're doing is they're clearing out the creep camp, so they're killing the warg pit, which is going to yield money and also give them access to the inn, with which they can make neutral units. So that's always a pretty good idea, if you can pull it off here. Orcs coming out, archers going to be shooting in, which is going to put some pressure on the running elves. And now we see some elves being trash goblins and coming down to the bottom side of the map and juking some of the orcish defenders. And now going to be getting another kill here, going to be getting another building down. So very, very heavy pressure coming in here from Conqui as he continues hammering down into the buildings. Up north, we see the orcs chasing the elves. So that is a big old pressure force. And some of the orcs just moving at a massive Death Star around the elvish base. The elves have not expanded out on the map economically too much. They do have a couple down here, and they are creeping both warg pits. Going to be getting the signal fire in the bottom as well for some nice vision there. And yeah, both players basically just aggressively diving one another. It looks like most of the attacks on the Orcish realm have been of Mordor have been fended off from now. We did see a couple buildings go down here, and it looks like the elves are able to find their prey here. Now the elves are switching into spearmen. Anticipating, maybe an Nazgul or something like that. Nazgul will come out and provide some good cab pressure. And it looks like this building is potentially going to be going down here. Orcs continue their chase, but the orcs are doing a massive counterattack up here as well. Look at this. All right, so these bad boys are going to be getting us around, and we do see the Orcish Wog gathering up. Not Wog, it's the wrong game. This isn't Warhammer. But close enough. It could be a Wog as well. They're all in the family. But yeah, good rating. Orcs going to be taking down one of the income buildings of Conqui here. And there's so many Orcish models, they don't even care. They're just running right past the base, and they're going to be trying to drag this one down. Granted, the elves able to fend off the Orcish raid here. And let's look at the population of both players. 600 population against 550. So the orcs' economy is actually quite a bit ahead of the elves right now. They've really been spreading out onto the map with a little bit less inhibition than the elves have. Elves coming back to defend here. We now have the archer units in the mix, and the orcs going to be taking the fight and really getting super, super crunk nasty with it. Spears get countered by swordsmen in this game as well, so they're going to be running. They don't want any of that because there are orcish swordsmen here as well as some orcish spears being mixed in, which is a good call. On the bottom side, signal fire not taken. Was the inn taken? The inn was taken by Mordor, which now they can build Easterling mercenaries if they want to. Elvish unit up here is going to be getting fully wiped. Elves coming in for a counterattack in the middle of the map here. So they're going to be moving across. And I don't think we see any heroes out yet. It looks like there's another builder coming out. So the orcs, I think, actually did lose a builder, which is pretty unfortunate for them. That's a big loss. Builders cost 500 resources. So for a reference, like an orcish spear is 225. So it's like several military units worth. All right, retreating back, we do see the Elvish troops running as the Cirith Ungol trackers are called out to chase them down. Taking a look at the economy for both players, Mordor is currently sitting at 600 max supply, which correlates to their income buildings, because each income building grants 50 maximum supply, whereas the elves have actually jumped ahead a little bit. So Warhorn activated. The elves are going to be piling into the big old army and using one of their army abilities, popping up the dreaded tree here, which I believe buffs nearby elves as well. Not only stunning the orcs, but it does buff them, which means the orcs are going to be losing some ground here. Conquest and the Woodland Realms getting really, really aggressive, and curious to see what the hero situation is going to be for these players. Over here in the west, orcs are counterattacking with some Easterling mercenaries, which are going to be coming out and boinking these guys down. So the orcs might have some trouble holding here. Granted, they do have a nice core of archers, which are unleashing quite a bit of DPS, and the elves have a worker with their army as well. Okay, what is he going to do? Is he going to be like dropping a tower or something? Towers aren't super good in this game. They're okay. It's not something super OP. Fires of Mordor are activated, so Mordor are going to be using their tier 1 ability. It looks like they went double tier 1 ability right here to drop the Fires of Mordor and melt a whole bunch of these bad boys. Meanwhile, elves going to be running to the north, getting chased by a massive horde of orcs and getting worn down. But the orcs are also counterattacking. They have a big kind of split force here. And that's something that Mordor can do very well because, of course, they have a lot of cheap units. So they can have a bunch of shit all over the map and be very, very troll with that. All right, fight is on here. Elves piling in. Orcs do have the home field advantage, which means they're going to be getting their reinforcements rather quickly. And those orcish archers are trading very cost effectively. And it does look like the elves are hemorrhaging quite a few models over here to the orcish archer fire. And the orcs also counter-raiding, but it looks like they're going to be forced back by some elvish defenders. So nothing too crazy going down over there. Yep, orcs going to win this fight here. They do now have some banners in their army, I believe. So banners level the unit up and also give you replenishment on the unit, which is quite nice. And the orcs do manage to crush the elven army over there on the flank and are going to be living their best life as the orcs are now replenishing their eco buildings. Elves chasing some of the orcs away, and looks like the Easterling mercenaries going to be coming down here trying to elbonk this one down. And where are the orcs going to go with this massive army? We will see. Looks like they're going to be heading in. Yeah, an elvish worker going down. Nice pick there. Really, really good pick by the orcs. Picking off an elvish worker is big. That is a big economic hit for the homies right there. All right, Easterling mercenaries bumping and grinding. Orcs going to be heading up to the top while the elves do take the south side of the map. So the elves are probably going to be able to win down here, I would imagine. Those archers should be able to dispatch those orcs. Those are just lowly orcs, and they will be defeated even by the range units up close. Orcish archers, though, with that critical mass in the Death Star here. We're not seeing Mordor trolls yet. We see a lumber mill for additional income. Basically just orc spam for now. The trolls are not on the table at the moment, but I'm sure they'll be getting spammed. Nazgul! The Nazgul is out, so the first hero is out for Mordor, and it is a cavalry unit. Mordor doesn't get cav easily, but the Nazgul is one of the quickest ways they can get that. So yeah, he's a beast. The Nazgul has an AoE debuff. His the 9 are abroad, so nearby enemy units suffer minus 25% damage and get their armor lowered as well. And this stacks, I believe, if you have a couple Nazgul, I think, actually, maybe... No, they buff each other is what it does, okay. So Mordor is going to be summoning its stronghold to get a position with which to fight with the Nazgul on the mount here. Now the Nazgul is going to be trampling into the back, going over some of the archers. And we do see the Woodland Realms dropping a fat tree in the face of the Orcish army, but with the stronghold nearby, it is a summon from Mordor. Their archers are going to be shooting in, getting good damage, and nice trampling from this Nazgul. But he's kind of getting beat up a little bit. Probably want to take him off horseback, put him on foot, and have him move with the army. We'll have to see. But a good fight for Mordor. Granted, elves are split pushing, and Mordor is having to defend a little bit of a fight down here. And this is really a sign of high-level play. Guys who, you know, usually when I play this, I just move around my army in a big blob, but having, presence all over the field is quite good. A Nazgul here is going to be recapturing the Citadel, or the inns, and that inn is going to be giving him access to immediate reinforcements, which is quite good. But yeah, the Orcish Stronghold is a tier 2 ability. Nearby allies get an armor buff too, which is really, really good. So if you fight near it, it's very strong. And it's great for positions like this, for these kind of pushes, right? So the armor buff certainly helping out quite a bit. Orcish archers battling elven archers and, you know, taking big casualties, but there are more orcs here. In the middle, just absolute chaos as both players are running about in the map where they can. Nazgul being used to pull back. So is that a second Nazgul? No, it's the same one. So he's just trampling homies. And yeah, you know, infantry in this game that do not have spears die really quick to cav. They just get run down and have an absolute bully beatdown. Big fight in the middle as the orcs do envelop the elves who were harassing, and the Nazgul is going to be nearby. As long as he doesn't run through spears, he should be fine. Nazgul level 3, and the Nazgul Shriek comes down. That's going to be sending all the elves running. So that is his level 3 ability. Heroes do level up in this game, and at level 3, the Nazgul does get his Shriek, which is going to be sending everybody running for the hills. No heroic presence for the elves yet. Conquest definitely on the back foot here as Mordor's onslaught continues. Elves are trying to harass and stay in the game, but Mordor really is winning a lot of the fights out in the field as the Nazgul really running away with it here. And how much longer will the elves be able to hold on? Army supply Mordor is maxed out, guys. They have 1,000 supply right now, currently against 750 of the elves. So massive advantage for Mordor in this fight, as their income's going to be higher. And look, the men of the east have come. Yeah, so Sauron has called in the Easterlings, or no, those are the Haradrim. And they're going to be trampling down a bunch of these elves. Oh, no, the elves getting trampled over by the Haradrim summon. Yeah, that ability is called, he is gathering evil to him. So it summons 2 battalions of Haradrim raiders, which are going to be coming in and just melting that elvish army. Man, that was brutality right there. So the Haradrim have arrived. And overall, Mordor is very, very close to finishing this one out. I think that they're going to move in, mainly just sticking to orcs. I would imagine trolls are coming out now. No Grond yet, but we do see battering rams being made. Okay, so the orcs are going to be producing some standard siege equipment, and it's only a matter of time before the elves probably lose this game. The Nazgul really, really dominating the open field. Because, you know, that's a big part of this game is split pushing and harassing and taking your opponents down to the flanks and whatnot. But the Nazgul just has so much agency to be a goblin on the edges. And you can see back here, he's still just farming units, right? He's just riding with the Haradrim Raiders, picking off some of the defenders, while the orcs are gathering in the front. And they do have the Easterling Spearmen mercenaries, which will hard counter. So Spearmen basically insta-kill cavalry. Cavalry insta-kill infantry if they get the charge. We do see another tree being dropped here. Not going to matter too much. There's just too many orcs, I think. And the Nazgul, he's just cackling, running about the map. And look at this. You think that's the entire orc army. It's not. There's a huge orcish army down here on the south side coming in from Puero. And now they're going to be heading to the north. And the Woodland Realms is going to be in big old danger as the tower continues shooting. Stronghold going right there. And was that the only Nazgul? I think he's only got 1. Does he have 2? Oh, he's got 2 Nazgul on the field now. So there's a second one. The 9 are abroad. And in this case, the 2 are abroad. Fires of Mordor activated on the Elvish army, and now we see battering rams coming in to actually start destroying the mainline base. That building going to get karate chopped right there as the battering ram continues dropping the hammer of Mordor. Stronghold picking off a lot of units right there. Elves is bleeding a lot of casualties, and now the Elves going to be losing a second production building, and I would imagine that GG is going to be getting called here soon as the orcs were able to swarm the halls of Thranduil. Getting that early hero presence out early was very, very big. Right, he was able to really dominate the battlefield for the Nazgul, whereas the Elves didn't really have a hero out very quickly. So I don't know if that was a big factor. Nice Elvish arrow volley, but that's barely like any of the Orc army. They're going to be able to rebuild so quickly. GG being called. The fires of Mordor burn bright, and victory for the Dark Lord. All right, Grondlet. Yes, it's baby Grond. Okay, really fun match in game 1. We got to see the Nazgul running around and doing his cool shrieking abilities. And we are going to be going to game 2 as soon as they draft their next faction. So that is Age of the Ring. Mini Grond, yes, baby Grond. He tried his best. Hopefully the game doesn't crash. We'll see. It's your first time seeing it, Iron? Oh, nice. Yeah, it's a great game. It's really awesome. The mod makers have done an excellent job. They even added a new faction. They have, you have Dol Guldur, which is, they're very fun to play. It's one of my favorite factions, actually. Okay, so Orange Pest's going to be hosting the next lobby. Let's join the game here. And we are going to be going into observer mode. There we are. And now let's go ahead and update the scorecards here in this best of 5 Sweatfest. This is best of 5. So Puero going to be getting victory in game 1. You're downloading it now? Nice, yeah, and you can join our Discord. There's a pretty active community in there, and there should be links to the official Age of the Ring Discord too, where you can probably get even more games. Yeah. Okay. So they've already drafted all their matches, so these games from here are going to be relatively rapid fire. We have Gondor versus Rivendell. The good guys going at it. It's always a bit of a shame when the good guys fight, but what can you do? What can you do? There they are. It looks like the units, yeah, so it's regiment based. Do they have an ability to reinforce? So the way that you reinforce units in this game is once a unit reaches level 2, or if you buy a banner, you can progressively regenerate units. It's not as much of a thing as other, oftentimes the units will just be kind of used to their last, but yeah, you can salvage units by getting the banner upgrade from your armory, building a banner on the unit, and then the banner calls more troops to the unit. So you just send them back underneath your base, and you just do that usually. Mm-hmm. All right, so these are both great factions. Rivendell is fun because they have Hobbit units. They start off with Hobbits, and then their tier 2 units are Dunedain, and their tier 3 units are Elves. So it's a very, very dynamic faction in this way. And Gondor, of course, is Gondor. Pretty straightforward. They get the fiefdom units, so you can get the Swan Knights, you can get Prince Imrahil. You can do a lot of fun stuff. So, yeah, the Shire folk are going to come and get you, man. You know, they are coming to get you. Some factions have access to healing. A lot of factions don't. Like, evil factions typically don't have healing. Like, Mordor and Isengard don't really have any... Well, Isengard does have healing via Ugluk, the Orcish hero. He can make his orcs drink Orcish medicine, which heals them. But for the most part, like, the good guy factions will have, like, a fountain. So, you know, Gondor has a fountain, Rohan has a fountain, and the Dwarves have one too. So, like a healing station where they can heal up their troops, but usually the evil factions do not have that. Harad Waith does have healing. They can build a fountain at their main base, which heals everybody up, which is pretty good. So, yeah, it's a pretty cool kind of dynamic between the good and evil factions. So for Gondor, it's going to be an early barracks. They're going to be moving out their Lambadon clansmen, their swordsmen, and for the Rivendell folk, it is going to be the dreaded Breland encampment. So this is where the Shire folk are coming. We'll see how it goes. Is he going to be going hard in the paint on halflings, the Bounders? You can see you have Bounders, which are your melee unit, the Tookish archers, you have the Breland Townsguard, which are spearmen, Battering Ram, and then you have Fatty Bulger, and then also Farmer Maggot if you want to. They're like mini heroes. So I don't see people build them too often, but it would be fun to see them. Dr. Speed, he says, haven't been able to catch as many live streams lately, but been loving the variety. Hey man, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Yes, I'm glad you're enjoying it. Hope you and the lady are doing well. We're both doing great. Thank you so much. It's a different map. It's a different map this time around. Although it looks pretty similar. Maybe they do play on the same map. I'm not in charge of the tournament, so I'm not sure what specifics they're going with there. All right, so immediately creeping. So Gondor builds a spearman out of the gates, and they come over and they creep the work pit out. So they're going to creep this, which is going to give them money. So when you kill a creep building, it becomes a rubble, and then you destroy the rubble, and it drops gold that you're able to loot. So that's like a 250 gold, give or take. And yeah, they could take that too, but it looks like they're going to be rushing into the base. Rivendell can get cavalry relatively quick with the Dunedain building, and he goes, yes, we do see Rangers of the North coming out already. So he actually forsakes the Hobbits a little bit. No Hobbits coming out. No, okay, we do have some. So we got the Bounders, and then we have the Dunedain Rangers. Dunedain Rangers of the North are badass. These guys have the option for upgrading to swords or spears. So you can use them as like a Swiss Army knife. You move out, you shoot, you're like, oh shit, there's enemy cav coming. You switch them to a spear unit, and then they're stuck that way for the entire game. But it's a really good reaction to whatever you're kind of dealing with, right? They're very, very good. So Bounders and Brelanders going to be heading up to the north to attack into the bases of Gondor. Gondor building just a basic army. Archers and Lambadon swordsmen and some spearmen, very well-rounded, as the Rangers of the North do find their prey and are able to pick off a couple of the Gondorian spearmen. Down here, I guess there are some Shire folk, but Brelanders and Shire folk going to be fighting, but the Gondor army is much bigger, and we'll be able to force them to retreat, I would imagine. So those guys are going to be fleeing the scene, so we do see two of them chasing here, and over to the west, it is going to be the Bounders and the Rangers in the north. All right, guys, the battle does rage on here. These guys fleeing to the south, the Lambadon clansmen, as well as the spearmen, harrying them back. I would imagine we're going to see more Rangers of the North coming out. And we do see Dunedain Outriders. Now, these are some of the best cav in the entire game. They are like a tier 1.5 cav, tier 1, but in terms of their category, they are so good. And now you're going to see a big trample as the Gondorian swordsmen are going to get the business pretty bad. They get trampled over by the Outriders there, take some big casualties, and the unit does get wiped. So the combined arms of the Halflings and the Rangers putting a bit of a hurt down on these Gondorians. Now, Gondor circling around the north with the Spearman unit. Looks like they're going to be trying to creep that ward camp for a little bit of money. Meanwhile, the Dunedain Outriders looking for free swordsmen to trample, and they are going to be finding some. Are they going to go for it? Looks like they are, and the swordsmen do get trampled over, take a bunch of damage. It's not like a one-shot, but it does do a hell of a lot of damage. And against like lower tier infantry, it would be a one-shot potentially. Depends on what they are. Rangers of the North and Bounders moving in. They're going to be trying to target down the Spearmen to open up the Dunedain Outriders, would be my guess. And it looks like they have equipped spears, which is interesting. Do we see a stables? We do see a stables back there. Okay. So Gondor is going to be getting a stables, and the Rangers are going to be ready for that. As more trampling is in full effect, able to run down some of these archers right here. And the Horn of Gondor is activated, so damage buff for the Gondorian army. As some of the Outriders try and get away, but they do get dragged down by spears and bows. And the Rangers are going to be fleeing to, hey, incidentally, the north side of the map. Rangers of the North, all right. So cutting down the swordsmen here, you can see some of the Rangers do have swords. One of them has swords, one of them have spears. And they do manage to get through the Lambadon clansmen. But Gondor has a pretty big army defending here and should be able to force them back. We will have to see. Over on the west side, Spearmen able to clean out that work pit right there, so those guys are enjoying their best life. And once again, the Gondorian archers able to fend back the Shirefolk, and it looks like some of the Shirefolk will not be having second breakfast today, as they do get taken down right there. All right, question in chat. Does this game have static defense buildings like towers? Yes, but they're not used too often. They're not used too often, that is for sure. They happen, but yeah. I am a big tower enjoyer, but I know they're not very good. You occasionally will see them for a little bit of territory control later in the game, but yeah. All right, so Gondor are going to be running past the defenders of Rivendell and looking to maybe just dive some of the buildings, do a little bit of economic damage. Last game, we saw exponentially more building damage going down. It was a lot more. We haven't seen as much carnage in the bases, but it does look like there's going to be a Gondorian surround, and one of the Rivendell orchards is going to be destroyed here. Rivendell going to be forming up, trying to deal with this. Some of the Outriders being pulled back to deal with some archers, but these are mostly spears, so they're not going to be super good against them. And it looks like the army is mostly going to be sacrificed, moving down to just take down another economic building. In the meantime, in the north, we do see the Rangers. Oh man, swordsmen do get trampled, but there were spearmen there, and the horsemen do move into the spears and get massacred. Oh man, that's a rough play there. A lot of those Gondor cav ran into spearmen units, guys. And Puero does take some big casualties as Rivendell is getting their business going up here in the Gondor lands. But Gondor trying to take down another economic building here, not going to be getting another kill on that building. That is for sure. So back here, we do see the Well of Celebrine being built? Yeah, it heals nearby allies and replenishes fallen units. Cool. So we do see a healing station coming up for the forces of Rivendell. In the meantime, in the back, we do see Elrond calling in some allies. So that is a tier 2 Elvish ability, which allows them to call in allies from across the realm. So you can see they get some Lake Town allies, they get some human allies, some ranger allies, and they do actually manage to take down one of the economic buildings back there. Now, oh man, if they take down a stable, that'd be pretty big, although it looks like they're going to be rotating. Yeah, big pressure coming in from Rivendell, ladies and gentlemen, as he's going to be moving to the south. And yeah, Conquest really going pedal to the metal this game. We do have the first hero coming out. So it is going to be Gildor Inglorian. Okay, so what does he do? Hobbits and Brelanders near him gain experience, damage, and armor. Okay, so he's like a supporter of the non-Elvish units. That's what his whole thing is to buff like the Brelanders and the Hobbits and all that kind of good stuff. Pretty fun. Overrun. But yeah, looking pretty good for Conquest this game. Rivendell is really kind of running rampant in the Gondorian base, and Gondor doesn't seem to have an answer to deal with it until the summon disappears. The summon is going to be disappearing here. Now the army's going to be quite a bit smaller. But even still, Gondor is getting a couple of picks where it can. We do see the Peneth Gillen Riders, the Gondorian horsemen, trying their best. But there are going to be some Elvish spears coming out now. Okay, so the Elvish spears are pretty good. Elves are very elite on this faction. And uh-oh, a bit of a micro blunder coming in from Gondor. And Gondor loses a ton of their horsemen to those spears. That is pure pain right there. Granted, they are going to get away. And here, we do see the forces of Gondor sounding the Horn of War. And they do have their tier 1 hero as well. It's going to be Baragond. Okay, so Gildor maybe going to get surrounded and killed here. Okay, he's trying to run away. They are healing up back by the fountain. And the Gondorian hero, Baragond, is back in business, as we do see a second hero being called in the north. Oh, shit! It's going to be Pippin! All right, guys, Pippin is out. He's going to be holding back the forces of Rivendell. He's a very weak fighter. He's more of a support piece. But, yeah, Pippin is going to be getting away. He's just throwing pebbles at things, trying to get picks where he can. But big fight bound down here in the base, as the Rivendell Guardians are fighting off the Gondor attack, and Gondor is fighting against the fountain as well. The fountain is actually very close to being destroyed. If that thing got picked off here, it'd be very good. But the Rangers of the North are able to push back the Gondorians, and Baragond is going to be retreating here as well. And Pippin lurking here, full of a took indeed. A GG being called, and it looks like Rivendell gets the dub. The pressure on Gondor was too much. You know, Gondor failed its final attack there, and yeah, Rivendell was able to put the pressure on. So now we got a 1-1 series, ladies and gentlemen. Pippin going solo. Yeah, he tried to, but it wasn't enough. All right. So we're going to update the scorecard here as we get ready to load into the next match. Look what happens when you call in Pippin, you know? That's just how it goes. Fool of a took, that's right. Will they change the map for the next one? They should. I think, I don't know if they played the same map, it was probably a mistake. I'm not sure. Or maybe they're picking the same map. Who knows? Either way, all good. The matches have been great so far. 1-1 series. There we go. And we're going to be moving into the next one there. Okay, let's skip this. And let's do that. Go to the next game. Okay, so just waiting for the lobby to come up. It is now 1-1. Conqui pulling back the series after dropping game 1. Both players winning pretty decisive matches, to be honest. Yeah, it was impressive here. Okay. All set. Stream quality looks all right. Hanging in there. Let's join up. GG being called on both sides. It's best of 5. These are the semifinals of a pretty big tournament. So the first round of the tournament was last week. And we're just casting today. Today is the second round of the tournament. So we're casting the semifinals and the grand finals today. Okay, so Orange Pest is working out the old tournament rules. Looks like Poero is going to be on Harad Waith, and Conqui is going to be on Misty Mountains. Okay. I think these are two of the strongest factions in the game. I haven't played in a while, but when I was playing, Harad Waith and Misty Mountains are both considered to be top tier. Both very, very strong. The games are quickish. Yeah, they can go longer too, though. Sometimes these can get dragged into like 30, 40-minute battles. It depends. We haven't seen too much late game yet. I mean, we did start to see some tier 2-ish, 3-ish units come out. We saw some elves. Gondor never really got past tier 1 there, though. Yeah. All right. So what's it going to be, guys? What is it going to be? Harad Waith versus Misty Mountains. I am ready. And let's see what's cooking. The higher level games tend to be quicker than newbie games. Like newbie and intermediate games can go long. So I played in a league. I was able to play some league games in this. And, you know, I would say I was like in the middle bracket of this game when I was playing. I was like a mid-level player. Those games would go longer. We had a lot of 30, 40-minute matches. Yeah, we had a lot of those. Misty is currently in the first in terms of the win rate, but the factions are all pretty close for the most part. Yeah. Misty does seem very good. Because Misty Mountains has a tunneling system, which is pretty strong, so they can go underground and teleport between their resource buildings, which is crazy good. The Dwarves have the same thing, but Misty Mountains is a little bit quicker, so it's more punishing. All right, ladies and gentlemen of Middle-earth, spawning in on the southwest side of the map here, it is going to be Conqui, and he is going to be playing the Misty Mountains. And to the northwest, it is going to be Harad Waith, who is going to be helmed by Poero. Both players winning a match here in this best of 5 series, and we are going to see what is cooking. All right. And yes, for anybody who's wondering, the games for this tournament and in general are played through Game Ranger, so that's how we play our matches. So Harad Waith going to be setting up the glorious Harandor outpost, which is where they build their baseline infantry, which is cool. And Harad Waith is very dynamic. You can spam out a multitude of different infantry types from your tier 1 building: spearman, archer, as well as, of course, a swordsman, and then eventually a cav unit. You kind of get all the goodies that you possibly need. Harad Waith has an insane tech tree, though. You have so many different directions to go. You can go for the Pavilion of the Golden King if you want to get scorpions and Harambes and vultures, and then get the Nafarati tribesmen. You can go for the Mumakil tech if you want to. I mean, there's so many different buildings you can get with them, and they're really, really fun faction with cool heroes, too. So, Orcish Stronghold. So, it looks like the Misty Mountains are not going to be rushing and getting the Goblin spam. You know, that's something that you do see a lot of Misty Mountains player do, is just Unga Bunga Goblin spam. They'll build like 3 Goblin Caves, Moria Goblins, and they're just going to spam like 5,000 Goblins at your base, right? But here it is going to be Mountain Orc Brutes, actually going for the more elite orcs of the Misty Mountains. These guys are a menace, for sure. I mean, they're pretty strong. Is he going to put them in the tunnel system? He is. So he puts them in the tunnel, and look at that. He's dropping proxy tunnels. Oh, that's so troll. So look at that. He gets a tunnel hidden near his opponent's base. He's going to be using the orcs to pop out and clear his opponent's ward camp to get the resources, which is brilliant. And, yeah, he's just going to get that money there, which is good. In the meantime, the Harad Waith, they do get some swordsmen and are going to be moving down, and another swordsman unit is going to be popping out here. Harad Waith's building a second Harandor barracks up at the top, so the Harandor barracks is going to be coming out, and he's just going to be spamming his kind of baseline infantry, I would imagine. Yeah, not a lot to attack here. So the playstyle that I really love here from Conqui is that he's building his income buildings away from his main base in the early game, so that when his opponent comes to raid him, there's no opportunities. Like, you can't raid this one. It's too close to the main base, too close to the production. And he's just kind of creeping around the map with his spears and his orcs and just trundling and causing a lot of havoc. All right. Harad Waith going to be heading down and looking to find some opportunities. And we're going to see if they can. Granted, Mountain Orc Slashers are about to be out. And Harad Waith using their dry spell. So they cast this spell. It puts dry earth underneath the income building. And it basically takes away 75% of the income from this building. It's a very, very good play here. But now the orcs are moving in, and we do see, yeah, they're going to be using their buff there. That is one of the Misty Mountain buffs ability. And we do see the building getting deleted on purpose by Harad Waith to deny the experience of the orcs. Very, very sweaty tactic, as the archers of Harad Waith are now called out, and the orcs are going to be on the run, pushing them on back. Up here on the top, Mountain Orc Slashers battling against the Harandor Tribesmen, and the Mountain Orc Slashers are a much more elite unit. I think they cost 375, and then they run back into the tunnels there, and are just going to be living their best life. So buildings in this game repair on their own over time. You don't repair them with workers or anything, so if a building's very damaged, it just slowly repairs over time. If it's not being attacked, a worker comes out and like starts to repair it. But very nice pick here for Puero, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's Puero here. He's playing the forces of Harad. He actually wipes down 2 orc units, and the building doesn't even get killed, so that's quite brilliant. More Mountain Orc Slashers are coming out. Look at this. Conquest just building this like rat's nest on the north side of the map. But it looks like the forces of Harad Waith are finding some of the tunnels now. They have sent some of their troopers over here, and they are going to be trying to harry those guys down and keep them from spreading all over the map. Orcs are in and trying to get another building here. Are they going to get it? The Mountain Orc Slashers do hit very hard, but man, if he doesn't get this building and loses another big expensive orc unit without getting a building kill, that's going to be very rough. But it looks like he does get the building kill there, so that makes it worth it for him. Meanwhile, back in the Misty Mountains lands, and the Misty Mountains cold, we see Harad Waith coming down with a lot of pressure. The Harandor Tribesmen are moving on in. And, oh, we get a Warg camp now. All right, so Wargs pop out of the tunnel. Yeah, and Wargs are basically light cavalry for the Misty Mountains. They're going to be able to trample the shit out of these guys. All right, so Harad doesn't have any spearmen here, so the doggies are going to be feasting. And who let the dogs out? Well, apparently Conquest let the dogs out, as those guys are going to keep trampling. Although if you don't move, if you sit in combat, the wargs can be killed by infantry. You got to keep that charging going. So we see the orcs as well as a warg pen here. So I would imagine there will be another one getting built, and maybe he's going to get the Gundabad Wolf Riders at some point. We'll have to see. The raiding has been dispatched mostly. It looks like the Misty Mountains have lost most of their infrastructure in the north, and they're going to have to start playing a bit of a more standard game here. But I can't help but feel that Harad Waith is ahead. They were able to fend off the attacks, looking at the economy. 350 for Misty Mountains, and it's going to be 500 for Harad Waith. So Harad is very far ahead right now. After this like northern incursion we saw from the Misty Mountains was a bit of a swing and a miss, unfortunately. It tried its best, but trouble, trouble, trouble. Okay, so more orcs being built. So the wargs, I love that the wargs go in the tunnels. It's pretty funny. Harad Waith worker being chased down by some of the Mountain Orc Slashers, and it looks like he is going to get away. He's got some wheels. Wargs popping out of the top, so we do have 2 warg units. One of them is very low, though, and they're going to be going to try and harass some buildings and get back in the game here. But the Harad Waith tribal chieftain, he is going to be able to call out spearmen if he needs to, so he's going to see the wargs and will be calling out a spear immediately, as the hero, not hero, but the builder is able to get away, and the spearmen are able to force those wargs back. Mountain Orc Slashers finding a little bit of economy here, going to be trying to drag it down. The Harad Waith army, though, is looking very, very thick, guys. They have a big old army right there. And I think those Mountain Orc Slashers are not going to be long for this earth, although they might be able to run away. We'll have to see. Yeah, they're going to flee, and they do have some warg support. No spears, actually, in this army. So the doggies get in there, and they do get a nice little trample right there, running those guys down. Yeah, a little bit of lag here. Nothing too bad, though. They're trying their best. Trample, trample, trample is going down on all sides. Hopefully it's just me having lag. I hope the players aren't. It's not too bad, to be honest. So the wargs are encircling, spearmen fending them off on this side of the battlefield, and we do see the old Mountain Orc Slashers karate chopping where they can, and the wargs are now going to be fleeing away to the north, looking to do a little bit of harass as the orc attackers are cleaned up. On the back of the base, it looks like there was some Harad Waith attacks going down, but the Mountain Orc Slashers able to fend them off. And do we see any heroes coming out for either player yet? Not yet. The player is basically using tier 1, more Ungabunga style units here, as the wargs do get a little bit of rating right there. Very, very nice. And now the wargs are going to be heading up to the north and being chased by spears. Spears might be able to get some picks. Nice. A couple of the wargs do go down there. You can see how spearmen insta-kill Cav pretty effectively. Another Harandor trooper coming out. So for Harad, we do see 1, 2, and they're just basically pumping out the tribal warriors nonstop. I would imagine we're going to see Suladon for the hero. We'll have to see. And for the Misty Mountains, I don't know who it's going to be. Maybe the Warg Rider hero. But honestly, I think Harad Waith has got this game won. It's looking very, very good. I mean, they just have so many units up in the Orcish base, and the Orcs are doing a little bit of harass where they can. But Harad has not been taking as many casualties with their army. And Puero here is just really putting the pressure on the Orcish base, going after economy buildings. You know when you start getting your military buildings attacked that you're in a little bit of trouble here. All right, those guys getting forced back here, and we do see the Harad Waith army gathering in serious numbers. Army abilities, we have Dry Spell, and then we do also have the Frozen Wastes. Ring points, it does look like Harad Waith is ahead, and Harad is going to be getting to 10 ring points quicker than the Misty Mountains, which is probably going to be a big power spike as well. We're going to have to see how that goes. So Orcs continuing to try and attack here, but the defenders of Harad will be able to fend them off with probably 3-on-1 with their units here. In the meantime, another income building going to be getting trash canned. We do see Warg Riders coming out trying to trample. A little bit of a stun ability being used there by Harad Waith, by Misty Mountains, but I don't think it's going to be enough. The Wargs, getting harried off by the spears. Mountain Orc Slashers are a very good unit, and it looks like they are going to keep fighting, but it looks like the Easterling allies have been called in. So the Easterlings have arrived, and that is a big bolstering to the army, as the Misty Mountains is going to be losing another income building over here. And yeah, that's a tough brick of units. And man, maybe the Warg Pit's going to be dying here. We're going to have to see. I love the Easterling sound effect when they come in. It's such an iconic sound. So back here, Mountain Orc Lodge is being built. So it looks like he's going to be going double Mountain Orcs, but he's going to be losing his Warg Pit here, which is very, very painful. Losing military buildings is very, very brutal. And even though the attack will probably be fended off by the Misty Mountains, the map control is just going to be going so hard to Harad Waith. They're going to continue just taking down the mines around the map, and then they're going to form an inevitable Death Star and just move in. And I think we have a hero. Oh, we got my favorite hero, Ja. He's not actually my favorite, but we got Ja Rule. So his name's Sia Rule. He's really good. Basically, nearby tribal and Gondor units get experience, armor, and damage. And he gets some other good support abilities as well. He has an income ability. He can give nearby units a damage buff when he gets higher level. He's like just a support combat hero who you just run with your tribal units, and he gives them a damage buff there. So Ja Rule is ready to party. Okay, Wargs continuing to fight. So fighting from behind is certainly tough here. You can see the Orcs. I mean, man, Misty Mountains has like no income buildings. It's 775 income and population cap here. And for these bad boys, it's only 400 for the Misty Mountains. The Misty Mountains really, really feeling the pits right now, guys. All right, Wargs still trying. Spears are going to be all up on them, though, and should be able to drag these bad boys down. And now Ja Rule is going to be coming in and making you listen to some early 2000s hip-hop music. And should be able to probably bully these Orcs, now that there's a hero unit in there. But he's going to maybe need a little bit more. Another fight on the flanks. A massive Harandor tribal army here. Looking very, very strong. In terms of tech, we see 1, 2. Oh, we do see the Pavilion of the Golden King coming out. So this is where you build your Great Scorpions, your Harambes, and then you can build the Nafarati Marauders, which are big monsters infantry. But GG is being called as Harandor was able to overwhelm the forces there of the Misty Mountains. All right. GG, fun game. So that is going to be game 3 going to Puero. Puero looking very strong here, as is Conqui, but Puero is very, very in control of that game. That is for sure. So we're going to be moving this one up, reporting the scores and everything. So that is going to be Puero up 2-1 here. There we go. All right, all right. Perfect. Let's do this. And there we go. Outstanding. You just downloaded and played your first game after like 20 years. That was a nostalgia trip. I'm glad to hear that. That's super fun. That's super fun. Harad is really strong. Yeah, they're a very good faction. They're very, very good. That was the first one I picked up. Little did I know I picked up one of the strongest factions. So it's quick for next series. Not sure what they're saying. It's best of 5, right? Or are these best of 3? Best of 3? It's best of 5, yeah? I'm pretty sure it's best of 5. Or it might be 2 best of 3s. Okay. Sounds good. Best of 5 finals is best of 7. Okay, understood. Yeah, best of 5 is whoever gets 3 wins, correct. Best of 7 finals. Understood. Yeah, each series will probably be... we started a little bit later for this one, but each series should be probably about an hour and 15 to an hour and 45 minutes. The finals will be a little bit longer. Hey, Pone Dog. Yeah, you missed some good games already. We had we had some Rivendell action. We had some Woodland Realms. We had a really good Mordor game in the beginning too, which was fun. I just hope we get to see epic Isengard. I just want to see Saruman out in the field. I know it's not likely, but the Saruman chanting would be very, very fun. Raven says, hey, I just wanted to say I love the Dow 2 stuff recently, making me want to pick up the game. It's very fun, man. We have some people playing in our Discord pretty frequently, so you could probably find some games if you get on in there. Dwarves are extremely good. Yeah, they're very good. With dwarves, you have two options. You can play Oakenshield or you can play Iron Hills, and they have different heroes and a little bit of different business as well. So, okay, let me see what they're saying right now. Make sure they don't need anything from me. All right. Okay, I'm getting pinged for something. Let's see what I'm getting pinged for. Looks like we are all good. Yep, and they'll be getting the lobby set up, I would imagine. Just waiting for Orange Pest to host here. Yeah, Dow 2 has been very fun. I've been having a blast with it. It's a great game. I think Dow 2 certainly appeals to me a little. I normally prefer base building RTS, but I think I might like Dow 2 a little bit more than Dow 1. Dow 1 is fun for sure, but there are some janky elements to it that yeah, I don't know. I'm very torn between the two, but I think I would say I prefer Dow 2 if I had to choose. How many factions are there in this game? There's a lot. You have Harad Waith, Mordor, Isengard, Dol Guldur, Misty Mountains, Gondor, Rohan, Rivendell, Woodland Realms, and then Lothlorien. And I think, am I missing one? And Erebor has like 2 factions basically within it. Yeah. So might be those. Dow 2 has great melee range balance and focuses more on actual fighting. Yeah. Dow 2 is a better competitive game for sure. Yeah, I agree. I think I agree with that. All right, so the lobby's up. We're going to let them, it's going to be North Undeep is going to be the map. And we're going to join. Which is time. Let's the Nurglings feast. Did I get all the factions? I was pretty close. I think I got them all. Yeah. Assyrian just typed them all in chat as well, so you guys can see them there. Okay. So we're going to ready up this bad boy here. Call it a day. And thank you guys for joining. What's up to all the EU homies? I know we've been having some late night streams, so here's an early one for you. And Rohan. Oh, hell yeah. We're going to get some Rohan action. Who doesn't love the Theoden? Although I usually see Eowyn rushed. She's pretty good because she buffs like all your low tier units, like your peasants and whatnot. So she's pretty damn good in the early game. And she even gets to summon. I'm a big enjoyer of actually playing infantry Rohan, like pretty heavily, using the West folders. Erkenbrand, Eowyn, having a good early game Death Star is very, very fun. And then transitioning into Cav a little bit later on. But, you know, that's just my newbie tactics, right? The advanced players are going to have it really ironed out here. Yeah. They're going to have it on lock. I vaguely remember feeling... Eldar don't feel OP in Dawn of War 2. They feel very fine. In Dawn of War 1, Eldar do feel like bullshit. They just like are so much... They feel so strong. In Dawn of War 2, though, they feel totally fine. Like, nothing to me in Dawn of War 2 screams like, oh, this is awful. I can't... Like, this is really unbalanced. I mean, there are a couple units that maybe are tuned a little bit too... But, you know, for the most part, it feels fine. Yeah. Good match, it says Orange Pass. There you go. Getting his money's worth. Tell that to my Mass Wraithguard. Yeah, nobody can beat Professor Pone's Mass Wraithguard. That's true. He's truly unstoppable. Okay, Isengard versus... Oh, are we actually getting Isengard versus Rohan? I can only be so erect. Oh, yeah, we're getting the flavor battle. It's the battle at the Fords of Eisen, which obviously Well, I don't know. We could say Helm's Deep. It depends on who you want to win. The Fords of Eisen battle, I believe, is won by Isengard. That's where Erkenbrand and the Westfolders get routed initially, right? I can't quite remember. It's been a long time, but this will be fun. They need to bring out Theodred. Okay, so we're gonna ready this up. Rohan versus Isengard. I do wish I could play with the music on. I have to have the music turned off here. Otherwise, it'll legit like get you copyrighted. It's pretty funny because it has the music from the movies. How much longer will it be on for? A long time, man. A long time. I mean, we're only an hour into the stream, and we're just getting into our first best of 5. So we have another best of 5 after this, and then best of 7. So it's going to be pretty deep. It's going to be a deep stream today. Yeah. Are you talking about the remaster for Dow 1? It doesn't really balance anything. No, it just is like quality of life. It just makes the game look nicer. Yeah. Yeah, Wembley, I agree with you, man. Okay, just waiting for Puero to ready up, and then we should be good to go. Rohan versus Isengard. Yes, glorious. Lurtz is usually the go-to. He's super good. He buffs nearby Uruk-hai, and he has a snare ability, which is just so backbreaking. So if he uses his crippling shot on an enemy hero, and then he has enough orcs nearby, he's going to kill your hero. It's really, really good. Grima is all right. Grima is a little bit more of like a late game. For me, at least, Grima is like if I have extra money and I just, we'll call him out. He has a good leadership debuff, which is quite nice for big fights. Yeah, and Ugluk is great also. Ugluk has a big AoE heal. He can buff nearby Uruk-hai with some activated abilities. Professor Pone loves Ragnar Lothbrok in this game, yeah. Yeah, it's always fun. Puero says his cat is puking. He needs 1 second. Okay, cat break here, guys. Heroes can be resurrected, yes. So when a hero dies in this game, you can bring them back. It does cost a premium, obviously. Not an extra amount, but you have to pay for them again. So when a hero does die, you have to call them back out. Yeah, it's very punishing when you kill an enemy hero. Because they're big investments. I mean, some heroes are dirt cheap. Like the Hobbits, for example, cost like a couple hundred gold. Whereas Lurtz, for example, costs 1,800, if I'm not mistaken. Lurtz is not... He's expensive. Saruman costs what? Is it 3,500 or 4,000? Saruman is very expensive. It's very, very expensive. Yeah, if they level up, they cost more to resurrect too. Yeah, because the heroes do level. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Middle-earth is upon us. And spawning in on the northwest side of the map, ladies and gentlemen, it is going to be the forces of Isengard. Dun, 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 dun. And to the southeast, it is going to be Rohan. And very, very good flavor battle here in this semifinal. And this is just how it kind of worked out. So it's a fun one, man. We're going to see if the peasantry of Rohan can ride up and take on the forces of Saruman in the White Hand. Now, what are we going to be getting out of the gates? Oh, they took our jobs. It's going to be the wild men coming out, so the clan setting is here. And we are going to be seeing the hobos of Isengard rushing in with their torches and their spears and looking to put heavy aggression on. Isengard is very much like a tempo faction that likes to get aggressive and just keep that constant... I feel like Isengard on the back foot, if they're the ones defending, it's certainly not going to go as great for them. But if they're the ones putting the pressure on you, keeping the fight at your base, it is very, very good. All right. So we do see hobo spears coming out. So Wildman spears anticipating a Rohan cav very early on, whereas Rohan is going to be building their peasants. So their baseline peasants will trade very well into the hobo spears, actually, if they end up fighting. Over on the south side, we do see Rohan... Are they building any more peasants? Just one out of the gates here. And it looks like maybe a second one being built. No, just going to be 2 peasants popping out. And they're going to be surging forth. Look, it's the Haggard guy from Helm's Deep. Here they come. The hobos. They got their pitchforks out. Rohan not even really rushing cav, though. So the spears aren't going to be super effective. It's actually going to be peasant spam out of the gates. So Rohan has a very interesting system where their farms can either be producing resources or producing peasants. So you have to juggle that. You have to be deciding, do I want to be making peasants here or do I want to be farming, etc., etc. Okay, the pikes are going to be creeping the wargs. Yep, that's what it looks like. And we do see the hobo pikemen coming across and creeping the warg camp right there. Meanwhile, the Rohan peasantry has arrived. Hey, take back our lands! And we do see the Dunlanders getting ready to attack into the peasants. Not sure which way they want to go, but there's going to be a second one popping out now. And yeah, we got peasants fighting hobos. Truly a classic. So Rohan going to be calling out a scout. So Rohan can summon an initial Rohirrim Outrider in the beginning, which is like a cheap cav unit that can do some trampling and provide some support. So we do see the Wildmen actually maybe losing this fight to the peasants, which normally they would win, of course. And the Rohirrim peasants, I'm not sure. I really thought they would stay and maybe try and fight that, but no, they just want to try and win the fight here. So the Rohan Outrider doing some great work against the take back our jobs boys here. However, it does look like the Wildmen were able to defeat the peasants, and now are going to be surrounding the Rohirrim cavalrymen and maybe dragging him down. So it looks like he is going to be taken down here. Take back our lands. Rohan coming in with spearmen as well as more peasants, and it does look like Rohan is the one aggressing here, and we are going to be seeing an archery range coming up from Rohan. So it is going to be infantry-based Rohan. Did he just say take back our... That's literally what what these guys are all about. These are they took our jobs guys from South Park. 100%. 100%. But yeah, a little bit of skirmishing. Nobody's really taking big infrastructure damage yet. And the Warg Riders are coming out, so we see a Warg pit back here. The wargs are hungry, and they're going to start trampling down some of the peasants for sure. So Warg Riders have arrived, and the Rohan peasants, they do not have spears. So they just get absolutely butchered. Oh, man, that was a brutal one there by Conqui. So Conqui really coming in. I believe it's Conqui on these guys, yes. And he is able to trample down the peasants, and now he's going to be riding forth and looking to do some work. Maybe we could see Sharku coming out. Sharku would be nice. Oh, man, Rohan has no spears here. Just some archers, and the Warg Riders are going to be feasting so hard on their souls. All right, so the Warg Riders are going to be gathering around the top, and I would imagine a panicked spear situation. Yeah, so spears do arrive just in time out of the barracks, as we are probably going to be seeing a farm taking some considerable damage here. No, it doesn't look like it. And trample, trample, trample. Warg Riders get through and get another great trample on the peasants. Spears were a little bit out of position, so they did miss those Warg Riders. Meantime, at the top, Rohan trying to counterattack, but it does look like Conqui is in a pretty good position here, as he is forcing those guys back. Up in the north, these bad boys running, and we do see the Warg Riders gathering in numbers. So most likely, guys, it is going to be a Sharku build. We're going to be seeing Sharku getting called in, who will be very effective. Got to watch out for the spears! Oh, he loses some wargs into the spears right there. Immediately wheels to the east to avoid that, and the Warg Riders going to continue looking around to see what they can find to eat. As long as they can avoid spears and just get archers, you know, that's the good life. He comes in for it. Oh, man. He charges a little bit deep into the spears there and does lose 4 or 5 Warg Riders. But he does manage to trample some archers in the process, so not the worst trade in the world. Over here, we do see the Wildmen still dealing with the harassing peasants. Double Wildmen. Double they took our jobs. All right, so we got 2 of these bad boys right here. And, yeah, I mean, that's going to be a lot of pressure. Do we see more wargs coming out? We do not. So he's going to be basically trying to bait out a lot of spear units. He's like, overreact on spears, and then I'm going to be switching into sword infantry or axe infantry and just trying to overwhelm you. The last of the Rohan peasants are being dragged down right here. There's only 2 of them. You don't really need to worry about just 2 peasants. And yes, he's halting here. Curious to see if a hero is going to be coming out. We do see another Warg Rider being built for map control. Eisenard definitely has the, I would say, initiative in this game. They've been doing a pretty good job putting the pressure on Rohan, but the counterattack is upon us. So these bad boys are going to be surging out. We do have archers, spearmen, and more archers as well. Warg camp being crept. The Rohan archers will be pretty good. Rohan, you know, archers, not that they're particularly exceptional, but again, Wildmen are extremely weak against archers. They are very, very weak against archers. And the Warg Riders, of course, are counter to the archers, but can they get back there is the question. Okay, it looks like some witchcraft being called out. Rohan going to be summoning its Outrider, which does buff nearby units, which is pretty nice. And just doing a bit of a slow push, you know, using the archers to poke and pick off Wildmen while the spearmen defend them, and then they take down a little bit of infrastructure. Rohan doing some split pushing on the sides, going to be creeping down here, using their spearmen as well as their peasants to fight where they can. Up in the north, Warg Riders and Wildmen just looking for opportunities. And when are we going to be seeing the Uruk-hai transition? Okay, we do see it right now. So it is going to be an Uruk pit coming out, and the Uruk-hai are going to be out and ready to party. So here they come. Farm taken down by the Warg Riders. And do we see Sharku? Is that Sharku? No, it's not. That's just an individual dude there who's not having the best of times. No heroes yet, but the hobos have arrived in the Rohan base, and Rohan is going to have to come back and defend this. So, yeah, they're taking their jobs right now, dude. They're taking back their jobs, torching down a farm right there. Isengard really getting aggressive as the Wildmen and Warg Riders swarm all over the lands. A bit of a pit fight here in the middle, going to be favoring the Wildmen. They will rip apart these peasants, no problem. They're a more expensive unit. Wildmen cost like over 200 gold, I think, whereas peasants are like barely anything. But the archers of Rohan trying to fend off the harass to the best of their abilities. More Wildmen surging forth, getting into melee with the archers. The archers can still shoot when they're in melee, but of course they don't want to be getting bonked in the face by these bad boys. That is for sure. Rohan farming enclosures up here. Definitely vulnerable to being pushed. More Warg Riders being called out. And now we're going to be seeing the Fighting Uruk-hai coming soon. Uruk-hai scouts will be on the table. They're a very cool unit. They can switch between a sword and a bow. Definitely can fight low-tier Rohan infantry. And yeah, they can do their thing. All right, guys, what do we got here? Wildmen coming to take their jobs. A couple of them lurking here. And now we do see the Shield Maiden of Rohan is out. It is going to be Eowyn. She's very good. Nearby peasants get armor and gain experience faster. And then when she levels up to level 3, she can draft peasants. She can summon a peasant unit, which is very good for bolstering your ranks. Okay. So here it comes. The Wildmen torching down the farms of Rohan. The flavor is just off the charts. Uruk-hai, are they on their way out yet? Nope, mainly sticking to Wildmen at this point with the Warg Riders, which of course is very, very good. Here, the Riders of the Mark are going to be out. So finally, they're going to be charging. And there are some Uruk-hai scouts out. But the Riders of the Mark engage. Isengard going to be making its big aggressive push here. Eowyn going to be bolstering the peasant ranks. And she's a good fighter. Very, very solid. Especially if she has some peasants near her to kind of give her some ablative wounds. But maybe going to be overwhelmed. The Riders of the Mark getting some decent charges, but just being dragged down by sheer numbers. And now we do get the Rohirrim warriors coming out. So, okay, I don't know where they came from. Oh, I think he had the ability that upgrades them. Let me check. Yeah, Muster the Rohirrim. So he can turn one of his units into a Rohirrim cav unit. Very epic. So 600 against 675, pretty equal in terms of just overall max population. But Rohan does have some good quality cav out now. But man, oh man, are they on the back foot. Did Eowyn get dragged down to the fight? Is she still alive? Let me look around and see if we can find the Shield Maiden. I think Eowyn might have gotten karate chopped there during that fight. Might have missed that in the moment. Currently, as it stands, this is very, very important here. If Poirot wins this game, he's going to be advancing to the grand finals. So it's uber important here for Isengard, which is being played by Conqui, of course, to get the win in this match. And it does look like another building is going to be torched down here. Isengard has definitely, I think, had the advantage for a while. And now we do see Sharku coming out. The hero Warg Rider, Eowyn, did get taken out. All right. So Sharku is a beast. He buffs up nearby Warg Riders, giving him damage and armor, makes him very, very strong. And is a great utility hero. He can trample things himself, so Sharku is out, and that is going to let the Warg Riders trade effectively with the Rohan Cav. Normally, Rohirrim Cavalry outtrade Warg Riders, but if you have Sharku there, it changes the dynamic of that fight pretty hard. Big trample coming down as the Warg Riders are going to be feasting on the Rohirrim, and I think we're going to be seeing a tap out here relatively soon. Rohan is just scrambling its defenses with Eowyn being taken down as well. That's going to be very, very hard to recover from, especially since Isengard has a hero out now. And on the top side, a bit of a counterattack coming in from the Rohan warriors, who do come with upgrades, I believe, with that army ability. But the hobos are going to take back their jobs right now and probably be able to drag down some of the horsemen. Yeah, Isengard really, really aggro in the base. But running out of steam a little bit is now Sharku. Where did he go? Did Sharku run away? Did he get killed? Did Sharku get blundered? We'll find him in a moment. We will find him in a moment. Nope, he pulled back here. So Sharku came back with some Warg Riders to deal with the counterattack here from Rohan. Doing a good job fighting against him. Sharku, again, a very powerful fighter. Going to be able to pick those guys off individually. Now let's assess the economics of both sides. Currently, army population for Rohan, 315 with 450 top end. And Isengard is 600 population with 675 top end as well. Very, very tough. More Uruk-hai coming out, so these are going to be the Uruk-hai scouts. They're going to be trying to capture some hobbits. As Isengard getting a big, scary push, and GG being called right there, guys. And we're going to be going to Game 5. Rohan was just out of steam. They were down 300 population. Losing Eowyn was probably too much. And ladies and gentlemen, that is going to be GG well played. As we are going to be going into the rubber match, Game 5 between these two individuals. I do not believe they can replay factions. Now, I think, like, for example, Poirot could play Isengard if he wanted to, but they can't, you know, play the same faction over and over, to my knowledge. Okay. So let's get the scorecards all updated here. Thank you guys so much for joining. It's been a fun tournament so far, but we're just getting started. We have this followed up by another best of 5 semifinal, and then we have the grand finals. Whom do you serve, Saruman? That's right, man. Evil, evil. And let's go ahead and fire it off here. Okay, awesome, awesome. And now we just hang tight and wait for Game 5. The rubber match, man. How many factions do they have left to choose from? Quite a few. Yeah, quite a few. Hey, I'm glad you guys are enjoying it, man. Is your channel name based off the book? No, it's actually just my middle name in real life. Yeah, Turin is my middle name. It wasn't very creative. My name, it comes from my northern Italian ancestry. So my dad's side of the family is from northern Italy, and it was a family name. So yeah, unfortunately, I wish it was based off the Lord of the Rings stuff. Could be cool, but alas. Saruman. Okay, let's join up here, see what the last matchup's going to be between these two homies. We're going to go observer mode. And Erebor versus Lothlorien. All right. So we do have Dwarves versus Elves grudge match. Who doesn't want that? So it's going to be Conqui on Lothlorien and Poirot on Erebor. All right. Turin. No, it wasn't Grubby who called me Turin. It was, that was Tyler. Yeah. Erebor, Dol Guldur, Lorien. Oh, I'm not sure. There's a couple others. Ace game. Oh, okay. So Orange Pest is saying that in the Ace game, they can replay any faction they want to. So in game 5, perfect. Thank you, Orange Pest, for the info there. And here we go. What's up, Frost? Oh, dude, Frost, I was just thinking. Last night. Would you be interested in playing a little bit of Project Zomboid? It seems like a game you would enjoy. Yeah. All right. So it looks like both players are ready. Let's fire this one off. And so it begins. They're waiting for me to ready up. Oh, I'm just ruining everything, dude. Oh, no. Ah, that's good stuff. That's some good water right there, man. Gotta stay hydrated. Yeah, so dwarves are going to be popping out of their party tunnels. They have their tunnel system, so very similar to the Misty Mountains. Granted, they have repairs if they want to. Their units are much more durable. Dwarves can definitely get some big stuff there. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen of Middle-earth, spawning on the northeast or northwest side of the map here, it is going to be the Dowie, or the Dwarves. They're not the Dowie in this universe. It's going to be Puero and the Dwarves. Conqui on the southeast is going to be using Lothlorien. Lothlorien, one of the best defensive factions in the game. Very, very much like if you're somebody who likes to play Protoss in StarCraft, play Lothlorien. Very elite, expensive units, very hard to attack into. Obviously not going to be able to swarm as much as some other factions can, like the Zerg factions, like Mordor, for example. Mordor, if you like Zerg, I would say play Mordor. If you really like to play Protoss, Terran kind of gives me some Isengard energy a little bit, the way they play. Although, I don't know. Terran are a very defensive faction, typically. I don't know if I can really come up with a good analogy for that, but yeah, we'll see. So out of the gates, the Tarar Waith are coming out, which are just their basic sword infantry there. And for the dwarves, we do see their defensive mines being set up back here. So these are their income buildings, and you can see how they have party tunnels, so they can hold a certain amount of dwarves, and they can pop out anywhere. So dwarves are very slow. They don't have cavalry. You can, of course, get chariots later on, which gives them some mobility. But the way that dwarves make up for being just uber slow and waddling around the map is essentially by utilizing their tunnels here. So they just put the dwarves in the tunnels, they pop out, and they get nice and scary there, which is pretty fun. All right, beautiful elvish singing. You know you're in trouble when the elves start singing. That's how you know they're nearby and that they mean business. And the first elvish raids are going to be taking place on the Dwarven realms. Now, what abilities do we see? We see the Ravens of Erebor. So they obviously can do some scouting if you want to. And they also give movement to nearby allies. That's pretty cool. Nearby friendly structures gain 15% production speed. So he puts the Ravens near his building to produce the Dwarvish warriors quick. Now, Dwarvish Guardians are linebackers. The Dwarvish Tier 1 infantry units can usually beat any other Tier 1 infantry. They are very, very beast mode. And for the elves have not picked an army ability yet. Okay, so they have not. We will see what they're going to be doing. But another dwarf's going to be coming out. Dwarves getting in the party tunnels and immediately popping out again and going to be boinking some of the elves in the head if they can catch them. But the elves are just kind of trolling and kiting and trying to see if they can catch the dwarf slipping up here and maybe get this worker. I don't know. It's going to be tricky. All right, so the dwarves pop out of the party tunnels, and the elves are going to be going for a kill on the mine already. Now, the dwarves are probably going to regret not getting repairs, but the elves are really going for it, using their Warhorn equivalent ability. And one of the dwarvish mines is going to be getting to take into Pound Town very quickly, but how many elves is he going to lose? So he basically loses 1.5 units for that. Don't know if it's worth it. Another dwarf warrior is going to be chasing, and these guys are going to be heading up to the mines over here and getting in position as the elves attack in. Conqui getting a little bit of pressure on. We'll see if it pays off. Now, this is something that the dwarves do in this game that is extremely troll. They do these proxies. So the dwarves have proxied a mine on the southwest quadrant of the map, or the center quadrant, I should say. Give or take. Southeast, southwest, something like that. And the dwarves are going to be popping out and attacking into the trees. And since these units are so robust, very, very tough to take them down. Although he's moving next to the main base of the elves. Does it not shoot arrows? Yeah, it is going to be shooting some arrows right there. Meanwhile, on the top side, it does look like the elvish attackers are not going to get the dwarven mine. The mine lives with like 1 HP. No, it gets taken out by the hero elves there. Okay, they are able to drag that down. Now, dwarves on the counterattack, and the elves don't really have a unit that can go fisticuffs with them early on. So the double dwarven unit here, able to really get some good bashing, take down one of the income buildings, and both players are definitely trading back and forth for those guys. All right, dwarves going to be waddling over here, and you can see the guardians, so raid boss. I think these are mostly spears. We do have a spear unit and an archer unit, and you can line of sight archers in this game with buildings. So you can just like run to the side of a building there and do some nastiness. And the Dwarves going to get another income building here. Although, look at this. The Elven building using the Starlit Lanterns, which does stun the nearby Dwarf units, but I don't know if that was really worth it. Now they're just going to boink it down. Elvish Cav are coming out. So these are Elvish Light Cav, and they can trample the Dwarves. So Dwarves are very resilient with super high armor. So it takes a handful of tramples to actually get them down. Those Dwarves do not go quietly into the night. Another Dwarf unit's coming across. Brutal pressure coming in here from Puero, as he does get a big Dwarven blob. These ones have spears, mind you, so they're going to be able to tank the Cav if the Cav try and ride them down. And it looks like the Elves are going to be losing a developed building, which is where they were producing their Cav from. Very, very painful right now. Back at the main base, Erebor just on full effect, pumping out units and using their dreaded proxy mines to reinforce their army. And man, look at this Dwarvish army. The Elves are having so many problems dealing with them, guys. You see the trample coming in, really nice, getting a big trample from behind, going to be doing a bunch of damage. And are we going to be seeing anybody pop out of the party tunnels? We see 2 Dwarves in the tunnel network. Could have sworn I just saw a hero somewhere. I don't think there's a hero, but yeah, more Dwarves in the tunnel. And these guys are still going. Even after being trampled like 4 or 5 times, they are still fighting hard. Okay, more party tunnel Dwarves, so he's just combining a Spearman and a Swordman unit and using them to bonk down buildings. I would imagine Dwarves are pretty well ahead at this point, having destroyed a bunch of the Elven income buildings and also traded cost-effectively in the fighting while doing so. We do see the command points are 1 in 4 and then 1 in 4. So in terms of command points, they're pretty even, but the max population for the Elves is 425 and the Dwarves is 550. So the Dwarves are definitely cackling here in this game and getting very cost-effective trades, although this fight's pretty good for the Elves. They do manage to get some good archer support here, but man, those Dwarvish infantry really laying it on them. The tree being built down here, and you can see the Elves are just trying to proxy what they can around the map. So they have their builder running around and just building random trees, trying to do what they can. Over here, it is going to be a couple Dwarves attacking into the tree right there. And here, the Dwarves now getting back in the tunnel so they can relocate and defend some of the Elvish split pushing. And yeah, the aggression of the Elvish base may have been stifled for now, but I'm sure it will be back as long as that proxy little bunker is down here. The Dwarves are going to be coming out nonstop, most likely, and just perpetually trading down and, well, trading up and taking down, well, down or up, depending on if it's a height joke or not. But yeah, the last of the Dwarves here are going to get worn down finally. Took a lot of effort from the Elves to get those down. Elves doing a little bit of raiding. They have some units here, but nothing too sweaty. It's just 4 guys, so it's going to take them like 5 years. And the Dwarves are doing a very good job keeping tabs of the map. We do see them exploring the west over here, popping out of their tunnels and making sure. I think they saw the Elvish worker run by, so they're very privy that the Elf worker is trying to do this. That building does get destroyed, and man, oh man, this game is looking good for the Dwarves. Currently, army supply for the Dwarves, 750 max, 475 max for the Elves, which means the economy for the Dwarves is going to be exponentially better. It's going to be so much better. All right, Dwarves may get to creep out the war camp, and then they would get access to the inn right here, with which they could make some mercenaries, maybe. We'll have to see if they're going to take that route. In the middle, a little bit of a pit fight. Dwarves are going to be fighting an Elvish army, and it looks like they are going to be popping reinforcements out, and the Elves losing a lot of the army fights, too. I mean, I'm trying to think of avenues back in the game. They're just going to have to get some pressure on the Dwarves and take down some of their mines around the map, but that's easier said than done. Dwarves are creeping their side of the map, getting some free money. I would imagine we will maybe even see a Dwarven hero come out here relatively soon. He probably went Iron Hills. Usually, from what I've seen, most Dwarf players do just go Iron Hills. Oaken Shield doesn't seem as popular. Yeah, and Dwarves are very good at defending too, because they can pop out of the tunnels and they can attack you. Army abilities. We are about to see a tier 2 army ability for the Dwarves. For the Elves, a little bit behind the Dwarves in terms of army abilities, but not that far behind. So these guys getting pounded. The Dwarven mine does get taken down here as they continue chasing the Elves. But even while their base is being pressured, the Dwarves are still doing cleanup around the map, using their Dwarves to kind of make sure there's no expansion. They got the mines all over the place and are attacking into the Elven base perpetually, using the spears as well as the swordsmen there. That is what is cooking. Yeah, Dwarves are hard to deal with, especially with the proxy tunnel. The proxy tunnel is really, really big. Looks like one of the Dwarven mines going to be going down here, but the Dwarves just pop out of the tunnels and just bash you in the head. And even if this mine does go down, this Guardian unit is leveling up, and yeah, it's taking many, many Elves down with them. All right, the Unkindness of Ravens still active, and we do see the Elves calling in allies in the back. So they are going to be summoning the Sylvan allies to try and do some damage, and this is a good play by Conqui. It's a comeback attempt, right? It's a comeback attempt, I should say. So summoning the allies by the tree is going to be able to put some hurt on the Dwarves. The Dwarves are just straight up in their base right now. On the top side, the Dwarves going to be winning this fight as well and should be able to drag down the tree there. A couple Dwarves idle here. Going to be remembered eventually. And those Sylvan allies will disappear. They are a temporary summon, so they're going to get this building, and then after that, they will be disappearing. And the elves are so desperate for space. Look at this. They're actually straight up building buildings in the Dwarven base here. And they're going to be upgrading that into an income building, into a Malorn tree. Dwarves continuing to pressure. They have 2 proxy mines down here, so we got one here and we got one here. They're basically just churning Dwarves out of the mill. Just a combination of spear and axe, over and over, and putting them into the mines, at which point they can be used anywhere on the map, really. Dwarves need to, get their micro on point here. They are lapsing a little bit on their micro. They have a lot of idle dwarves around the map. So we have 2 right here. We have some idle down here as well. And we're going to see if he realizes these guys are here. When he does, he's going to realize, he's like, oh shit, I got some free real estate right here and right here. So he's going to be able to boink those guys down. So as we get into the later stages of the game, we're still seeing mostly tier 1 units. Do we have any heroes being called out? I don't think either side. They've been so desperately just trying to fight for ground that we haven't really seen heroes getting called out at this point. But I'm sure we will relatively soon. Dwarves taking down yet another tree here. Massive map control for the Dwarves, if I'm not mistaken. Dwarves are at 925 supply. They have gone for Dwarven repairs and gone for deep mining. So Dwarves are going to be getting 10% more income than their opponents now, which really adds up. So basically, each of these mines usually produces like 25 income, give or take, at max. And you can add 10% to that. So it's going to be an extra 2 income, which over the course of a long game really, really does add up. Elves, 700. Dwarves going to be sitting at 950. So Dwarves are ahead on pretty much every metric here. Not to say they can't lose this game. Big fights can be lost in the late game and the mid game. We will see. So the Dowie continuing to bump and grind over to the south side. It is going to be some Dwarven warriors getting their axes out and bashing down some of these elves. Not a lot of purple on the side of the Dwarves. We see mostly the purple on the mini-map being harried and kind of corralled into its own area as the elves try and harass this down, but the Dwarves might be able to finish them off, although this one looks like it's maybe going to go down here. More Dwarves going to be surging from the middle of the map. Archers shooting away, and the Dwarvish units here popping the natural sprinter's ability, which gives them speed and lets them crush enemy units, which is really, really good. A couple idle Dwarves on the top side of the map. More airborne units being pumped out, and the Dwarven economy has got to be churning pretty freaking hard with that deep mining ability for the 10% income. They've got to be pretty well ahead, I would imagine, at this point. All right, Dwarves circling about, attacking into the Malorn tree. The Elves going to be trying to defend this. And now we see a big old Dowie Death Star coming. All right, the Dwarves are on their way. That is a whole bunch of them, and that is a lot of armor to deal with. The Elves seem very scattered, but the Elves do have some tier 2 units now. So the Elves are going to be building the Tuar Nal Thirad. These are a tier 2 anti-infantry elf unit, which are very, very good at killing these type of units. Granted, I mean, dwarf tier 1 units are just so meaty, man. They, like, even for the more expensive elven unit, these dwarves are presenting a big problem. All right. Oh, look at that. We have the Lake Town Cavalry being called in, the Barding Outriders. So the dwarves calling in their allies from Lake Town. Very cool. So that's one of the only ways dwarves can get cav. Granted, it's a temporary summon, but it catches people off guard so hard because when you're playing against dwarves, you don't build spears. And yeah, and then they come out with the Lake Town boys. There they go. So the Barding Cavalry trampling many of the elves. What a beautiful combo here by Puero. I really, really like that. And now they're going to be sweeping across here, getting a good trample. Oh, the elves just got run over by those cav. They were not expecting those guys. And ladies and gentlemen, I think that is probably going to be the end of the road for the elves, as they're taking such brutal damage. Taking really, really rough damage here. All right, so now the main base is being attacked for reals? The dwarves are surrounding the elven main base. And what can a man do against such unkillable units as Conquest? GG, well played. And that is going to be victory for the dwarves and a victory for Puero in our first best of 5. So that is going to be eliminating Conquest from the tournament. Puero is going to be advancing on to the grand finals. And we're going to be jumping over to the next match here in a minute. A great set of games here. Thank you guys so much for choosing to spend your afternoons and mornings or nights here. And yeah, let us see what is going on. An axe to the head for the elves, yes. This is best of 5. The next series is best of 5 also. And then we have a best of 7 finals between the winner of those 2 respective series. So that is how that is going to be going down. All right, all right. So let me go ahead and get this set up here. We're going to jump out and get the next match all set up. See if the players are ready for this one. Okay, we're going to go here. play Angmar. I'm not playing in the tournament today, so I'm just casting, so I cannot choose what they play. Angmar is not in Age of the Ring. You rather have Dol Guldur. Dol Guldur has replaced him here. So we're going to need to jump out of this one, and that is game 5. Or not game 5, but yeah, that was game 5 in that series, right? Okay. So now we have the next game here, right? So let me message Orange Pests. Next game now, yes. The War of the Beard Part 2, yes, basically. Yeah, dwarves can get wagons. They can get war wagons. Like the ones from the Hobbit movies, basically, where they're pulled by the goats. Or series. Okay, so he's going to host that up here. And looks like they're doing their matchups. Okay. Great. So we have a couple minutes of downtime, and we're going to be getting in there. They're figuring out the locations of the players so they can do the best peer-to-peer. Okay, sounds good. Players' names. I think it's Pool in this one versus... I'm not sure if I know the other player. We'll find out, but I will host on Game Ranger. So we're going to host. This is going to be Pool versus... What's the name of the other gentleman? Okay, let me check here. Okay. Hachiko is the other player's name. Great. Should be pretty straightforward there. Game is hosted and Game Ranger lobby's up. All right. Just coordinating all the Game Ranger shenanigans. Lobby is hosted. And GR. Yes. So it's called Pool versus Hachiko, best of 5. Okay, there's Pool. Yo, man, what's going on? I'm glad we got to see some Isengard. That was very fun. What's up, Aspect? Never got into this game, but I'm sure it's super cool. It's very fun, yeah. We played it a lot a couple months ago. We played it a hell of a lot. I will host. Okay, looks like I'm hosting. I think one of the players is American. One of them is Italian, if I'm not mistaken. Cool. Hopefully we won't have any lag issues for the players. That is the most important thing here. Because it is peer-to-peer connections. So this game suffers like Total War. I mean, obviously, this game's ancient. This is the deep lore. Okay, so we need Orange Pest in there. Okay, so I guess I'm just hosting. Cool, we're going to fire it up. And there we are. Great. So as soon as the game's fired up, I'll let you guys know. And we're going to see what's going on here. Orange Pest sending me the maps. Great, thank you. All right. So it looks like they play the same map twice, and then they switch. So there's 3 maps in total for the best of 5. Is going to be the format here. Okay, so let's go to this. Create game. And the first map is going to be Nan Harland. Okay, or Non-Harland or something like that. Here it is, and I'm going to be an observer, and the players can join when they're ready. All right, so it begins, the greatest battle of our time. The fate of Middle-earth is soon to be decided here. Yeah, this Age of the Ring doesn't... Usually, I rarely encountered lag in this game. It was super rare. Super rare. Oh my god, I love this game based on the hit show Rings of Power. How dare you, dude? How dare you? You and Professor Pone. You guys need to control yourselves with this Age of the Ring, or this Rings of Power shit. Oh god, the Rings of Power show was so bad. Oh, it was so bad. Like, before I watched the Rings of Power, I rewatched the trilogy, and I remember really going into it with like an open-minded, like, I'm not going to be just a neckbeardy hater without watching it, right? Like, I'm going to give it a chance, and I really tried. I really, really tried to give it a chance. I tried my hardest, and I couldn't. I just couldn't. There was like a couple moments where I was like, okay. Maybe the Rings of Power is going to be working with something here. And then, oh, dude, I watched it. Yeah, I did. I've said this many times, Frost. This isn't new news. It was so bad. It was so bad. There's so much Haggard shit in it. It's news to you. I really tried to give it a chance because it's very easy to get into the Oh, I have to get more spots. Okay, it's really easy to get into the mindset with TV shows like the mob mentality, right? Like online, there'll be like a big movement of people who are like, "Oh, this show sucks. Don't watch it. It's trash." And like a lot of people don't even watch it. Same thing with video games, right? They're gonna like review bomb video games and movies and like without even playing it or trying it, giving it a chance. And I really wanted to go in and give it a chance, but man, it was rough. I'd rather watch Sex in the City. Oh man, yeah. It felt like, yeah, it was like, dude, the armor to go from the glorious Gondorian armor from the Peter Jackson trilogy to seeing the freaking Spirit Halloween armor that the Numenorians wear. Holy shit, man. Holy shit. Yeah. It was bad. It was bad. All right. So let's see what's going on here. Keep an eye on chat. Yes. There we go. So just waiting to see. I think they're drafting their factions right now is what's happening, right, Pest? I think Poole wanted to do a test on the connection with you as a host. Did he? Okay, well, I don't see anything. Yo, team. Let me know if you need anything. There we go. Dude, the Numenorian's armor looks like it's from Spirit Halloween. It does. Oh my god. So you remember in like the Peter Jackson trilogy, okay? You have that like epic there's like even the smaller fights are glorious. You have the Rohan refugees fleeing to Helm's Deep and then they get attacked by the wargs on the road. Like that fight was so good. With like the Legolas on the hill and then the Rohirrim riding over the hill with Theoden and Aragorn like coming to fight the Warg Riders and defend the refugees. And then like you get that, oh my god, that stupid fight in the Rings of Power when they're in the city and like the Numenorians come on their horses but they have like nets and they're like throwing nets over the orcs. God, that fight was such shit. Oh my god. It was just, you have such a big budget. And you get like they just couldn't capture it, man. All right. Anyways, don't get me into the rants right now. It's too early for this. So we have Gondor versus Misty Mountains, and they're not saying anything to me here in chat, so I think we're okay. So when they ready up, we will go. I'm gonna minimize and look at Discord to make sure they're not messaging me there. Okay, everything looks fine. Am I being pinged for something? Nope. All is good in the neighborhood. You're just hanging out. Can't wait for Spirit Halloween Space Marines in the Capital Show. Don't say that. Please. Don't say that. No, I really want the... Okay. Look, if Amazon... Okay, the Amazon show they did for the secret levels for Warhammer 40K was amazing. If they just make an entire damn Space Marine show with the same kind of ambience and aesthetic of the secret level they did with Captain Titus, everyone's gonna love it. The recipe is there. Just do that, just do that. Don't try and change it. Just do exactly what you did in the secret levels. That shit was freaking awesome. That fight scene where the Space Marines are taking on the cultists and the motorcycle rider guys, that was like the coolest shit ever. Just do that. I would watch the hell out of a full show with the secret levels quality. Yes. Exactly. All right. Good luck, have fun, and we're gonna get in. Game starting. Sorry, I'm getting carried away here. Spirit Halloween Numenorian armor. I can make a Photoshop of that real quick. You guys want it? Hold on. I'll do it if we have some downtime today. Remind me. I'll do a Numenorian Spirit Halloween placeholder. That'll be great fun. All right. So let me update the scorecards here. Should have done that in between. You guys got me all riled up there talking about Rings of Power. Okay. So it's going to be Pool on one side, and then it is going to be... where's the other player here? There we go. Perfection. Ladies and gentlemen of Middle-earth, welcome to our second best of 5 semifinal today. Spawning in on the southeast side of the map, it is going to be the champion of the Misty Mountains Cold. Yes, it is going to be Pool. And to the northwest, we do have the dreaded Gondorians. Well, not so dreaded, I guess. Misty Mountains would be more dreaded, but we could say they're dreaded. And it's going to be Hachiko. So, I assume we're going to be seeing some Numenorian engineering. And how do you read the minimap? It's a little bit tricky, but you do the best you can. It's not too bad. You can get the hang of it. You just gotta have good eyesight, you know? It's not for the young. Or the old, is what I meant to say. All right, so we are going to be seeing Moria goblins this time around. So we are going to be seeing double Moria goblins being produced, or double Moria goblin buildings, as the Moria orc caves are going to be getting produced en masse. So we saw the Misty Mountains being played earlier in a very orcish style, but now you're going to be seeing the goblins, which is very, very fun. If we get to see the Goblin King and he starts singing and shit, I'm going to be very hyped. Super fun. So Misty Mountains is going to be running its goblins to the corner of the map. So you can see the Goblin Worker is going to be coming down here. And Hobie is going to be dropping proxy mines, which is very troll. And if you put them right next to the rocks, honestly, they blend in. It's super, super hard to see what's going on with those. Like, you could just totally run past this and assume it's part of the rock interface here. I've done that a million times when I used to play this game a lot. Okay, guys. And, yes, Spearmen moving forth, attacking in. And they are going to be wearing down the War Glare here. So that is going to be some free income and a little bit of ring power experience as well. So we have look at the powerful mustache on those Gondorians, by the way. That shit is serious. So we got 2 Gondorian infantry, one of which is going to be a spear and one of which is going to be a swordsman, looking to get into the Goblin lands. And immediately, the worker here does discover the Goblin's rat's nest. So the Gondorians send a worker over there, and he is able to spot the goodies right there. And Misty Mountains, are they going to be attacking with these goblins, or are they just going to be running past them? They are just going to be running past them. But there's going to be more goblins loaded up in the cave here in a moment as the Misty Mountains gremlins do move into the caves. So you can see he just puts a bunch of... Oh my god, he's going quad goblin cave, which is probably meta, honestly. And now he's going to be popping his goblins out of the party tunnels, and they're going to be jumping out. So yep, here comes the goblins. They have their poison daggers activated and the damage buff. And the Gondorian's going to be taking a lot of casualties here as the Misty Mountain goblins move over the top and continue attacking the Gondor defenses. Now, is this cave going to go down? It is, but the thing about Misty Mountain's caves is they become rubble, and if you don't destroy the rubble, they rebuild themselves, which is pretty funny. But it does get taken down, and do we see any more proxy caves being built? Yes, we do. The Misty Mountain setting up a proxy on the north side of the map, and it looks like the Goblin Horde is able to take down one of the Gondorian buildings here. So one of the Gondorian mills does get taken down while the Misty Mountain's gremlins continue running. And on the south, more goblins coming in. Obviously, they do lose head-to-head with the Lambadons, but in numbers, they can drag them down. You have to see how that all goes. But Misty Mountains, this is a play style where you really go pedal to the metal, just kind of swarming constantly with massive hordes of goblins. Who is who? So, taking a look at the players, for anybody who wasn't watching, Pool is going to be playing Misty Mountains, and Hachiko is going to be playing Gondor. I believe that's the name. Yes, it is. I don't know this player, so I know Pool, and I know a couple of the other players, but I've not seen Hachiko play. Goblins going after yet another building, and here comes another horde of the Moria goblins. They are shrieking and they're moving. It's giving me a little bit of a flashback to my recent tabletop games. My buddy plays Moria, he uses the Balrog in a million of these goblins, and I've suffered at their hands many a times. They're very, very good. Goblins splitting around, cheap and cost-effective, just keeping Gondor busy. Gondor trying to do a counterattack here, but that's the scary thing, right? Like, the goblins can pop into their base, they can defend it, and then they just get back into the tunnels and they can teleport all the way across the map. You know, it's so incredibly strong. All right. So goblins trying to boink down the building, but the Gondorian defenders fighting valiantly, able to hold them at bay. A couple Lambadon warriors thinking about coming over here. But we got 4 goblins in the cave. 4 of them waiting to pop out. And just like that, a massive Zerg of Moria gremlins just getting ready to push into the base again. Now, a granary being rebuilt, mainly just going to be swordsmen being built and archers for Gondor, so we're not seeing trample attempts. Trampling is really good against goblins unless they're in a huge brick like this, at which point the horsemen won't have enough mass to get through them. So what they do is they just stack up like this, and then the horses like get tired trampling down the goblins. And then, builders under a little bit of pressure. Horsemen trying to trample on the edges. You notice how they're not trying to ride through the whole goblin brick, rather they're trying to pick off the edges. Goblins going to be trying to take down a building here, and the Gondorian cavalry doing a really good job trampling without going too deep into the formation. Goblins, yeah, able to drag down quite a few with their poison daggers, and now it does look like Gondor is going to be trying to counterattack here with some Lambadon boys, but the Goblins are going to be locked and loaded, getting in the cages, and another wave of Goblins coming from the south. Man, it is just a non-stop Goblin tide, guys. They are getting all up on them. All right, so tunnel here is going to be going down. Goblins pop out, activate their poison daggers, and immediately get the jump on the Gondorians. And another wave of gremlins coming from the south. Man, the Misty Mountains has heard no bell whatsoever. It's just straight up pure aggression here, guys. As keeping their goblins together in a brick like this makes them very hard to trample. A couple horsemen come in, but potentially going to be dragged down. Goblins turning around and getting some decent kills here. We are going to be seeing an income building. Yeah, they'll be back and in greater numbers. That is very true. Misty Mountains Goblins taking down yet another granary. And it looks like the rubble is still there. Okay, wargs, the neutral wargs nearby, teaming up with the old Misty Mountains. And finally, it seems like Gondor has gotten a bit of a breather. They've been getting attacked non-stop by legions of Goblin Town boys. Well, not Goblin Town goblins. These are Moria goblins. And, oh my god, there's still even more. There's more of them. Mountain Orc Lodge is being mixed in, so what he's going to start doing is mixing in spears into his formation. And we're going to be seeing goblins popping out of the caves again, probably the northern caves, I would wager, and they're going to move in and try and get another building down. Oh man, the goblins pop out of the cave and massacre the attacking Gondorians. It is such a jump scare, man. When those goblins get out of the cave, it's tricky. Hey, Alway, thank you for the raid, man. Hope your stream is going well, and welcome everybody to Age of the Ring. And the goblins now jumping back in the cave to teleport across the map and use their forbidden tactics. Oh my god, there's 5 of them in the caves and just like 100 of them waiting to jump out. He pops out of the cave in the north, hugs the top side of the map, kills one of the Gondorian granaries, and Gondor, man, they are really, really under pressure. This seems so hard to deal with. And back here, we do see one of the caves getting attacked by the Gondorians, but the Gondorians aren't able to finish it, so the cave is going to self-repair itself. That is one of the Misty Mountain features. In the meantime, Poole continuing to really pour it on, using his legions of dread goblins, taking a big fight here versus the Gondorians. Let's look at the supply. So 750 for Gondor, and 550 for the Misty Mountains. So despite Gondor being under pressure, they actually have a better economy because they haven't, I guess, been losing a lot of these buildings in front. Very impressive. So there's a pretty good chance that, with that being seen, that Gondor might be able to find a way to stabilize this. Oh, Numenorian engineering is out. Oh, that's not good for the goblins. So they summon a giant trebuchet, which is going to be boinking into the buildings and now potentially going after the main base. So does it have the range and the line of sight? That's the question. Yes, it does. So the main base is under siege, and Gondor stands firm in the face of the goblin onslaught. And yes, the goblins are getting a lot, but Hachiko's doing a good job rebuilding and also, you know, getting a lot of kills. And the Numenorian engineering is out on the table. And now we're going to be seeing the main base here. Yeah, you just build farms to generate money aspect, correct. Kaboom! Shot going down right there. And there's going to be another one coming up here in a moment, boinking down the base. Gondor doing a little bit of scouting. It won't kill the main base, probably. The catapult is almost done, but, you know, damage is damage, and it's going to soften it up for a little bit later. All right, here comes another shot. Kaboom! And it is on. Some more gremlin attacks, but you'll notice now that the Misty Mountains are mixing in the Orca spears so they don't get trampled by cavalry. And now we do have the, it's going to be the Cave Troll Destroyer, Drums in the Deep, being activated by the Misty Mountains, the They Are Coming ability. So it gives them a free Cave Troll Destroyer. And that thing destroys buildings, as you would guess. And also wrecks infantry. Cave Trolls are really beast mode in this game. All right, so the Cave Troll is out, and it's going to be surging over to the east, sweeping through the Gondor lands. Gondor realizing they probably don't have a good answer for the Cave Troll right now. And Misty Mountains has got a big army here, ladies and gentlemen. It is freaking huge. Gondor has a decent defensive force, though. They do have some of the archers, which are picking off a lot of the attacking orcs and goblins. It looks like another granary is going to be going down here as the Cave Troll Destroyer does pop out. They are coming indeed. That ability is super cool. Basically, it summons a permanent goblins and a troll from a cave. All right, big fight going down here. The troll's trying to get some trampling, but the archers are focus firing the troll. A lot of archer fire, but the troll is boinking a lot of these guys, but I think he's going to be going down right here, and the troll does go down, ladies and gentlemen. He falls face planting into the earth, and the Gondorians get a big trample over here on the side. Okay, very good defense by Gondor, but, you know, several buildings were destroyed. Poole was able to get some progress there. Looking at the supply, 675 for Gondor and 675 for the Misty Mountains. So that Cave Troll Destroyer was able to equalize the economic situation for both players. We do also see a well coming up for Gondor, which is going to be giving healing to their units, which is very good. A couple of goblins fighting here, and on the south side there is another wave of orcs and goblins coming. So mountain orcs, Moria goblins, rebuilding economy, not much else in the way of tech from these two players, mainly staying on the early game stuff. Seeing a bit of a tech push from the orcs, I guess, with the Misty Mountains from getting some spears, but that's pretty much it. All right, a lot of pressure coming in. Hachiko going to be setting up his archers here. Heavy Cav Trample going to be getting some of those goblins unprepared. And this is a really nice play by Hachiko here. He's going to be bullying down these gremlins. On the other side of the map, another massive wave of orcs and goblins coming, man. And I think there's a hero. Is Muzgash in there? I think he is. It's hard to I think this is him here. Yeah, so the first hero is on the table here. It's going to be Muzgash. He's a really, really good Misty Mountains hero. He's like the tier 1 hero. Moria and mountain orcs near him gain damage and armor. So he buffs all of your mountain orc units, and he's a great fighter himself. So Muzgash is not bad at all. Now, we don't see any heroes for Gondor. Usually Baragond is the first one to come out. But, you know, occasionally you'll see a rush to Faramir to get some of the, you know, the elite archers, the Rangers of Ithilien, or, you know, something like that. The beacons are lit indeed. So Gondor getting a big charge here, running down the Misty Mountains gremlins. And Muzgash immediately, being very, very orky, sees the writing on the wall, runs into the caves, abandons his soldiers, and leaves them to the clutches of Gondor. Gondor's army seems to be hitting a bit of a critical mass, though. Granted, the goblins, you think they don't have an army, and then they just like a million units pop out. Now we do see trolls coming out as well. So trolls are going to be getting produced from the troll lair, and Misty Mountains have some of the coolest trolls in the game. Goblins popping out of the cave, but the Gondor army is getting a critical mass where they can kind of handle these little Misty Mountains blobs. Immediately, the goblins get massacred by the cav and by the archers. Are they going to go with... They're upgrading. Okay. So are they going to get snow trolls? Or are they going to get a giant bat, Gundabad stone trolls, or a mountain giant? Probably snow trolls. They throw spears and do quite a bit of damage and can kite and do some good effective DPS from range. Gondor pouring it on, though, but in the meantime... The gremlins, realizing they need to keep some pressure on Gondor so they don't die, they're going to be sending some orcs and some goblins over here to do what they can. And here comes Gondor, man. Gondor's pissed. They've been getting pressured all game, and Numenorian engineering is going to be coming off cooldown soon. So you can tell that the Gondor player is basically just waiting for Numenorian engineering to come off cooldown to build that giant catapult. And, oh, it looks like they did do Western Winds. So stuns enemy units for 15 seconds. I did miss that earlier. Okay, very, very cool. 15-point ability about to come in for the Misty Mountains. They could get the Watcher in the Water, a couple other options as well. So we'll see what they end up doing here. Okay, what kind of trolls are going to be getting produced? Wait, is he going to level 3? He's going level 3? Is he going for the Gundabad Stone Trolls? Okay, he's going for super elite trolls. Very, very elite. We're going to see how those things play out here, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, it's the dreaded wereworm. All right, so Pool summoning the worm, which attacks nearby units. Really is able to rout the Gondorians, and it can move as well. So it can kind of do these little teleports, which is very fun. But the wereworm is chasing the Gondorian army. Look at that. Oh, it's so freaking cool. It's the one from the Hobbit movies. Yeah, it's the big tunneling worm things that you see in the Hobbit movies. All right, Misty Mountains coming around and getting a pick on a Gondor worker. Very, very nice pick there by Pool, guys. And this might actually be a game that does go into late game. Granted, that wereworm doing some heavy lifting as it is able to chase back the Gondorians. And Muzgash able to join up with the boys. He's level 4 now, so he does have his Putrid Blade, which is going to be giving him some nice DPS there. And Gondor suddenly on the back foot again, but we do see Baragond being called out. He is the tier 1 archer hero for Gondor. He's decent. He just gives you solid DPS. He does have like an activated shot ability that does knockback damage, and it's pretty cool. Okay, guys, spears gathering up. We do see the goblins gathering as well, and yeah. The garrison here, not the garrison, but the granary taken down, and the goblins can also retreat back into the caves if they want to. The Gondorians do have a pretty good critical mass, but the goblins raiding in the north again. Man, Pool is absolutely insane with his raiding. Like, you think he has nothing, and then suddenly there's just goblins in your base. You're like, well, where the hell did that shit come from? You know, it's just bananas. There is a chance we're going to see Doran's Bane. It would need 25 points. The wereworm and They Are Coming is back, so we can summon goblins from the pits for free again. With the Troll Destroyer. Muzgash going to be trying to fight off these bad boys over here. And now we have, what kind of a troll is it going to be? Gundabad Stone Trolls. These things are Terminators. You can buy armor for them, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, you can buy armor upgrades. You can give them scythe gauntlets. So they're upgradable elite trolls, which are very, very cool. And you're going to be seeing them in action here relatively soon. Okay, so Gondor trying to hold the goblin onslaught. It looked like they were resurgent there for a minute, but the goblins are numerous. They keep coming and they keep coming. We do see they are coming activated here, so that is the army ability for the Misty Mountains, and it is going to be popping out a Troll Destroyer. And the Gundabad Stone Troll is going to be gathering, and is he going to get any upgrades? Doesn't look like it. Just going to be using the baseline Gundabad Stone Troll, but this is a lot of pressure coming, boys. I don't know if Gondor is going to be able to hold. They do have the Numenorian Engineering, which obviously you want to use in your opponent's base, but you can use it defensively if you'd like as well. It's not a terrible idea. Okay. 2 trolls moving out. Going to be boinking into these guys, and you can see the Gondorians are like, they have a cave troll, and they're going to be running. They do not want any of that smoke right there. Back down to the base, goblins being produced in mass, and I would imagine Gundabad stone trolls are going to be getting made in mass as well. What the problem with trolls is for Gondor is if you start losing fights, the trolls will kill your buildings like really quickly because they do like a siege damage. A little bit of a split push coming down here, but look at this, a massive goblin horde over here as well. That is insane. So many of those bad boys. Baragon trying to deal with the trolls, but the trolls are going to be moving north, trying to split push a little bit. Meanwhile, Gondor doing the same thing over here, but there's just tunnels everywhere. The goblins are so good at defending because they can just pop out of their tunnels, you know. Trolls running around the top side of the base, just being obnoxious, basically looking for what they can. Muzgash getting surrounded though. So the Orc hero, he's level 7, and it looks like he's going to be dying here. It looks like Poole maybe forgot about him. Oh my God, is he going to let him live? Oh, no way he lets Muzgash live. You can't let Muzgash live. If he gets back to the base, oh my God, he's going to get away. The Cab are chasing him. Is he going to make it back to a tunnel, or is the Cab going to get him? Okay, the Gondorian Cab running him down, but his hotkeys, yeah, he has these Cab hot grouped to something else. And Muzgash does get rode down by the Gondorian horsemen. Okay. That would have been a disaster if he got away. The Gundabad Trolls going to be going after another building here, and the Goblin Horde going to be surging from the north. Muzgash probably going to be rebuilt, and we do get another Gundabad Troll coming out, and that's going to be some elite Misty Mountain stuff, guys. And I think you might actually get Durin's Bane this game, guys. 25 points for Gondor. Oh, the Eagles! Oh, Gondor has been killing way more than Misty Mountains. And now the Eagles are being summoned, but where is the question? Okay. Did he summon the Eagles? I don't think he did. No, he used the Western Winds, which is going to be stunning the entire enemy army. So all the goblins feel the winds of the west, and they get stunned. Durin's Bane is going to be coming soon as well. So it's going to be the Balrog, and it's going to be the Eagles, and there's going to be all sorts of big scary. No, it's not going to be King Elisar. It's going to be the Eagles, guys. That is going to be the play for Gondor. Yeah, heroes keep their levels when they get revived, correct. So he will be able to come back with his heroes if he wants to. Okay. So we're going to be seeing some late game abilities. I mean, Gondor definitely wants to capitalize on the fact that they have their 25 point ability and the goblins don't. If Gondor can get a big push in front of the enemy base, drop the catapult, drop the Eagles, they might be able to do something. They might be able to get some momentum, but otherwise, I mean, the Misty Mountains are out producing them. Gondor is out killing them, but here comes the Eagles. Oh, epic. The Eagles are here, and the Eagles are going to be descending. Look at that. Oh, they killed the troll. Epic. All right, guys. The Eagles have arrived, and they are ripping up that army, and now they look like they're going straight to the enemy base. They're just like, let's get this shit going. They killed the troll. The Eagles do have a duration, so they will be disappearing, and I wonder if they're going to be going for buildings, going to be looking for orcs to pick off. No idea what he's going to be doing with these Eagles, but here they come. All right, so the Eagles are going to be descending and going after the production buildings. So the Eagles are knocking down the goblin mines. That's going to be the play. Hey, that's not bad. They're going to kill a bunch of them, at least 2 or 3 probably. And Gondor gathering, goblins are fighting, but Durin's Bane will be here soon as well. He's very close to it. Oh, the Balrog is here. But where is he going to summon him? That's the question. Is the Balrog going to be coming down to the enemy base there? We don't know yet. So the Eagles just killing whatever they can. They're going to be disappearing soon, but they do manage to get a couple of these mines down. Granted, they can't... Oh, he's not finishing the buildings, though. They could just be rebuilt. They're going to rebuild themselves over time. All right. But, man, Misty Mountains endure the wrath of the Eagles. The Eagles are going to be flying away. They need to go eat, so they're done. They're like, hey, man, we did our thing. But now, Durin's Bane is here. Oh, Dad is here. And the Balrog flies over and is going to start destroying buildings. Using his Wreathing Flame. Durin's Bane is here. Breath attack activated there. Oh, look at the damage on those buildings. God damn! Durin's Bane getting 2 buildings down and dropping his whip and whipping another freaking building. Oh my god, the Balrog is going bananas! And he's going to continue trampling through, moving to the north. And I think that Gondor might be cooked. They're losing way too much production. They're not going to be able to even make units anymore. All right, Durin's Bane really giving the business here to the Gondorians. And now going to be getting the fountain down maybe, or is he going to go after the main base? We're going to see. All right, he is just stomping around and is going to be heading to the south. And yeah, he's just going to keep going after the buildings. Okay, popping his flame ability. I don't even know what all these do. Oh, he gets 50% damage and then uses his whip to get... Oh! So he uses the ignite and then the whip to do the bonus damage, and he's going to be getting that worker too. Oh, Durin's Bane going bananas. And I think, man, we do see Númenórean engineering here, which is putting a lot of pressure on him. But here's the thing. If the goblins win this fight, they just win the game probably, because Durin's Bane is just going dick deep in the Gondor base right now. So he is going to be disappearing here. Yeah, Durin's Bane cooking a bunch of the Gondorian defenders and then going back from the depths from whence he came. So Durin's Bane is off the field now. He is going to be disappearing. He has a timed summon ability. And the goblins have not lost all their production. That's the problem. In their buildings, if you don't fully kill them, if you don't kill the rubble, so the Eagles didn't really have as much of an impact. Yeah, he needed to kill those buildings outright. Because now the goblins can just mass produce. And I mean, Gondor is having to rebuild its production buildings. And there's going to be a bunch of goblins counterattacking here soon, guys. All right. Evil. Yes, very evil. Durin's Bane putting in some work. The Eagles, how far are they? Oh, wait. Oh, Elisar's going to be coming soon. So he's killed enough to get King Elisar. So Aragorn is going to be coming here in a minute as well, which maybe can turn the tide of this fight and beat the goblins in their base with the remnants of this army. I don't know. You're going to hear the singing soon as Aragorn arrives. I don't know any... Oh, look at the trolls from the Hobbit movie. He summons the trolls with their stew pot. It's pretty fun. Okay, here comes Elisar. Aragorn is here. The return of the king. All right, and he calls the army of the dead and uses it on the trolls. He kind of missed the mainline army, but he does call it. And Aragorn is a permanent hero. So here he is, King Elisar. He's got a bunch of abilities. An insanely good fighter. Very, very powerful. And he's going to be fighting off these trolls. In the meantime, we got Boromir. Oh, Boromir is here as well. Boromir and Aragorn, the alternate history here. So Gondor does have really good heroes. This is an insanely good game, though. Man, this is only game one of the series. This one is going to be going a little bit long, I would imagine. We'll see how the other games go. Both really, really scrappy players. Goblins on the counterattack. Aragorn has a little bit better staying power. You know, the heroes might be able to just win this game. The fact that Aragorn and Boromir are out and Baragond and the Misty Mountains don't have any heroes, I don't think. I think Musgash died earlier and they never rebuilt their heroes. So that's pretty big. Aragorn might straight up just end this game. He's a raid boss of a character. And he's going to have the Army of the Dead back relatively soon. It's not that long of a cooldown. Now, Aragorn's going to be moving in. We do see the Werewyrm being called in, which is going to help defeat some of the Gondorian attackers here. Boromir is battling the troll, and the worm is summoned nearby. He's going for the main base. He's using Aragorn and Boromir going for a main base snipe, which is brutal in this game. If you lose your main base, by the way, you cannot use your army abilities anymore. Wow, King Elisar going balls deep, guys. Taken down the main base of the Misty Mountains. And in the meantime, back here, the Gondorians are being resilient and holding. Baragond, the defender of the Citadel here, able to hold the White Tower and keep the Misty Mountains at bay. Now, Aragorn, is he going to be able to get away here? Probably so. The Army of the Dead still on cooldown right now, but Aragorn and Boromir are going to be retreating together, or maybe Boromir did get killed over here. That would be very much in flavor, I suppose, as well. But Aragorn's going to be reuniting with his men. Boromir, I don't know where he went. I think Boromir might have gotten killed during that dive on the base. No, Boromir's still alive. Oh, boy. Yeah, Boromir and Aragorn are going to just crush through this army. They're really strong combat characters. Okay, guys, the attack is on, and we do see the battle. King Elisar, surrounded by goblins, emerges victorious. And Boromir, son of Gondor, with the Horn of Gondor, can stun nearby enemies. That's got to be GG, right? The goblins don't even have a main base. They can't use any of their army abilities. There's not going to be any more Durin's Bane, no more werewyrms, no more drums in the deep. Nothing's going to be coming in. And this Hero Hammer squad of Gondor is going to be too much to handle. King Elisar coming down. And by the way, Eagles are going to be back eventually too. It's still a little while before they come back, but they will be back. Troll getting taken down, and it looks like game 1 is going to be going to Hachiko, man. All right, Aragorn moving out, heading down to the base here. GG, well played being called, and the Sons of Gondor have held back the onslaught of the Misty Mountains. God damn, that was a scrappy-ass game. Holy shit. That was nuts. That was epic. We got the Balrog. I thought it was over. I thought the Balrog killing the base, but then I forgot about Elisar and also about the Gondorian heroes, which made the difference in that game. So that's going to be game 1 going to Hachiko there. So let me update this. And we will see who is going to be advancing on here, guys. Absolute cinema indeed, as you would say. Yes, yes. Both players looked like they were going to win at some point. They really did. Yeah, that was an incredibly hard game to call. Okay, so we're going to be creating a game here. GG, well played, being called by both players. Let's open more spots. Get the observer in there. And I think Orange Pest said the map is the same. Yeah, Nan Harland is going to be used for both game 1 and 2. And we just need to find it. Observer and open slot. There we go. Great. Can you still buy this game? This game is free, actually. You don't have to buy it. It's a mod. So you can just search Age of the Ring on and it's in the mod DB. Age of the Ring mod. It has the campaigns, and I think there's even custom campaigns in it. And yeah, it's great. The Balrog is so cool. When Durin's Bane pops up, oh, and the Eagles were epic also, but they didn't do as much. They were kind of having they got summoned very far away from their intended target. Yeah. All right, boys. Next match is coming. Let's see what's a cooking. Nan Harland is here. There were some elf games. Yeah, we had Rivendell and we had Lothlorien played, and Woodland Realms. We've had 3 elf games already, actually. They were very quick, though. The elf games didn't go to the next later matches here. All right, so it's going to be Pool, Hachiko working out their picks and bans right now. Let me see if there's anything in chat here. 2 minutes, he said. All right, they're going to take a quick break after that one, and I'm going to go refill my water, so I'll be right back. Yeah, you're going to see some elf distractions. BRB, guys. Little momento. I return with the turning of the tide. All right, players are getting their business going. You've only seen Hachiko playing Gondor. I don't know how well he knows other factions. Well, this was a very competitive tournament. So if he got to this point in the tournament, then homie clearly knows what he's doing. Yeah, Harad Waith are the Southerners, and the Easterlings are obviously, as the name would infer, Easterlings. These are best of 5s. These are all best of 5s. And then, well, this is a best of 5. And then the winner of this series is going to be playing in the grand finals versus the winner of our last series. Yeah. So we'll have a best of 7 grand finals. Yeah. That last match was good. Poirot and Conqui was the series we had before. And Poirot did win that series 3-2. It was very close. So Poirot is waiting in the finals to play against either Pool or Hachiko. Yeah, it's great, man. Yeah, they do run leagues in the Discord, the Age of the Rings Discord, not mine. But we can link you to it, and they do hang out in our Discord as well. They run leagues over there, and they have beginner leagues, intermediate, advanced, so you can get in there and play. Yeah. I don't know, Max Ben Jim, I don't think so. Yeah. I'm curious what they're going to be playing, though. Hachiko looked very strong on Gondor. He really played it super defensively, man. It was... That onslaught would break so many people. That goblin onslaught, like, oh my god. I got stressed just watching that. Like, watching that defense, I was like, oh my god, this is just, like, defending against those hordes and hordes of goblins just looked just freaking awful. But yeah. You can get dragons in this game. You can. Yeah, Misty Mountains has dragons. They have. I don't think they fly. I don't think they fly. I think they're just kind of like on the ground. But yeah, Smaug is in the game as a ring hero. So you won't see him in competitive matches, but in casual games where the ring is in play, you will see Smaug with the Misty Mountains. Professor Pone has used him many times in our other games. Ooh, Isengard versus Harad Waith. That's going to be fun. I hope we get to hear Saruman chanting and bringing down the Kahadras. That would be fun. Yeah, the Cold Drake can fly. That's right. They do have one flying Drake. Yeah, the Cold Drake. And then they have the Fire Drake, which is the one that waddles on the ground. That's right. The Goblins really are like the Skaven. They are. Very, very similar styles, too. All right, guys. Here we go. Fasten your seatbelts. Get ready to party. And welcome to Game 2 of this semifinal match. We have Pool versus Hachiko. Mordor can get a Fell Beast also. Yeah, they can. So you can get kind of Dragon-esque characters. Here we go. Semifinals. Spawning in on the southeast side of the map, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be Harad Waith, which is going to be helmed by Hachiko. Is currently up 1-0 in the series. And in the northwest, it is going to be the Isengarders, who are going to be helmed by Pool. And here we go. So same map as before. We switch, apparently in this tournament, they switch maps every 2 games. So you have one map for games 1 and 2, another map for games 3 and 4, and then you have a tiebreaker and ace match map, which is different as well. I know everybody loves to see the glorious Isengard in action, and Isengard had some good success earlier. They did defeat Rohan. We saw Rohan routed by the Isengarders. Harandor Outpost is going to be coming down. It's a very standard opening coming in for Harad Waith. Not going to be any, any gathering or getting, what are those guys called? The Mumak building. So you have the Harandor Outpost. You have the Pavilion of the Golden King. You have the Ziggurat, which gives you the Zigur units. And I'm totally blanking right now. It's the Mahmud Gathering. That's right. Yeah, or Mahmud Gathering. Yeah. Okay, thank you, Assyrian. It's been a hot minute. They've got so many different buildings. Anyways, back up at the armies of old Isengard. They're going to be rushing out. They took back our jobs. So it is going to be the the dreaded rednecks of Middle-earth, the wild men of Dunland. And we do see them coming out with a spear, which is very indicative that they want to be creeping. So they're going to be sending the wildland spearmen out here to creep the ward camp, maybe take the inn, get the free money. And then we're going to be seeing the wild men of Dunland heading over to the base over here. So there they go. Take back our jobs. Both players pretty much doing the exact same thing. Harad Waith going to be building a spear unit to creep their ward camp, and Isengard doing the exact same thing. Both of them bashing these down, and we do see some wildmen heading over here to to grab these guys. The hillmen really do have the "they took back our jobs" energy. Oh, totally. Okay, so down you go. Free money for Isengard. Saruman will be pleased, and Harad Waith doing the same thing and getting the free money for the Golden King, who of course is a scary Nazgul in disguise. Although I'm pretty sure they know he is. It's not the best kept secret. He definitely has that energy. All right, hobos coming down, going to be battling the tribesmen. Hobos are more expensive, and they don't actually want to be fighting the tribesmen head to head. They're more of a raiding unit. They can fight up head on, but yeah, they want to be raiding and just running in circles and kind of keeping people busy. Harad Waith is going to be raiding in. It looks like they're going to get a kill on this outpost here. And are we going to be seeing early Urukai? No, it's actually going to be double Wildman spam. So they're really going to be coming to take back their jobs. It's what it's all about. So Wildmen do manage to find one of the caravans here, or one of the production buildings, the Bazaar. So Bazaar going to be going down. Isengard going to be losing one of its forges over here. So both players trading back and forth on the economic harass. So Isengard able to get a nice hobo raid here. Still running in circles around the map with these guys is hilarious, but it looks like they're going to turn and fight. Nope, they're going to keep running while the hobos are arriving from this side. No torch upgrades. You can upgrade torches on the Wildmen so they can kill buildings incredibly quick, but it is a 200 gold upgrade. So I think most high-level players opt to simply just go for the numbers rather than upgrading the torches. But the torches can be pretty clutch. You can get some good damage. Back here, another building being taken down. The Wildmen are really all up on his base right now. Man, Pool is laying into him. You can see Pool has a much more aggressive playstyle than many of the players I've seen. and has been able to really get some big economic yields. However, on the same coin, Hachiko is able to defend pretty damn well and doesn't lose as much in terms of the trading, and is able to muster pretty big armies. So there is that. Up top, Harad Waith going to be counterattacking here, and we're going to see if the Isengarders can keep them at bay. In the meantime, the two took back our jobs are going to be getting produced, and a Warg Pit. Okay. Pretty standard here. The Warg Riders are going to be excellent for trampling a lot of the Harad Waith units that are, of course, doing some good raiding. And Harad Waith does have a big army. They do have a lot of units, guys. Looking at the supply for both players, we do see the Palantir being used for Isengard for scouting, which is really good for planning your raiding. 450 and 450, and we do see the Horn of the Serpent Lord for the Harad forces. So yeah, both players dead even, actually. They both have the exact same amount of income, and their armies are pretty similarly sized. Looks like we have the makings of another good game here. Suladan is one of the heroes aspect. There's a lot of heroes for Harad Waith. They have some of the most diverse hero selections. So you have the princess, you have Siar Rule, who is the vizier. He's like the counselor to the Golden King. And then you have Suladan, who is like, you know, he's one of the more common lord picks. Nice trample going to be going down here from the Warg Riders. Very, very good stuff, although the building still is going to be getting destroyed. Then you have Suladan. You have a Casimir, who is the Black Numenorian Lord. You have Karan Lambar, who is the Nafarati Tribesman Lord. Then you have the Golden King, who is the Nazgul. Like, he's the main lord of that faction. So there's a whole bunch of lords to choose from. And each of them kind of does different things. Oh, Brudapan also, the Corsair of Umbar Lord. You have the Corsair Lord, yeah. So I forgot Brudapan. There's a lot. Okay. So far, raiding is on. Both players are winning little flank fights here and there, and we do see the hobos raiding into the back of the base here. Meanwhile, nice arrow fire coming down here. Able to put some hurt down on the hobos as they continue raiding. Spears moving forth. Those guys going to be fleeing the scene up on the north side. Nice raiding from the forces of Harad Waith. But the Warg Riders are going to be coming out. And I feel like we might get a Sharku pick. Sharku, if you lean into Warg Riders, he's super good. And honestly, just as a solo trampling character, even if you don't have Warg Riders, he provides good utility, good assassination. He can chase things down. Yeah, Brudapan summons the Cthulhu Tentacles. Yes, he can also mind control enemy units, which is really freaking brutal. He has like AoE explosions. I feel like Brudapan is one of the best heroes in the game. He's so good. He's so freaking good. But we'll see if he gets used. You know, because he's more designed for playing Corsairs. So if you're not playing Corsairs, he's not super worth it. So, I don't know. We'll see how they do it. In the meantime, Isengard continuing to attack. Harad Waith very much on the defense, although they are counterattacking with a small force of their own. The Uruk-hai Pit is going to be coming out, which is kind of a transition to Tier 2, essentially, for Isengard. Isengard's Tier 1 is essentially Wild Men, and then they get into the Uruk-hais. You get going a little bit later on. Good raiding, though. I've really been poking down a lot of the buildings. Even the Wild Wargs here are trying to help the forces of Isengard, so they're really leaning in. They're like, hey, homies, we got you. We're going to attack this building for you, soften it up a little bit, you know, see what we can get done. I do feel like Harad Waith has, like, nothing on the map, though. The hobo raiding has been relentless. 700 for Isengard, 375 for Harad Waith. Holy shit, Harad Waith is getting crushed on the map. Jeez Louise. So Poole is able to really corral him in. The hobo raiding, man. Yeah, they're rising up. And more Warg Riders going to be coming out. We don't see another hero. We do see the raiding in the back. He's going to need to send some wild men to deal with that probably, and he does. So the two wild men are going to go there. The Wargs do start replenishing at level 2, so you can see how they are healing models there. And are going to be taking out of the map. But goddamn, Harad Waith has been put in the pits right now. Economically, they're massively behind. And ring points, let's go ahead and see. So Isengard is basically 20 ring points, or they're 1 and 10, and then we have the same thing over here. So pretty similar on ring points. So they've been killing a bit, but man, Isengard has been able to get their economy much stronger here. Okay, on the backside, raiding continues. The hobos will be able to finish them off though before they're able to do more damage, most likely. Isengard swarming all over the map. And more Isengarders going to be on their way in. And now we're going to be getting Uruk-hai scouts coming soon. Warg Riders doing a little bit of raiding here. We'll be getting harried off by the spears. Both these players have excellent micro, so I suspect we haven't seen really that many micro mistakes today. Like, these players, they don't forget about things for more than a couple seconds. Like, very intense, sweaty micro. But again, this is essentially like the World Championship for this game. So, yeah. Fighting continues. These guys getting pushed back here. And the Warg Riders are going to be running these bad boys down. Another nice trample there. Warg Riders are really good against archers. The Isengarders are going after the Harandor barracks now, but it looks like Harandor troopers will be able to defend that and keep them at bay. No hero out yet for Isengard. My guess would be Lurtz or Sharku. I think they're probably two of the better heroes you have access to. And for Ringwraith, probably Suladan or Ja Rule would be my pick. I don't know. Hard to say. All right, so now we do get some fighting, not fighting Uruk-hai, but we get the Uruk-hai scouts coming down here. So Uruk-hai scouts are good archer units who also can fight in melee very effectively. And they're going to be putting some hurt down on the tribal warriors. Harad does have a lot of units, though. They are holding, really trying to endure here, but man, Poole is so aggressive with his raiding. So aggressive. So Isengard taking a look at their point 2 ability. They went with the Fires of Industry. And there's the Warhorn of the Serpent Lord. That's going to be very nice, making the Harad army quite a bit stronger there. But Isengard went for the economic upgrade, which allows them to overproduce at one of their mills by 200%. So it's a massive economic boost. Uruk-hai scouts going to be pulling back, retreating, waiting for the hobos to get in front of them so then they can start shooting safely. And no heroes yet. There's more Uruk-hai scouts coming out, which are really going to be bullying the Harad Waith troopers. So Harad Waith is going to need to build Harandor Raiders. They're going to need to get some cav to come in and do something. In the meantime, the Uruk-hai are going to be getting their bows and shooting in and melting a ton of these guys. Man, a lot of DPS. You can see these guys are really starting to fold up right here, guys. Having a bad time. Fighting continues to rage on. So we do see the archers shooting away. And the wild men going to be swarming across. Yeah, Harandor might hold this, Harad, but not going to be great. The map control for Isengard is just so heavy duty. And still just making Uruk-hai scouts and setting up a second Uruk-hai pit, which is indicative of a transition to the fighting Uruk-hai. Because basically, you want to keep the constant pressure with the scouts. So he's actually upgrading it already. Okay, so the Uruk-hai pit's coming out. So then fighting Uruk-hai, crossbowmen, shield bearers, berserkers, all that kind of cool stuff is going to be on the way. All right, moving on out. We do have spears and we do have wildmen as well. Take back our jobs! And they're going to be taking back their lands, that is for sure. Okay. More hobos running around the map. Harad is basically being base camped. Economically, 1,000 for Isengard. Isengard is maxed out on their population and economy here. And Harad Waith has 500. That's so brutal. That is such a big difference. But Harad is holding well, and we did see Hachiko last game being put in the pits for a long time, but still able to come back using heroes. And Harad Waith can definitely use Hero Hammer. They have some of the most disgusting hero blobs in the game. I don't know if he's going to be able to get to that point. We're going to have to see. But, yeah. What's the PowerPoint situation? Oh, what are you talking about? The scoreboard up there? Hey, that's not too bad. A little bit better than PowerPoint, MS Office. Come on, dog. So advancing up here, wildmen and scouts in numbers. And soon, fighting Uruk-hai are going to be coming out. These guys look incredibly cool. They look incredibly cool. So you're going to see them pop out in a moment. I want to show you guys what they look like. It's rad. We also get a hero. Oh, Lurtz is out, baby. So Lurtz is going to be buffing all the other Uruk-hai. He does have an aura, the leader of the hunt. So nearby Uruk-hai get 15% damage and armor. And at level 4, it becomes even stronger. So here comes the sword and board Uruk-hai. They are now out. Where did they go? They ran off somewhere. We'll find them in a second. Here they are. Yeah, look at these bad boys. Looking super, super cool. They have a shield formation, which gives big damage resist. So now Isengard, instead of harassing, is going to be consolidating into a blob fight, which is what they want when they have Lurtz. So Lurtz is going to make all the Isengard Uruk-hai just such raid boss fighters. And he's going to be producing mostly Uruk-hai now because his economy is so off the chains. Uruk-hai pikemen coming out, Uruk-hai scouts. Probably still making some warg riders here and there. But overall, the Harad Waith army is very low tier compared to it. It's just like tribesmen who are good, but they don't have any sort of leadership supporting them. So that's going to be a little bit tricky. So gathering here, Isengard going to be rotating to the east. Looks like the riders might be coming for him, but there are some wildmen spears there that should be able to keep them at bay. The Uruk-hai going to be turning and taking the fight, and the Isengarders getting into combat. And the shielded, armored Uruk-hai, their shields are broad and their armor thick, getting into combat here. And nice trampling from the warg riders from Poole. A little bit of a cockfight with the cav. We do see the Harandor outriders, so riders there trying to find free tramples, but nothing is free in this world. Lurtz continuing to put good fire support down, hanging out in the back with the boys. So he's level 3 and he's using his bow, just getting great picks. Lurtz is one of my favorite models in tabletop to use. He's such a fun hero. He gets like free heroic combats. He has his shield throw. Really, really cost-effective fighter. So Isengard kind of splitting up their army a little bit, and it looks like they're using their archers to shoot down that building, which is pretty hilarious. It takes a long time for archers to kill buildings. But Isengard's economy is so good at this point. They're just going to be pushing in Crunk Nasty. I don't think Harad Waith is going to be able to hold back the wrath of Saruman. We'll see if more heroes come out, and it looks like we do get Sharku. All right, so the Wolf Rider hero is out for Isengard, and the Fighting Uruk-hai now have some spearmen, so the pikemen are going to be out, and honestly, they're going to be able to even fight the tribesmen units. Lurtz and company over here getting trampled a little bit, but overall, Lurtz continues getting picks. That is Uruk-hai scout here, but you can see Big Daddy Lurtz right there with the face paint. Able to really melt these units. You can use Lurtz in melee too by switching to his axe profile, and he's a raid boss. You can activate his berserk ability, and he just like chops shit up. But I think this is going to be game over. Looks like Isengard is going to be cleaning up Harad Waith, and the White Hand is too powerful. Sharku pulls back. Don't know what he's doing over here. Looks like he's just kind of licking his wounds, being a greedy little goblin, not helping out in the fight, which is great. And there we go. All right, all right. Oh, the Kondish Chariot's being called out for the Easterlings. So they're going to be calling in some allies from the east. And they are getting a nice trample on the Isengarders. And it looks like Isengard will be forced back for a moment. But they're going to be able to regroup an army. And that is going to be absolutely brutal. Look at this. So many units here. GG being called. Isengard with a victory over the forces of the south. GG. Well played. Awesome stuff. Let's see how this goes in the next match. But that was a fun one, man. I love seeing Isengard in action. They're my favorite. So that was a cool game. Lurtz coming out, causing some havoc. What's not to love? And let's go ahead and set this up here. 1-1. Looks like meat's back in the menu, boys. It does. And now we're going to be getting our next game going here. Let's go ahead and skip this. And I will rehost for the players. So now we have a new map. Going to be changing the aesthetic a little bit here. Let's create the game. And, all right. Wow, he's here already. Okay. Observer. And the map for the next series, according to the Pest, is going to be Gror's Valley. Okay. So I believe that's a Dwarvish map. Gror's Valley. Valley of Gror. Gror's Valley. All right, there we go. Yeah, Pool joins very quick. He's very fast and furious here. Okay, so there's Gror's Valley for our next map. And we're going to be going observers and all set. Yeah, Gror's Valley is the map, according to this. Okay, one sec here. Okay, there we go. And now we wait to see what the matchup's going to be. Should be fun. Should be fun. Yeah, so Assyrian in chat saying we have remastered the Battle for Middle-earth 2 campaigns and War of the Ring. You can also play the Lord of the Rings, which is a campaign that follows the journey of the Fellowship. That's super cool. That's really, really fun. Hey, Operator, thank you so much for subscribing on Twitch, man. Appreciate you. Thank you for supporting the channel. And yeah, now they're working out their next factions. Maybe taking a bit of a break here. The connection's been pretty stable so far. Hasn't been too bad. In this series, at least, it's been very good. What do you think is the least played faction? Dol Guldur, 100%. Kronk, yeah. Dol Guldur is not the most popular, but they're very cool. They can get Sauron the Necromancer, Khamul the Easterling. They have some very fun heroes and great flavor. Very, very creepy undead aesthetic. Yeah, they're awesome. I really like Dol Guldur. They're considered to be a bit on the harder to play side of things and a little bit weaker, but I still think they can win games. They have some menacing playstyles for sure. Dol Guldur got played twice total in the entire tournament, and that's including the earlier rounds too. Yeah. All right, Lothlorien versus Mordor, guys. We have elves versus evil Sauron. All right. Let's see what's up. Let's see what's up. It's a shame. I like Dol Guldur a lot. Yeah, I like them a lot. I think they're fun. There are some big weaknesses to them. Like, they're not good at raiding early because of the fact their units crumble if they're not within an aura. I mean, they can do it with spiders, but Like every other faction can pressure with infantry, and Dol Guldur like can't really effectively do it without losing models and HP on their stuff. I think that's one of the issues with them. I'm newbie though, so take it with a grain of salt, but I did play Dol Guldur. They were one of my main factions. I always felt like that was kind of frustrating that like they could raid me and I couldn't raid them for free, so yeah. Ladies and gentlemen of Middle-earth, welcome to this semi-final showdown. We're 1-1 of the series. Spawning on the southwest side of the map, it is going to be Mordor, who is going to be helmed by, let me see who's playing them, Hachiko. And to the northeast, it is going to be the Elves, and it is going to be helmed by Pool, of course. Okay, good luck, have fun. Lothlorien, very defensive faction, the Protoss of this game. So the Protoss are coming, and very good on the defense. They can put down their trees are extremely dynamic. So basically, you build these trees, and then you can either make it an income building, you can make it a garrison, which allows you to recruit infantry, you can make it a green pasture, which allows you to recruit cavalry, or a storehouse, which turns it into a storehouse, which I believe gives it income and gives you different upgrades options as well. So I don't know this faction super well. I know the basic units, but yeah, it's pretty damn cool. So they're going to be going for Nath Riders, a very quick cavalry rush coming out for the Elves. Going to be looking to trample down some of the haggard Mordor orcs. And Mordor is probably just going to go orc Ungabunga, would be my guess. Just massive amount of orcs. If we could get Grond, I would be so excited. Because when Grond gets built in this game, it actually straight up does the chant. They will do it. It has the sound clip from the movie. It's so good. I really hope we get that. No, I've never played Shadow of Mordor or any of those games. No, I haven't. I mainly just play RTS games. I do play some single player, RPG, action RPG type things, but never played those. All right, guys, and the fight is on. We're going to be seeing the Orc Pikemen just creeping the war camps. That's very, very meta in these matches that we've seen so far. They tend to go after the war camps very quickly. But the Nath Rider is going to be coming in. Now, I believe these guys can become bow, horse cav archers as well. They're a bit of a hybrid unit of sorts. We're going to be seeing one Nath Rider. Beautiful Elvish singing going down over here. And, yeah. The raiding is on. What are they going to be doing? I think they're looking for workers or looking for free tramples right now. And they're going to be finding some free tramples. Granted, the orcs are going to run back to the main base, which is smart. Look at the orcs just being rats and gremlining it. Oh, but they get trampled pretty good there. Oh, man. Okay. He tried to recycle the orcs there, but they got trampled and took some big casualties. And now another orc is going to be getting trampled as well. Ouchies, man. Pool really laying it on the forces of Mordor right now. And, sometimes you gotta get those spears out quick, or else the cav trampling can do some big old work. Grond, the siege engine, is actually named after... No, it's not Sauron's weapon. It's named after Morgoth's weapon, his mace, if I'm not mistaken, right? Am I wrong about that? Grond is named after... Yeah, the big OG evil. I could be wrong, but I'm a little bit rusty on my Tolkien lore. Morgoth, yeah. All right. Happy Elvish singing, soon to be disrupted by the orcs. So the orcs are going to be coming in. That guy with his powerful nose ring he has there. Elvish archers going to be trying to diminish some of the raiding. The tree here is being upgraded to a basic income building. And the archers will melt the orcs, but the buildings do line of sight in this game. And it does look like the building does get repaired. Now, let's look at the abilities here. So the elves do have the volley fire ability, and the orcs are going to be using the orc horn for damage. Okay, pretty straightforward stuff. So volley fire is coming in. He stuns the orcs and then calls in the volley of arrows. Nice elvish play right there. Very good, but is it going to be enough to save the tree? Find out today. Now back at the base, a couple elves coming down here to fight the orcs, but do get surrounded and get overwhelmed here. So those guys are going to get circle beaten there. So good night, sweet princess. You guys had a good run. Not going to be escaping there, though. There's way too many orcs. And, yeah, all is calm in the realm. Both players kind of establishing their footholds on the map, expanding out where they can. If we take a look at the 575 for the elves, 400 for Mordor. So once again, Pool really, really dominating in terms of the expansion on the map. Yeah, I thought it was going to be a little bit closer than that. But the elves looking for a big pit fight here. Orcs might be able to overwhelm them in just a straight up fight. It depends on how the trampling goes, of course. That's going to be dictating much with this fight here. Elves going to be coming down after the building, and of course the elvish units are much stronger, but Nazgul! So we get a Nazgul coming out. He is there. All right, so the first Nazgul is out, and he is going to be scaring away the elves and trampling over some of the elvish archers and getting picks as they do try and retreat right there. It's always the best when the Nazgul arrive to just yell Nazgul. Super, super fun. But Trample City is on, and the elves are going to be getting the business. We do see spears coming up, and the battle for Middle-earth is now officially on. Now, what elvish heroes are we going to be seeing out of the gates? Orcs are going to be pushing out. Elves, are they teching with anything? We do see what appears to be anti-infantry coming out, and then we do see archers. So basically just tier 1 stuff. Just got to make sure that Nazgul doesn't get good tramples on you. Nazgul's going to be heading up top. Now, Nazgul can be used either on horseback or they could be used on foot. You can switch them between. You can toggle your mount options, which is pretty fun. This building get killed very quickly by Hachiko, but he does use the AoE stun ability from the Starlit Lanterns, and now is going to be trampling a bunch. That's very good. So you stun them and then trample them. But regardless, the Orcs and the Mordor folks are able to win the fight, it looks like. The Elves are being overwhelmed and taking a lot of casualties in the process. And plus there's an Nazgul, which is just a evolving problem. The more levels he gets, the stronger he gets, and the more abilities, etc., etc. And this looking a little bit dodgy for the Elves, guys. That is a massive Mordor host, and I don't know if the Elves have the tools to deal with it, because the Nazgul is bullying them pretty freaking hard. Over here on this side, we do see the Elves doing a little bit of counterplay, trying to fend off some of the Mordor raids. Are they going to be getting a hero? Looks like more spears coming out. And Mordor, once again, going to be getting a couple buildings down. We do see the Ringwraith over here. The Nazgul punching down some of the defenders. Buildings do have usually 1 or 2 patrol defenders that can kind of help defend it a little bit. The Nazgul comes, another building does fall, and they're going to continue their onslaught. And honestly, the Elf army, it's mainly spears. Spears are there because of the Nazgul. What a good bait, right? He forces spears out with his Nazgul, and then the spears get wrecked by swordsmen. So the Orcish swordsmen are able to uptrade into them very well. AoE stun going down. Volley of arrows! Oh, that's so clutch. Oh, what a play by Poole. He uses the Starlit Lanterns to stun the entire Orc army. Then he calls in the delayed arrow fire and melts that entire Orc host. That was so good. What a nice play. But, I mean, here's the thing, guys. Those Orcs are dirt cheap. You can get so many of them, and he's going to be bringing out more. And honestly, if they lose this building here, that's going to be a disaster and a half. So the Orcs are attacking one of the production buildings. Spears are trying to fend them off here. The Nazgul, is he on foot or is he still riding around on horseback? Oh, the Nazgul got killed. Oh, that might be a throw right there, guys. That might be a throw. Poole is going to take advantage of that. The Nazgul ran into a bunch of spears and got taken down off his horse. Now, if the Orcs get the production building, that's going to be pretty big. But if they don't get this and the Elves are able to stop them, oh boy, they're going to be in trouble. The Orcs are hemorrhaging models. The building is low, and he does get killed. All right, back and forth. Nazgul are not super tanky, but he was on a horseback, and he ran into a bunch of spears. So now, a game that was looking very good for the forces of Mordor is looking a little bit scary. Elves are counter-raiding down here, granted being pushed back, but the Elves able to get a critical mass. They killed the Nazgul, and here they come. So moving forward are the forces of Lothlorien. Going to be taking down some production on the way down here. And there's another building over here they could get. No heroes out for the Elves yet. It would be really cool to see Galadriel come out. She does some Dragon Ball Z shit. She like shoots and has like force Palpatine pushes and stuff. It's great. All right. So moving on down, we do see the Elves in their Death Star getting ready to fight the Orcs. Orcs are probably going to want to get a Nazgul out. Again, the Nazgul has an insanely good aura, which helps level the playing field. It debuffs enemy units, so when you're fighting a much more elite army, it's quite nice. Orcish troops running away from the archers here, as we do see the Elven archers pushing them back. And now Poole is really going to be feasting. 750 supply against 775, so Mordor did come back a little bit economically with that big push right there. And here comes the Elves, ready to fight the Orcs. Elves able to drag down another building over here. And, yeah, looks like they're going to take the fight. They're going to kill another production building, and Mordor really on the back foot now. So we saw them even, 800 for Elves and 700 for Mordor right now. And look at this, the Huron is here. So this is the Elven Tier 2 ability. This thing used to be incredibly OP, but it was nerfed. But it's still really good. And you can see this big tree beast is going to be attacking in and really melting these guys down. Nazgul's going to be coming as well. So the Nazgul did get resurrected, so he's back. But the tree beast is waddling and doing what it can. It does a little bit of damage against buildings, or actually a shitload. Okay, they changed it back. It was like bugged for a while where it didn't do damage against buildings, but they fixed it, it looks like. Holy shit, yeah, this tree might be able to just end the game. Apparently, it's still very, very strong. Okay. The tree moving in and going to be elboinking down these buildings. Wow, killing 2 Orcish barracks here is so rough. And it's permanent. It's not even a timed thing. No, because when I was playing, it was bugged and didn't do much damage against buildings, but it looks like they changed it back. Holy shit. Oh my god, this tree is just karate chopping here. It is killed by the spears though, so the spears are able to take down the tree, but not before the orcs lose 2 production buildings. Oh boy. Now Nazgul chasing down the enemy army. Mordor, what are they going to be doing at tier 2? They do have the Cracks of Doom, so instead of going straight to tier 2 abilities, they got 2 tier 1 abilities. Okay. Very, very nasty. In the meantime, orcs are coming up. You're going to be charging in, forcing back the elves. Nazgul in the middle. Oh no, don't throw the Nazgul into the spears! Oh, and the Nazgul dies again! Oh no, that's a throw. Losing that, he's not cheap. He's like 1,300, 1,400 to bring back. So that's like what, like 10 orc units basically. Ouch, man, ouch. That hurts bad. The Nazgul thrown into the trash once again. He found some spears. Yeah, I mean, what I do with Nazgul is I just put them on foot because my micros isn't as good. So I like to just put the Nazgul on foot and move them with my army so they don't die. Yeah. Moving on up. The orcs, oh, they're going to be dropping a Mordor tower. So Mordor towers are actually interesting because they give AoE buffs to your Mordor units, so they're a little bit different. So it looks like he's going to be proxying a tower here, maybe? Oh, I guess it's his base still. No, he's just going to be rebuilding. I thought he might... Oh, man, I got totally turned around. I thought we were in the elf base for a second. Okay. Too early in the morning. It's actually not early. It's almost noon. Times have changed. Over here on the side, a little bit of fight over the trees. We do see the elvish units attacking in, and the random wild cave troll is bashing some of the orcs. So we do have an elvish troll there. So we do see the troll joining with the elves, but immediately the spears are going to be turning on him. Mordor, yeah, losing that Nazgul is going to hurt. I would imagine he's going to rebuild them. Also, losing 2 barracks is tough, but we do see the production building here that produces the Easterling units, which I forget, the Easterling garrison, I should have guessed. So he's going to be building the Khanate archers now. All right, so he's going to be getting some Easterling units. Mordor does have the ability to build a bunch of Easterlings. You can build the Varyogs of Khand, the Khan Phalanx, the Khan archers, and then you can build the elite ones as well, some horsemen and some other things, which is very, very fun. All right, elves are all up on him though, guys. It's going to be tough. You know, he's down on production buildings. He's having to spend resources to build the production buildings back. Elves are looking pretty sauced. Orcs are trying to split push here, but they're going to be intercepted by the elves who are already waiting over here. And back in the base, we have our first elven hero out. It is going to be Alcarwyn. Okay, what does she do? Handmaiden grants 15% armor to Galadriel. Oh, it's Galadriel's... yeah, okay, Galadriel's Handmaiden. Interesting. She has a weapon upgrade, and then each consecutive attack grants nearby Lothlorien infantry damage buffs. Up to 20%. Okay, cool. So she's like a melee buff character that also can support Galadriel as well. There is going to be an elven hero coming out to party. Running away here are the elves, being hunted by some orc reserves, but man, the orcs are in the dregs. They are really, really in the pits right now. Nazgul's back, though. He didn't hear no bell, guys. He's back. There's time. And he is going to be boinking down some of these archers, sending them tumbling as he does trample them down. That is a nasty elven warhost, guys. That is a nasty one. It looks like he might even have some upgrades in the mix as well. Let me go ahead and check here. Did we get the upgrades? No upgrades yet. They just kind of have glowing weapons, so I was kind of thought they might. It's a special unit, not a hero. Okay, got it. So that is not a hero. I don't know the elven faction super well, so thank you guys for your guidance there. Warhorn is activated. It is a support unit, and still is going to be providing very, very nice buffs here. Oh, so that's just a support unit. Okay. Strong single entity character. Got it. Got it. Yeah, I mean, if you're playing orcs and your army is the same size as the elves, it's usually not going to go super well. Although I don't know what these elves are doing. They're going on vacation here. Elven archer is going pretty balls deep into the lines. These spears running away. Nazgul Shriek going to be sending everybody running here. Really nice attempt there by Hachiko, but I think Poole is still in a very commanding position as the elven infantry are ripping and tearing. Where are these guys going? And where the hell is... Oh, it's Haldir. What is he doing with Haldir? He's running all the way back to the base? What? He's got to keep that army together, but it is Haldir, yeah. What is he doing with Haldir right now? He's just straight up running back to the base. Elves are collapsing from all sides, though. Really, really pincering in on the forces of Mordor. And now they're probably going to lose some buildings here. The Elvish split pushes are going to be able to defeat the Orc defenders, who are very low tier. And Haldir is gathering up, coming around. He does, of course, buff Orifin and Rumiel, which are other heroes. But yeah, he's got the Captain of the Galadrim, so nearby units get armor and damage, and it scales the higher level he gets, which is quite good. Yep, Elven split push is doing it, and they're coming down from the top side, and now we do see Haldir gathering up in the base. It seems like an odd choice to have him just standing idle over here, right? For such a high-level player, I don't know. Maybe there's some reason for this? I have no idea. He's going to die anyways? Yeah. Yeah, maybe. I mean, we'll see. More elves pushing from the west, taking down another barracks right here, and now Haldir is going to be coming, so he is advancing with the boys. And he is going to be bringing some troops back to the fight. I think just a bit of a miss micro there. He just kind of forgot about those guys. But GG being called. Mordor basically in shambles. The mere presence of Giga Chad Haldir forcing Mordor to surrender. All right, guys. GG, well played. Fun game. And that is going to be a victory for Pool and for Lothlorien. Mordor being banished back to the shadows once again. Although Mordor did win earlier, so not once again, for the first time today. Now, if Pool wins the next game, he advances on to the best of 7 grand finals. Duke. Thanks for the work you put into the RTS community. God bless you. Thank you, man. I really appreciate that. Great Bretonian replay you sent me the other day as well. I really enjoyed it. Always fun to see King Lewin putting in work. All right. See if only Haldir fought Mordor instead of Isengard. That's right. That's right. That's why everything went wrong there. Let's create this. I was about to just pick a map. I'm like, oh, let's do this one. I'm like, wait a second, we're in a tournament. Gror's Halls of Gror. Gor's Valley. There we go. Okay. So let's go spectator. Open another slot for Homie here. Hachiko joining quicker this time than Pool. All right. To be fair, in the books he lives. Yeah. I don't remember. The last time I read the Lord of the Rings books, I was like 14 years old, I think. It's been a long time. And I'm 37 now, so it's been a long time. I read the Silmarillion in my 20s. Yeah, I mean, the Silmarillion is you got to definitely be a fan of the Tolkienverse, the Tolkien universe, right? It's a bit of a rough read. A lot of the Silmarillion stuff reads like the Bible, you know, which I did. I myself am not terribly religious, but I did go to a religious school when I was young, and we did have to read the Bible and everything. And oh boy. That was it felt like that again, you know, but it's still really fun because you get to learn the origins and the creation story of the universe and about like all the, you know, early ages and whatnot. Yeah. Lord of the Rings is highly based. Yeah. Oh, for sure. All right. So we have Rivendell versus, we got Rohan for Pool. Oh, give me some Rohan. I want some Rohan. Yes. Let's go, baby. Oh, this is going to be fun. Yeah, it's like a textbook read, yeah. We got to read some cool books when I was in high school. I took some, we got to read the Odyssey and like all the works by Homer. That was really fun. Normally most of the reading was suffering. You'd have to read like Grapes of Wrath and shit like that, which of course is a masterpiece in its own right. But, you know, for being like a 15-year-old kid reading Grapes of Wrath, it's like, you know, the story of old Tom Joad. Although it did introduce me to that song, Rage Against the Machine did a song. There's a song called "The Ghost of Tom Joad," and Rage Against the Machine actually did. I don't know if it's a cover of it or an original, but Rage Against the Machine has a really cool one called "The Ghost of Tom Joad," which is based on Grapes of Wrath. Yeah, it's very bleak. Is Glorfindel in this game? I think so. Yeah, he is. I think one of the factions gets him. I don't know who. So if Pool wins this one, he's playing best of 7 versus Poirot. Correct. Yeah, that's going to be the jam. That will be it. So we got Rivendell versus Rohan. Okay, that's a fun match. I'm on the right map and everything, right? Okay. I don't know why the G is getting typed a million times there. It was a very good game, apparently. And yeah, players are just taking a little bit of a break there. There's a version where Tom Morello plays with Bruce Springsteen. That's super good. Yeah, it's a cover. Renegades is a cover album. Yeah. Rivendell has Glorfindel. So you might see him this game. You might see him. We'll see. We will see. Man, I feel real bad for school teachers and college professors nowadays. Like, you thought, okay, so when I was in high school, there was elements of cheating, right? Like, I remember there was a kid in my Japanese class who this homie used to bring a water bottle. Okay, no, I'm still here. I'm not AFK, dog. So there was a homie in my Japanese class who used to bring a water bottle, and he would put a small piece of paper inside the water bottle, facing the outside, where he would have answers and various, kanji symbols for the various tests. So you would cheat in that way. But goddamn, the degree to which kids can cheat now using Chat GPT, it is insane. One of my friends is a school teacher that I talk to on the regular, and I've just heard it's just so hard to regulate. Yeah, I would imagine there's some teachers in chat who have had to deal with that. This is the best of 5 semifinal, and then we have the grand finals after this. All right, so let's break it down. Ladies and gentlemen of Middle Earth, spawning in on the southwest side of the map, it is going to be Hachiko, who is going to be playing Rivendell. So the Shire folk are going to give it to you. We're going to see. Up on the northeast side of the map, it is going to be Rohan. So Rohan is going to be unleashing the peasant hordes, and we are going to see what is cooking. Okay? So using ChatGPT, I don't mean using ChatGPT when you're actually at your desk in school. I mean using it to do your assignments outside. So when you need to write papers and different things like that. That is where I've heard it's used mostly. Probably pretty hard to catch, although I would imagine school teachers are figuring it out. As we shiver in chat saying, I work in education, like half the students in one class failed because they wrote their entire coursework with ChatGPT. Yeah. Yeah. And Trevader saying, as an engineer, I'm already seeing applicants from college who struggle to solve basic problems without leaning heavily on AI. Yeah. Yeah, I guess, our parents used to say the same thing about us to an extent. They'd be like, oh, these kids can look shit up on the internet. We used to have to go into libraries and look through a million books to find our answers, right? So I still think the AI is a bigger jump than that was, because but it's it's not like back Google would write your assignment for you. You'd still have to type it out and read the stuff you found. But anyways, back to the game, guys. We do have Rivendell on the southwest, and to the northeast it is going to be Rohan, and we do see the same opening coming down here from the Rivendell folk, from Hachiko. Going to be using the Breelander spears to creep. It is free money, it's free real estate, and free ring power. Are we going to be seeing the same thing from Rohan? Are they going to make some peasant spears? Out of the gates here, we do see some basic peasants coming out. Okay, so just going to be the basic peasants as the farmlands of Rohan continue to spread here. All right. So the spears are on the way, going to be grinding down this building, this ward camp. The Breelanders able to get the job done, eating a piece of bread, or I think that's cheese. I think that guy's eating a piece of cheese. I can't quite tell. The peasants have arrived of Rohan, and it is going to be a regular peasant and a regular peasant. So 2 regular peasants going to be pushing across the board and looking to fight some of the hobbits. We do get bounders coming out. So the bounders are like the basic soldiers of the Shire. They're relatively fast, not good fighters. I mean, they're okay for their price point, I guess. This is the dreaded Davok faction. Davok, I know, is very, very fond of these Shire folk. And we're going to see what's cooking here, guys. Looks like the Rivendell forces going to be looking to outmaneuver the Rohan peasantry and move around and flank. And now we do get Riders of the Mark. So Rohan was very early cav this game. All right, look at that. So Rohan getting the mobility. Oh, they're hunting the worker down, actually. But the worker is going to be dropping a building, which is going to hide him in the building while he's building it. So the Riders of the Mark now going to be fleeing north and looking to try and shut this down. So Spears and Bounders is a nice little combo. But the Rohan peasantry is all over this right now. And is he using draft? He uses draft. Okay, so all peasants become armed, permanently gaining 5 damage and 10% health. That's pretty cool. So he's able to draft his peasants into war and make them quite a bit stronger. Riders of the Mark continuing to look around and looking for tramples. But honestly, it's been a really good job from Hachiko to not let that happen. Although the first trample is going to happen here. Ooh, loses a bunch of cav there to those spears, but does manage to trample a bunch of the Shire folk. However, they are able to endure it relatively well. The Rohan peasantry, the drafted ones, going to be hunting down the Rivendell forces, but the hobbits are a little bit faster than the peasants. They're able to bound around. Nobody has lost economic buildings this game, though. So far, so good. Normally, there's quite a bit of economic damage at this point in the game, but in this case, that has not been how it's gone. We do see these guys getting chased down. Cav coming across, running down some of the Shire folk. Nope, actually turning around at the last second, feeling bad for trampling hobbits. You should feel bad trampling over little hobbits. They're very, very friendly little folk. Unless it's Schmeagol. Although Schmeagol is, he's not like the same as the Shire folk, right? Isn't there like a different, like kind of a culture he comes from? I can't quite remember. Somebody in chat can let me know. All right, 2 peasants versus a spear and a bounder. Very gremlin play coming out from both players, but that's just high-level Age of the Ring. And now we do see 2 peasants, each of which is going to be on top of a orchard. So this is a big play here, actually. Rohan and Poole maybe going to get 2 orchards down here, which is going to be extremely painful for Rivendell. That is 600 resources, a lot of goodies here going to be going down, and we do see that being taken to Pound Town. And on this side, we do see another orchard being taken down by the Chad peasants of Rohan. On the top side, a little bit of fighting going down as the peasantry tries to fight the bounders, and it looks like they are going to hold them at bay. And suddenly Rohan has Rivendell on the back foot, but we do see Dunedain coming out soon. So Dunedain Outriders are going to be out here. Rangers in the north, perhaps. Grey Company can be called out eventually, which is very, very badass. The Grey Company are awesome. It's a one-of hero unit. You can only get one of them. All right, another building being taken down by the Rohan peasants. And Rohan, let's look at the economics. 350 for Rivendell against 550 for Rohan. So Rohan is very well ahead of their opponent at this point in the game. The harass from the old Rivendell forces has not been quite as good. The Rohan peasants have been able to really spread out and do some good damage, tearing down a lot of buildings. And this could be a very decisive game here. If it continues going down this path, Rohan is probably going to be able to overwhelm them. We need Frodo in the ring. Frodo is a ring hero that you can get with most of the good guy factions, but the ring is turned off in competitive PvP because it's extremely OP. For anybody who hasn't seen this game before, basically how it works is Gollum spawns randomly on the map. He's invisible and he runs around, and whoever takes Gollum out gets the ring. And then you bring the ring back to your main base, and it allows you to bring out a special hero, which is incredibly overpowered and basically just wins you the game. You know, you can still lose with it, but it's not likely. Now, Eowyn is out, the Shield Maiden of Rohan. And yeah, my wife and I were actually talking about for Halloween. I'm gonna do a dress. I'm gonna be Faramir, and she's gonna be Eowyn here, which is gonna be fun. So that's the game plan. All right, so Eowyn running out. We do see the forces of Rohan surging forth. And yeah, man, Rivendell really just trapped in their base right now, guys. Although those cav did get sent into spears right there, which is very unfortunate. Now, Rohan does have some upgrades you can get later on that make your cavalry able to trample through spears, but it's still not ideal, but it does make you a little bit more durable there. And yeah, the battle is on as the peasantry and Eowyn do arrive. Nearby peasants near Eowyn get a big old buff right there, and it looks like there's going to be another production building going down. Dunedain Outriders getting in, but there are some spears in the mix. We do see some Yeoman Spearmen. Eowyn going to be pulling back, not wanting to commit to the fight versus the Dunedain Outriders and the numbers advantage that does lie with Rivendell here. But more split pushing is active, and this is one of the things that can get done here with the advantage of having the bigger military size. You can split push, whereas your opponent has to consolidate their forces just to stay alive, right? Eowyn is level 2, and when she gets level 3, she's going to be able to summon a permanent battalion of free peasants, which is very, very good. Eowyn moving into combat, the Shield Maiden, and when she gets higher level 2, she can put on armor and become more of a heavy-duty combat character. Does she have a poison stew ability? That would be really funny, but I don't think she does. Nice trample there. Dunedain Outriders finding an opportunity. Eowyn going to continue boinking into these units, but trying to catch the cav for the most part. Rohan split push here. Are they going to get it? A couple of the Chad Rohan peasants trying, and it looks like that farm is barely going to endure there, which is a big win for Hachiko. The Horn of Rohan is active, and they're going to be routing these units back. Rohan has some of the best aesthetics in the Lord of the Rings. It's so good. The soundtrack and just the music. Oh, it's so freaking good. So moving on up, Eowyn going to be leading her peasant battalion here. Granted, she is getting a little bit low. You got to be careful. Losing Eowyn could be a throw for sure. She's not terribly expensive. She's just over 1,000 gold to call in here. On the backside, a massive host coming in here. Probably going to want to build a fountain and get healing for Eowyn. It looks like that's going to be the case. As the peasants continue harrying, and they're just going to knock down buildings. Because even if you lose them, as long as they do some economic damage for it, it's worth it. Ooh, worker in there as well. And the worker is maybe going to get away, just barely able to weasel out of there. Eowyn pulling back to the base, and will be healing a little bit over time. Whereas on the side, we do see the Brelanders trying to push out, but there's just so many more Rohirrim on the map. So many men of Rohan. I wasn't
expecting this.
I just heard some voice line there. I wasn't sure what that was. Another building going to be going down, and yes, the Rohan peasants may get cleaned up here, but they are going to take down another building, which is really going to hamper the economy of their opponent. And now Eowyn is here, almost level 3. Level 3 is when she hits her big power spike. Still very good at even level 1. The Lady of Rohan ability is great. Giving her peasants 25% more armor and leveling them up is incredibly good. early on. Now, what tech is Rohan going to be doing? We do see Rohan archers coming out. So it is going to be yeoman archers. And on the backside, we do see the horsemen of the mark. Mainly just tier 1 stuff. We don't see any Westfolders or anything out like that yet. Just the basics. Here, the fruit tree. These are going to be attacked. Looks like the peasants lurking nearby. The rangers to the north have appeared. Very good fighters. Against Rohan, too, you can give them the spear upgrades, and they're very resilient. They can kill the infantry, and then if they get attacked by their natural counter, which is cavalry, they can fight well. Rohan going to be taking down yet another production building here on the side. And Eowyn going to be leading a charge in the front, and that is going to be a nasty brick of units. So elves are saving up 15 ring points right now. They're not sure what they're going to do with it, whereas Rohan has the Horn of the Westfold, which gives crazy, crazy damage when it's active. Eowyn taking down yet another building, and it looks like Pool is going to be very, very dominant here. What do the Hobbit units even do? They're tier 1 fighting units. So the Hobbit, well, there's a bunch of different Hobbits in this game, so you need to be more specific. But Bounders are just like a tier 1 low-tier fighting unit, cheap, expendable, fast. They have cheap archers as well, a couple other things. And yeah, Eowyn's army holding its own. Eowyn in the front, the Shield Maiden leading the charge, and she is level 3, so she just summoned a fresh unit of peasants for free, which is great. It looks like the elves are going to be using their little tornado ability, which will do some tossing right there. Eowyn is probably going to want to run. She's eating a lot of archer fire from the rangers of the north. And here's another Hobbit unit. You have the Tookish archers, which are like really low-tier archers, but in numbers, they can do good damage. Eowyn being rode down. She needs a little bit of help. Got to turn these units back around here. Don't want to be losing her. Oh, she's getting low. Level 5, though, and able to get away. Very, very clutch. Now, is there a fountain here for Rohan? I don't know how effectively they're going to heal, but Eowyn probably going to be sent back to the main base. You feel like Hobbit frontline is, hey, you know what? You got to work with what you got, man. Not everybody gets to be a, 6'5" Uruk-hai, Giga Chad Lurtz. Sometimes you gotta just be a Hobbit, and you got to get in the front line if that's what you have. And the Hobbits are brave, in their own way. They're very brave. Once again, though, we do see the Rivendell forces just being trapped in the base. They're defending, and that's why they're winning fights, because they have the defender's advantage. But at the end of the day, they're just not able to take any ground. Eowyn is healing at the base, and now she does get the Durnhelm. So Eowyn dons Durnhelm's armor. So she can toggle between her armored mode and her peasant mode, and each of them do different things. So she becomes very, very strong. In the back base here, you do see another Rivendell orchard going down. Rangers in the north popping out. Pool, after his first game, which he lost a very, very epic game against Ichiko, he's been very dominant in the rest of the games. Really, really priming himself up for the grand finals here, it would appear. More peasants of Rohan are coming down. Eowyn going to be leading the charge once again. And are we going to see more advanced units? Archers, and okay. We do see some more elite archers coming out. Not archers, excuse me, cav. It's going to be Rohirrim warriors, which are a very good cav unit. We also have Rohirrim archers and the Riders of Snowborn, but these guys are very good. And when they arrive to the battle, they're going to make a huge difference. So here comes the true Rohirrim warriors. All right, that's what Rohan's all about right there. All right, the peasantry is gathered. Eowyn going to be bolstering their lines pretty well. And no heroic presence here for Rivendell. We're not seeing, I would love to see Elrond come out. Elrond's so cool. But in this case, looks like they're just they're so economically behind that I think they can't really afford a hero. Oh, look at that. Look at this, it's coming down. I think that was the ability, yeah. Ere the sun rises! It stuns the entire enemy army for 15 seconds. Doing a bunch of damage right there. All right. And with that, buildings going down. GG is going to be getting called by Hachiko. And the grand finalist is going to be Pool versus Piero, which is going to be great. All right, we got our grand finals, baby. Let's freaking get it. Let's party. GG's. Rohan did lose a game earlier to Isengard, but they were able to get their scrap back there, defeating Rivendell. Okay, so that's a 3-1 victory there for Pool, looking very, very strong. And now, ere the sun rises. So cool. Fatty Bolger turns that game around. That's right. You need Fatty Bolger and the Farmer to come in. That's how you do it. All right, guys, we're going to be preparing the grand finals. Thank you guys all so much for joining. It's been a very fun stream hanging with all the homies. And we're going to get this going in just a moment. Okay, let me check this. Where's that? Checking my settings. All right, outstanding. Very cool, man. Piero was #1 in our league play, and Pool was #2. Oh, so these are the two top guys from the league also, which is very, very fun. Yeah, I love that. All right, so we need to reset, get a new Game Ranger lobby going up, but I need to find out who's going to be hosting this. We got to figure out where they're from, too, because that can affect that a lot. Okay, so that's all closed out there. And where is Orange Pest? Okay. Okay, let me know who hosts this one. We'll go from there. Yeah, we got a little break. It's fine. We can get the lobby set up, though, in the meantime. No problem there. Okay. So Orange Pass says he's going to host, and I will join as a spectator there. Yeah, Pool's probably going to take a little break. I'm totally fine. I am totally fine. I just got to go through the rules of the finals. Fancy rules. Yeah, no, I stopped making bread. I was getting fat. I stopped. It was too much. I was making 2-pound loaves of bread, and I was just like eating, because my wife can't eat bread. She has celiac, so she can't have like gluten and things like that. So I was just making these 2-pound loaves of bread, and I was just getting fat. I was becoming Fatty Bulger. I've been exercising a lot recently, so I'm getting fit again. But I stopped making bread like a week and a half ago, and I've just been. It's crazy how fat that gets you. Like, look, if you and your family are around, everyone's gonna have a little bit of the bread, right? But if it's just you, and you have an appetite, that bread is too delicious not to eat. Yeah, it's rough. You gotta. I would like make a 2-pound loaf of bread and just like sit and watch like The Walking Dead and just pound it. The smell is so good. It is so good. All right, so let me see if they made a Game Ranger lobby. I'm gonna see if the Orange Pest is doing it. Okay. Age of the Ring semi and finals. Okay. Assyrian, are you hosting the lobby? Are you the host? I see a lobby with your name, and it looks like it's related to the tournament. A lot of Age of the Ring games going on right now. It's very, very cool to see that. Cool stream so far. Yeah, I'm glad you guys are enjoying it. It's something a little bit different, which is always fun to see. Your roommate makes a loaf of bread every week. Yeah, you see, like if Anna would have some, I wouldn't be such a fatso. But if I have it, get it all to myself, it's becoming bread pit. That's funny. Oh no, you're just advertising the stream. Got it. Thank you, man. All right, I appreciate that. Yeah, American food does fatten you up for sure. It depends on how you eat. Like you can eat healthy here in the United States, but most people don't. And a part of it is too is like health food in the United States. I don't know what it's like in the rest of the world as much, but eating healthy here is a lot more expensive than eating the junk food, which is so much cheaper, right? Like if you just go to the market, there's like these like packs of bread that are just filled with sugar and butter, and like you can get them way cheaper than you can like the healthier options. We're gonna be ready in a couple minutes. Yeah. I gotta go through the rules. Okay. So Pest is gonna want me to host on GR, then you host lobby, or you host. Okay. I'm getting pinged for something. Let's see what evil pings are hitting me here. Getting hit in the video game section. All right. Deal. He's gonna host it. Just doing map bans, great. I visited the US, you can eat healthy. It depends on where you were, Robert. I guarantee you, Robert, if you visited where I lived, you would like the food. We have really good health food around here. California in general typically has pretty good health food options, but it's absurdly expensive. The cost of living in California is pretty brutal. I love California, but it's very, very pricey. Yeah, you get punched in the wiener financially here pretty bad. Yeah. You can definitely eat healthy. You definitely can. But, when you're a college kid coming from, another country and coming to live in the United States, it's very easy to fall down the rabbit hole of like eating fast food and junk food. And you can put on a lot of weight very quickly that way. Yeah. It can get you pretty good. Your future mother-in-law made apple scones. Oh, it sounds so good. And your fiance and you chowed down on them. Hey, shout out to you too. Sounds like a good time. I started cooking at home again. I like cooking, actually. It's very fun, but I started cooking. Yeah, $7 a gallon you saw at some gas stations? Yeah, it's rough. I love Slavic food. Like, Polish food is amazing. Every time I go to Poland, I just feast. I lived in Poland for I hesitate to say lived, but I before my wife came to the United States when we were doing our fiance visa. Hang on, let's check this and I'll tell the story here real quick. Okay, we're still waiting, guys. The players just taking a quick break before the finals and we'll be getting there. But before my wife came to the United States when we were waiting for our fiance visa to get approved, I lived in I guess which direction? Yeah, about an hour outside of Warsaw. We rented a cabin in the woods. So we lived in this cabin in the Polish forest for 3 months. I was there for about 87 days. And dude, there was a local butcher shop and a local bread maker, and I used to just get like a full chain links of kielbasas and Polish bread, and I used to just like lay there and just feast. Oh God, it's so good. Bread in Poland is amazing. Their bread is very, very good. All right, Orange Pest invited me to join, and we shall join. Yeah. What's up, Conqui? How you doing, man? I didn't get fat either. I didn't get fat when I was eating Polish food. Despite eating a lot of it, I didn't get as fat. I think it's a lot less sugar, at least from what I had. Oh, dude, I could probably eat like 50 pierogies if it's the right kind. All jokes aside, I don't think I could eat 50, but for sure a lot. Yeah. All right, so our finals lobby is coming together, and we're just waiting for them to fire it off here. And I'll open it up in just a moment, guys. Just hang tight. Turin, come to Denmark, visit the cheese store I own. Oh, dude, I don't eat dairy. I can't eat dairy. It gives me a stuffy nose. Dairy is the only thing I can't eat, is like milk and butter. I'm so sorry. I would love to take you up on that someday, though. Otherwise. Hey, you're welcome, Conqui. You're welcome. Oh, Pashki? I'm not sure. You'd have to show me a picture of it. I don't remember what that is exactly. This is the grand finals we're about to be jumping into, which is best of 7. Yeah. Best of 7. So waiting for Orange Pest to fire it off. I'm in the lobby right now. It's just time. America does barbecue very well, though, man. There's a lot of things that Europe does well with food, but if you've ever had just Southern style barbecue, just heavy metal, like a big old barbecue, piece of meat with like the beans and the cornbread and the various other fixings they have. God damn. That is like a biblical experience of eating. It's terrible for you, but it is so good. And then you get like some Southern sweet tea going on. Oh, it's really good. It's so good, man. Cause my grandparents used to own a steakhouse in Texas, in Wellington, Texas, which was a town with like 1,000 people in it. Pretty crazy. Well, back then, I don't know about now. So I used to stay with them over the summers, and I just eat at the steakhouse, and goddamn, it was so good. Oh, it was so delicious. All parts of the world have good food? Yeah, I mean, I think every country has some good food to an extent, but some way more than others. I'm trying to think about what I had in the UK, in Britain, that I enjoyed. So when I was in Horsham and near London, a lot of the food I had that I enjoyed was mostly food from different cultures. It was like, Indian food or various Asian foods. Yeah, for the most part. The fish and chips was all right. I enjoyed the fish and chips. Like, it wasn't something I could eat on the regular, though. It was a little bit too fried and heavy for me. Yeah. Yeah, it's hard to say. Okay, so game's firing off now. Nothing. Yeah, the UK has some good pastries and stuff. I remember there was some places like when I was in Horsham, they have these like little it's like a pastry with a sausage in it. I forget what it's called. Is it like pigs in a blanket? Isn't that what they call it? But those were pretty good. I remember I liked those. And the British pastries weren't bad. They had like some good little like breakfast pastries that I remember enjoying. Yeah, the tea in the UK was good. And you know what? As much as people give grief to the United Kingdoms and in Britain in general for England for their food, English breakfasts are bomb, dude. Like the bangers and mash, the whole like breakfast. If you go to like a good classic kind of English breakfast place, Dude, that is bomb. That was good. Like the sausage, the pudding, the beans, yeah, obviously the bread was good too. But they had some good stuff. They had some good stuff. You know, you gotta give credit where credit is due. Okay, and let's go to observer mode here. There we are. And we are now in the finals. Let's get these scorecards all updated. It's going to be 0-0. And it's going to be Pool versus, let me get his name right, make sure I spell it correctly. Poero. Okay. Let me find the name. There we go. Okay, this is the grand finals. This is best of 7, by the way. This is like uber sweat. Get ready for it, man. All right. So it begins. Yeah, so I live in a very small town in the United States. It's about 9,000 people, so quite small. And there was like my entire childhood, there was like this woman who I swear to God was like 90 years old for like 20 years. You know people like that? She was just like always old, but somehow was just there forever. So she was from London, and she moved to this small town in America and created an English breakfast joint. And I remember going in there and really enjoying it. She had all the imported teas from the UK. It was super fun. Lust, hey, thank you for resubscribing, man. Keep up the cool community events. Hey, all day, every day, man. That's what we do here. You have internet at 9,000 people. It's a small town. Yeah, I live in a very small town. Nearby, there's a bigger city, though. So, yeah. There is a bigger city. Vampires like Keanu Reeves. No, she wasn't a vampire. Yeah. Yeah. All right. So they're working out the picks and bans and all that good stuff. They're waiting on the factions. We're ready to observe. And so begins the greatest battle of our time. The fate of Middle-earth to be decided. A fun little major event here. I love living in a small town. It's great. Our town is it's like Shangri-La, man. It's so peaceful. There's almost no crime here. It's super clean. Everyone's really friendly, and most people know each other. It's like, I love that small town energy. It's great. Yeah, we have really good hiking too. Yes. You should watch The Wire. I will watch it. That's a show I never watched. It's good, and I will get around to it. I'm rewatching Walking Dead right now. I'm on season 5 or 4. Season 4 or 5? I can't remember. One of them. I think I'm at the end of season 4 actually. Damn, that's a small town. 300 people. Okay. Yeah, Syrian. I'll get around to it, man. I remember it was big. Isengard versus Harad Waith. Okay, so we do see the Isengarders coming back. Getting ready to go. So it begins. Let's get the observer mode ready and have some fun. Yeah, I have seen Z Nation. It's super haggard, but it is fun. I've seen Z Nation. The Governor Turin. Oh, I don't want to be the governor. He is probably the best villain of The Walking Dead, though, right? I mean, I know everybody, gets a lot of hype around Negan and stuff, but I think the governor was really good. The whole governor arc and Woodbury and dude, the governor soundtrack, when the governor appears, how it has that like creepy pulsing sound? Oh, it's so good. Bear McCreary nailed that. He nailed that. All right, anyways, let's start talking about Age of the Ring, shall we? Ladies and gentlemen of Middle-earth, welcome to the Grand Finals. Spawning in on the southeast side of the map, it is going to be Pool, coming off a 3-1 victory over Hachiko. And he is going to be representing the forces of Isengard. To the northwest, it is going to be Harad Waith. The Haradrim are here. And this, of course, is going to be Pool here. Or Poero, excuse me. They both start with a P. It got a little bit confusing. So Poero is Harad Waith, and Pool is going to be Isengard. Will the world burn in the fires of industry? Will Isengard's fires and flame burn all? Or will the desert flames spread to the southeast? And maybe we'll get to see the Golden King. That would be pretty fun. I hope we can get to see some late game heroes. That'd be very, very cool. Look, I'm happy if we get Lurtz. If we get Lurtz out, I'm happy. And for, Harad Waith, it seems like most Harad Waith players do the same thing every game. They just kind of spam a million Harandor tribal units. They get like 2 or 3 of those production buildings and don't kind of dabble too much in the other tech trees. Although I think there was some nerfs to the Mumak tech, the Mahood. I know they're very good in some factions. Against Isengard, maybe a little bit risky due to Warg Riders since they can get trampled over, but Yeah, we'll see. No, this game is completely, it's a mod. It's a free standalone mod. Since the game was abandoned a long time ago, some mod makers kind of took it over. It's called Age of the Ring. We have some individuals in chat who can walk you through it if you're curious. All right, guys. Here comes the spears. And the pattern of creeping the warg camps is going to be continuing here. So there they go. And should have a pretty easy time taking down the wargs over here. And I wonder what Isengard's going to be doing. Oh, they took our jobs. All right. So the hobos are coming. Dude, this guy straight up could have a dank mullet if he wanted to. He's going to be heading to the north. Is he going to be counterattacking the meta creeping here? Oh, Pool, anticipating the war creeping, pulls in his own hobos to counter it. Oh, I love that. Now he's going to be taking it for his own. It's like two dogs fighting over a piece of meat, and the bigger dog is going to be getting it. All right, so the hobos are going for it, and they're going to maybe get this down. A couple spears are getting in position, and Harad Waith is coming over to get this, and he's really going for it. Is he going to sacrifice his... Who's going to get the gold? And the resources drop, and it does get split in half. Okay, so a partial split could be worse, and now Hobo's going to be getting on top of this building right here, and they're going to start chopping it, but I think that the Gondor defenders should be able to stop this. The other Hobo's going to be running to the north, and they're just going to be ignoring them. Nope, they're going to be running away now. And more hobos are going to be coming down here. Very angry, very unkempt. Could probably use some dental care, among other things. Maybe a little bit of a deodorant. And they do encircle, and they're going to be bashing the building again. And the Gondor defenders trying to catch them, but the hobos seem to be a little bit more maneuverable here as they continue running. And I think they are faster than the tribesmen. It looks like they're those wild men. I mean, they live in hills and shit, so they're probably pretty fit in terms of cardio and leg strength and whatnot. So these hobos able to outrun some of the tribal warriors who live on a more flat landscape. All right, hobo raiding continues, guys. This is Isengard 101. Open up with hobo aggression, follow up with warg riders, switch into Uruk-hai scouts, then get into the fighting Uruk-hai after that. So it is going to be double hobo raids. Yep, and he's just pumping the jams, including some spears. Going to be mixing in some spears. Another hobo raid going to be coming around the top. Probably going to be a dead building there. And Pool is just so aggressive, man, with this. He really, really lays the heat on with these raids. I mean, we've seen him in every game on stream today. Basically, they're the same speed. Okay, good to know. It's okay. The lore explanation still stands, I'm sure. But, yeah, another building going to be getting hacked on here. Hobo's going to be running north. Not going to be long for this world, but so far, Pool has really been keeping him on the back foot. Granted, Harad Waith is trying to counterattack, and the Isengard army is pretty god-awful at straight-up fighting, right? It's not going to be quite as good there. Better at raiding, better at doing this. So I wonder if we're going to be seeing a switch into the fighting Uruk-hai soon. We do see a Warg Rider pit coming, which is going to try and equalize some of the fighting, because now Harad Waith, after having farmed many of the hobos, is going to be gathering and attacking. And honestly, I think that Pool might be in some trouble with this counterattack coming in. The Warg Riders will be cute, but very good instincts here by Poero. He actually mixes in a couple spear units to make sure that the warg counterattack isn't going to be effective. I love that. Very, very good play, honestly. Okay, he attacks in, picks off a couple of these guys, and now look at the map. There's no more hobo raiding in the north. Harad Waith has fended off the hobo raiding and is now just going to be moving in, and I think that Isengard really needed a warg pit a little bit earlier on. The scouts, the Uruk-hai scouts, counter all these units. Uruk-hai scouts will bully them, but now Isengard is going to have warg riders out, which aren't going to be that good here. I mean, they'll get some tramples. Okay, maybe there's no spears here, so they have some good times, but where the spears are, they're going to have a bad time. Map control is going back to the forces of Harad Waith, but the spears, it looks like they got killed by the archers, so suddenly I think he's going to be okay. With those spears, if the spears had stayed there and had survived, I think the warg riders could have had some big problems, but due to the fact the spears got killed and picked off by some of the defenders, it allowed the warg riders to carry and get Pool back in the game. Very, very well played there. All right, warg riders going to be heading north looking for freebies. And yeah, I mean, look, guys, these warg riders are clutching it. They're killing so many units. They've already taken down 4 units, basically, which is devastating as hell. And now they're going to be moving to the south, getting another unit here. And Isengard is back on the menu. And a really good mulligan, or audible here, I should say, by Isengard, switching into scouts. So the scouts are going to be very good on the defense, while the warg riders continue feasting on the map and really run down a whole bunch of these boys. Hobo's going for counter raiding on the side, and the Isengarders trying to fight here. Now we do have some fighting Uruk-hai out, or just scouts, I guess. And yep, scouts going to put some great archer fire down while the Isengard hobos get massacred in combat. They're pretty squishy. Again, more of a raiding unit. Warg Riders coming over the top. Beautiful trample right there, able to get those guys. And I think when a second Uruk-hai Scout gets out, probably going to be fine. Dude, the Warg play is so good. He's making those Wargs look money and a distinct lack of spears in the Harad Waith army. He's not bringing any spears with him, which is costing him the game, I think. I mean, that's really allowing Poole to go kind of bananas with his Wargs. They're just feasting on everything. All right, on the backside, Hobo raiding is on. Able to bonk down into the building, and we do see some defenders here. Isengarders hiding in the trees. As another raid comes down here, now we start to see some spears getting mixed in. Granted, the Uruk-hai Scouts are obviously targeting the spear units, knowing that if they can, the Warg Riders will feast. Uruk-hai Scouts here pushing back the forces of Harad Waith. And oh my god, I think he lost both builders. I think Isengard lost both their builders, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, that's not good. He's not going to be able to expand. He's not going to be able to do much of anything. I'm pretty sure the first builder died earlier and the second one died just there. And that is honestly can be something that can just straight up lose you the game. Workers cost 500 to build. Okay, we do see the Warg Riders trying to trample what they can, but there are some spears in this army, so they need to be careful. And these guys going to be drawing their axes, and Uruk-hai Scouts can probably take on a tribal warrior with their weapons here. Up at the top side, Hobo raiding continues, but it's mostly going to be shut down. And does he have another worker? Is he building one? He is. So he is replenishing his worker. Those wargs are going to have their work cut out for him, man. Uruk-hai Scouts, though, are value trading very cost effectively now. You do see some of them get run down by spears there. Little trample attempt. Oh, man, those Warg Riders just got wrecked. They ran through way too many spears. And you notice how a massive over-adjustment by these guys. Getting wrecked by the wargs for a lot of the game here, now switching into mass spears, basically. Scouts probably coming out in droves, and it looks like Isengard does get another worker out, so they are going to be able to start re-expanding on the map, which they're really, really going to need here. Isengard making a defense. Oh, man, that Uruk-hai just headbutted that dude. All right, the dreaded Uruk-hai headbutts. A lot of warriors here, though. Able to overwhelm the Uruk-hai defenders to an extent, although, no, it looks like they're holding pretty firm. Look at this massive Harandor army, though. I guess this is just all they do. They just spam out mass amounts of Harandor units. I would imagine we'll see a transition to some different units a little bit later on, but we'll have to see. All right, guys. Uruk-hai still fighting the good fight. Meanwhile, on the top side, the Uruk-hai Scouts trying to do some counter raiding, but are going to be intercepted by some archers in the bushes. Warg Riders going to be surging forth, and it looks like we do have a very contested game on our hands. Now, ring points, Isengard does have Fires of Industry, so their economy is going to be popping off. So they are at 2 and 5, and we have, wow, almost identical. These guys are pretty much neck and neck with ring points. 750 population cap for Harad Waith, and for Isengard, it's going to be 700. So these guys, this is a really close game, honestly. Fires of Industry is going to equalize the economies of these players, that's for sure. And we got a knockdown, drag-out game, man. This is going to be fun. Warg Riders swarming up here. There is a freebie here. We're going to see if he notices or if he's going to move into the spears. Nice little trample, but he does lose a couple units to some of the supporting spears there. And the Warg Riders going to be fleeing to the south, probably healing up by the base. Big raid, but Harad Waith is going to be losing a lot of units here as they do go for an attack on the building and are relatively enveloped by the Isengarders. Over to the west, more raiding is going to continue as the players do split push and partition their armies. That's definitely a big skill set in this game, is knowing how to partition your forces and split and make sure that each of your individual armies is able to fend off multiple threats, multiple types of units. Spears, mixed with swords, mixed with bows, etc., etc. All right. So the battle is on to the base, and it looks like the forge is going to be hanging in there. The steel bonus will continue to be provided. Isengard's troops fighting the forces of Harad Waith in the north, and let's go ahead and take a look at the tech for both players. So Harad, basically, yeah, okay. Oh, he's going for a level 3 Harandor outpost, which means archers, but most likely Guardians of the Serpent and Suladan, which is brutal. So Guardians of the Serpent are an uber elite hero unit. Really disgusting. They're so strong. And they if you ride them around in the Suladan, they become almost unstoppable. It's really, really hard to beat. All right, Isengard forming a actually big push in the middle, consolidating its forces. And do we see alerts or any sort of heroes here? I don't think so. I think Isengard's been so much on the back foot here. A little bit of tramplage there. Should shut those guys down. And a big pit fight is going to be favoring Isengard. And you want to know why? Is because they have a million Uruk-hai Scouts just laying into the Harad warriors. The Uruk-hai Scouts are pretty good quality archers, and they scale pretty well into the later stages of the game, I would say. So the Uruk-hai Scouts able to melt that portion of the army. But the trample is coming in. The Harandor Raiders are here. Hobos try and get back and protect them, but the trample did a lot of damage, and a massive portion of the Uruk-hai Scouts did get taken to Pound Town right there. And now they're going to get taken to Pound Town once again. And man, oh man, those Uruk-hai scouts had a bad time with that counterattack right there. First hero is going to be coming out. It's going to be Big Daddy Lurtz. He's ready to go. Look how glorious those 2000 whatever graphics look like. It's great. No heroes for Harad Waith yet, though. Hero Hammer is a variable in this game. You know, sometimes the player, despite maybe losing some ground, can win the game by having a couple high-level heroes because they can make a big difference. Isengard does have Lurtz moving up with the boys, and now some Hobo Spears are going to be here to defend. That's one of the most common Isengard, I would say, mid-game-ish strategies is Hobo Spears backed up by Scouts. And then they usually transition into a full Uruk-hai army from there with the Warg Rider support is usually what you see. Now, Lurtz is going to be giving leadership in this fight. He's hiding somewhere in the trees, so his Uruk-hai will be stronger. Little tramplage in the back from the Warg Riders, but it looks like there were some spears there able to fend them off. As Hobo raiding in the back of the base, it is so hard to keep up with this, by the way. It might look simplistic, but man, it is not. Trying to keep up with all the raiding and split pushing in this game is incredibly stressful. It gets very, very sweaty. Down to the south side, we do see the Uruk-hai actually coming out with some true Uruk-hai units. We do have pikemen. So they're going to be able to defeat the tribal units there, also taking down the Warg Pit, and are going to be maneuvering over that direction. Uruk-hai scouts doing some work. Lurtz is back here somewhere. He's hiding. Look at Lurtz. Lurtz is hiding in the bushes, literally. Look, he's down here. You can see him like hiding in the trees. He's down there hanging out. All right, so the battle is on, and we do see the big boys continuing to fight it out. Over on the west, the fighting Uruk-hai and the spears gathering up. So the Uruk-hai unit quality is going to be improving as we do have an upgraded Uruk-hai pit somewhere. I don't know where it is, but it's around there somewhere. Oh, Khandish Chariot's being called out. You gotta love it. So the Southerners calling out their eastern allies as the Varyogs of Khand on their chariots are arriving. And they are going to be trampling over some of the Isengarders. Granted, Isengard does have spears here. So all the chariots are actually dead now. The spears were able to drag them down, but, they did a little bit of damage right there. Wasn't too bad. Up in the top, Pool is going to be continuing to raid. We do see the Isengard army getting that good bump and grind, moving on in there. And the tribal warriors in the north are going to be folding. Meanwhile, in the middle, we do hear the war drums of Harad Waith being activated. But Lurtz, level 3, giving fat leadership to the boys. And that was the battle cry of Harad Waith. It's their this ability right here. Yeah, March to War. So Isengard does have Build Me an Army, though. That is how they're getting the upgraded Uruk-hai. So this banner right here, this is a tier 3 ability that just produces free Uruk-hai units for Isengard. It's called Build Me an Army. It's very, very cool. So crushing victories. Isengard does emerge victorious here, pushing back the forces of Harad Waith. But Harad Waith has rallied a force over here. And they're going to need a hero soon, and they do have it. Okay, so it is going to be Ja Rule, our favorite early 2000s rapper. CR Rule is actually his name, but it's very close. So he is the Vizier of the Golden King. He is a very simple hero. He basically gives an aura to nearby units and gives them damage and armor. And yeah, that's what he's going to be doing. Very similar to Lurtz in that way, but Lurtz can actually fight pretty well, whereas he's a little bit of a wimpy fighter. All right, but Lurtz also costs 700 more. So Lurtz and the boys taking the fight to the middle, and the fighting Uruk-hai getting produced perpetually. Flank pushing coming in, and the Uruk-hai on the flanks with some pikemen going to be a menace to deal with. As it looks like Isengard doing very well in a bunch of the fights here. Ja Rule could be in some trouble, guys. He could be in some trouble. He's a little bit surrounded by some hobos and is going to be fleeing, and the Uruk-hai scouts are peppering his boys as well. Lurtz forced back by a cavalry charge, but still is maintaining pressure. Man, if the Isengard player discovers his rat's nest in the west and just clears out all this, that's going to be so freaking brutal. He's going to be going after this building. Lurtz heading up in the middle, and now we have a second hero coming out. Meat's back on the menu, boys. Okay, it is going to be Ugluk. So Ugluk is one of the earlier heroes, but he's very good. He has Orcish Medicine, and he also has Hunt for the Ring, Headhunter, and he can summon Uruk Marauders later on. But his big thing is he's a good tanky melee fighter who does also have an AoE heal that heals all of the Uruk-hai. All right, guys, the fight is going to be ascending to the later stages of the game. The Uruk-hai flank over here has been denied, but the big fight in the middle, it's looking pretty Uruk favored. They got the spears and they have the double heroes. And the hero hammer, like I said, is a real thing. Lurtz plus Ugluk together is a pretty nasty combo. And here we do see some Uruk-hai discovering the rat's nest and clearing that out. Whereas Ja Rule is going to be coming to join up with his forces, but not before they take some heavy-duty casualties. Isengard moving up more forces on the flank. The Isengard army going to be forced to retreat in the middle, but not before having some decent trading, I would say. So Lurtz is level 4. Lurtz gets really, really OP when he gets his pin ability at level 5. When he gets that, he can lock down an enemy hero for 15 seconds, and he can really, really give the big wiener to his opponent. It's brutal. Okay, so Build Me an Army is still popping off. A lot of free units back in the base here for Isengard. And what is the tech going to be? We do see Horondor archers being pumped out en masse. Mainly tribal units, which are good, but they will fall off eventually against the fighting Uruk-hai. And Pool is just more effectively split pushing. Really, really harrying his opponent in, taking down a lot of production buildings here. Lurtz and Ugluk will pull back and regroup their forces, and they should have a lot to regroup with. There's a whole bunch. Yeah, Ugluk is low, so probably leave him back at the base and just let him kind of lick his wounds here. And eventually he will be able to heal himself as well. And Lurtz and Ugluk chilling out. Lurtz is level 5. Cripple is on the table. So if Ja Rule gets out of position, he is going to be having a really, really bad time. Up at the top, Isengard with a stronger force. They're going to be able to crush these guys and win that flank, and then they're probably going to get a couple buildings for it. This one and this one. Isengard also has a stronger army in the middle, I would say. We're not seeing any super crazy units out of Harad Waith yet. Are they going to be doing any tech changes, or are they really just going to be leaning into tribal play? Oh, shit, look at that. The army ult used. All right, so that is the Burning Sands ability. It is the ultimate of Harad Waith, and it cooks the Isengard army. God damn. But guys, Isengard has the exact same thing. Isengard has the Wrath of Kahadris. When Saruman chants and brings down the mountains, he's going to be dropping it like it's hot. So yeah, Isengard took a beating there, but Lurtz lived, I think? Or maybe Lurtz got cooked. I'm not sure. No, Lurtz lived. Okay, so honestly, not that big of a deal for Isengard. So Isengard now has the counterattack that they are going to be able to use it with the Wrath of Kahadris. All right, guys. Isengard coming across, looking to clean up the flanks a little bit, but the Isengarders are still very much on the table, guys. Well, Lurtz hits probably a little bit harder in melee. If you use his activated Berserk ability and use him in melee, that's where he really does the heavy lifting. Granted, he can level up safely by using his bow, and he can only use his crippling snare ability if he has his bow. Okay, guys. So, on the side, Lurtz just picking off the boys. Lurtz is level 6. At level 10, he becomes a raid boss because he gets 50% armor. He becomes an Uruk chief, which is pretty cool. I mean, he already basically is one, but he gets a huge armor buff at level 10. I really like high-level Ugluk, too. Ugluk at level 10, not level 10, but at his max level, can do reinforcements from Saruman, and he calls out several hordes of Uruk raiders. Really good for finishing games. Really, really good. So, Harad just has Ja Rule. Ja Rule is only level 3. Isengard still raiding with hobos on the side. Both players are pretty contested here. You're about to see Saruman call down the mountain. He's and he's going to do a big old bombardment here. I hope you guys hear it. It's glorious. Is this where you use it? I think you wait and use it in your opponent's base to end the game. Ugluk is healed. Lurtz is split pushing on the side with the boys. I like that Lurtz is split pushing because he's really hard to deal with. Nothing that Harad has can really solo him if he uses his Relentless Warrior. He just gets like damage and splash damage and shit. Okay, Harad using its Warhorn there, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know if that's going to save them. Lurtz is being a big homie on the side and just boinking down buildings. Yeah, he's waiting to see when he's going to use that tier 4 ability. It's probably not worth it here because Isengard can probably just win this normally. They now have Uruk-hai crossbowmen, which are pretty beast mode. They do quite a bit of damage. Up in the top, we do see these guys holding. Lurtz still split pushing here. I love the hero split push. Yeah, look at Lurtz just chopping them up, dude. Taking these guys to the candy shop. Oh, okay, we see Wolfgar coming out. So, a.k.a. Ragnar Lothbrok. So they used Ragnar Lothbrok's picture to represent this character, but his name is Wolfgar. And he unlocks the Dunlending units. So you can get the more advanced Huskarls and the Dunlending Outriders and all that goodness. All right, so Ugluk and Wolfgar are going to be leading the charge. He can summon his 2 ravens, which is nice. Oh, Saruman has called down the mountain. Epic. All right, and Lurtz is doing okay, but for some reason he's running. I don't know why he's running. What the hell? Why is he running? What the hell? All right, so the army does get crushed. And we do see them moving in. All right, there they go. Wormtongue might be out on the field, maybe. He's pulling back here. Why did he retreat? I feel like he was getting so much pressure. Regardless, it's looking a little bit tough for Harad Waith. Maybe going to be losing production buildings here. Ugluk is leading the Uruk-hai now with Wolfgar. And immediately the tribal warriors pop out of the barracks and get killed before they can even be spawned. The mountain from the top rope. Yeah, that's right. Okay, so we do see the Harandor outpost going down here. On the flank, it is going to be alerts once again, bullying these guys. Probably got to be close to GG, though. I feel like they're getting camped a little bit right now with Wolfgar and Ugluk and Lurtz. And it's all of those homies versus just Ja Rule. We don't see Karan Lambar, who's an absolute Giga Chad. Another production building going down. I mean, I don't know. Tainted Earth being used by Isengard, which is really good. Basically, it means anything killed on the Tainted Earth gives them a benefit. Yeah. We see Freezing Rain also, and he's just going. Freezing Rain is activated. That gives the entire Isengard army, or a debuff to the enemies, a minus 25% damage and armor. It's really, really good, and also cuts their leadership down too. Konda's Chariots are on the table, but I think Poole is starting to close this game out, ladies and gentlemen. He's looking pretty good. The Isengarders, I am so happy we got to see late game Isengard too. It's very fun. Massive Isengard war host is coming, guys, including the Dunlanding Axemen. So homie building the Viking units, all right. So Scorpions being built. Scorpions are good split pushing units. They're okay fighters, but more for split pushing buildings. Konda's Chariots being called in, but the problem is there's Uruk-hai pikemen there. They don't give a shit. They're going to melt these chariots. So one chariot is almost already dead. The other one's pretty low as well. And the Chad Uruk-hai pikemen fending these guys off and just taking them all down. Lurtz leading the counterattack on the flank here. Going to be bullying. And Saruman the White cackling once again as his mighty warriors. Able to probably fulfill the will of the White Hand. I don't know if we're going to be seeing Saruman out. If the game goes longer, he could come out. He's usually called, but GG well played. Isengard victorious. Da-da-da-da-dun-dun. And Isengard able to close it out. GG well played. Very fun one, guys. The mountain being called down. Epic. Love it. You get to hear the Saruman chanting. Chad Christopher Lee entertaining us from the grave. What a hero. Okay. So let's set this up here. And we are going to go update these scorecards. So that's going to be 1-0 for Poole. And this is best of 7. So you gotta win a lot of games here. This is very sweaty. Very, very sweaty. Okay, so there we go. And let's jump out of there and do this. Continue. And we're going to wait for the game to be hosted. A new power is rising. What's up, Nosy? Did you play in the tournament? How'd your run go, man? I'm getting a little bit hungry here, man. I might need to pound some hot dogs. The American fuel. It is pretty heretical, Pone, that you don't like hot dogs. I don't know if you're hanging out here, but I don't know. Do I have any other friends who don't like hot dogs? I can't think of any. Yeah. I know Anna. I don't think Anna likes hot dogs. She's not a fan of them. Okay, so here it comes. So it begins. Join the game here. Wasn't able to, been very busy. Got it. Okay, observer mode there, and we will find out what they're going to be doing in the next game. Desperation hot dogs are peak. Nothing. There's few things more forbidden than in America. You have a couple forbidden gas station items. Gas station hot dogs are pretty treacherous, but not as treacherous as American gas station sushi. That is really, really just like the danger zone. If you wanna live the highway to the danger zone, American gas station sushi is the way to do it. Yeah, 100%. Let's do this. Observer mode is set. And here we go, man. Oh, approaching the 4-hour mark here, boys. We're getting there. Gas station food has never done you dirty. Where do you live? Which country do you live in, though? Gas station dick pills, yeah. That is really funny. Okay, let me ask you guys this. So we obviously have a lot of Europeans hanging out in chat. A lot of folks from Asia, Europe, all over the world hanging out. Now, my question to you is, at your gas stations in Europe, do you guys just have ridiculous shit like boner pills? Is that a thing? Because if you've ever been to an American gas station, there's just a whole usually rack of boner pills, and it has a rhino. There's rhinos and just all sorts of weird shit on there. Is that just us that does that? Okay, is it just us? Maybe. All right, guys, let's get it. Let's see what's cooking here. Just so it's mainly an American thing. All right. Yeah, the mail. You guys haven't seen him? American Gas. Yeah, we got some wild shit by the cash register. Of course. Yeah, Iron Stag knows. He knows. He's seen it. All right, so it's going to be Erebor versus Misty Mountains. Very good flavor, by the way. So this is a fun matchup. We got the Dwarves, so Poirot is going to be on Erebor, and Misty Mountains is going to be Pool. And we know that Pool loves his Goblin Swarms. He did lose with it earlier, but is he going to stay with the Goblins? Find out. Find out today. We will see how this goes. Yeah. Okay, here's one more question, and I promise after this question is answered, we will get into the commentary. Has anybody here ever tried a gas station boner pills? that is really the question that I want to hear. Oh no, General, you have? No way. You've tried gas station boner pills? Holy shit. Wow, a bunch of you guys have. Oh my god. All right, we got a couple heroes here. You were forced to in a bet? Okay, fair play. Yeah, you quickly make sure we know it was for a bet. Yeah. All right, ladies and gentlemen. That was a lot of fun. And now, welcome to Game 2 in the Grand Final. Spawning in on the southeast side of the map, it is going to be Poirot, and he's going to be on the Dwarves. To the northwest, it is going to be the Misty Mountains and Pool, and he is going to be going for an Orc-centric build. So he's going to be dropping it like it's hot with the Mountain Orc Lodge, and not going to be going for his Forbidden Goblin Swarming. I don't hate that. I guess the Orcs can fight the Dwarf Infantry more effectively. Yeah, immediately going for Mountain Orc Slashers there. Yeah, all right. So Mountain Orc Slashers are pretty good fighters at 375. My question is, I wonder if they can beat the Dwarven Guardians, right? For the Dwarves, we see the same build as before. Basically going to be double Erebor Assembly, or the Erebor Hall of Warriors next to the mine, so then they can pop out of their party tunnels. They can put the Dwarf Warriors in the mines, and they can teleport across the map here, which is going to be very, very nasty. Okay. So, all is calm. The calm before the storm. What's really interesting about this matchup is both of these factions are able to tunnel. In Assyrian, we do have Pool on the Orcs, and Poirot is going to be playing the forces of Erebor. Hope we get to see some cool Erebor heroes, but this is a pretty forbidden combo, using the Crows to speed up the production of these units here, of the Azag Baruk, the Erebor Warriors. We're going to be getting into the tunnels. Do we see a proxy mine yet? We do not see it yet. Okay, so we do see the Dwarf moving over here. It is the reign of Ironfoot, so he's going to be using Ironfoot rather than Oakenshield. And look at how sneaky he is, dude. Sneaky, sneaky Dwarves. Okay, so he's moving, and he's going to drop it right here. It's so well hidden. If you drop it against this rooftop here, oh, look at that. That's a cool detail. Look, there's like some rangers hanging out up there. Or something, some Gondorian fiefdom units. That's very fun. All right. So the mine is coming up, the proxy mine, and we do see the Mountain Orc Slashers heading down towards the Dwarf base. The Dwarves are already pumping out their Guardian units. They're chortling pretty hard and making the Sulkal Bekaz, the Grim Hammers. They are anti-infantry, and we'll see how they do. The mine is up, the party tunnels are here, and there's going to be 3 Dwarves popping out, just fully erect, gas station rage boners, as they move in and get ready to take down some of the Misty Mountains infrastructure. Now, Misty Mountains are going to be returning the favor, but the Grimhammers pop out of the tunnels. Look at that. And the Grimhammers are all up on them, boinking these guys down. And I'm curious how well the Grimhammers will do. They're probably going to beat the Mountain Orc Slashers, right? We'll have to see. But the Dwarves do get out there, and they do bonk down this one building. Early Wargs, though. I love it. So Wargs are out, and Wargs will be able to trample the Dwarves. The Dwarves are going to need to focus fire the building if they want to get it down. And the Grimhammers able to hold off these Mountain Orc Slashers, as we do have more Mountain Orc Slashers coming from the other side. And they are going to be trying to take down the Dwarven mine here of Poirot. So Pool with his classic aggressive playstyle. Wargs charge into spears, though. They do get lured into spears and lose a whole bunch of models. So some of the Dwarves are able to be salvaged. And it looks like they're maybe going to go creep that Warg pit over there, which wouldn't be a terrible idea. One of the Dwarven mines does go down right there. And we do see the Mountain Orc Slashers able to feast. So both sides trading back and forth. Ooh, worker almost getting caught. Losing workers in this game is one of the worst things. It feels really, really bad. All right, so nice creeping as the spear is able to find some good utility by taking down the Warp Camp, earning some ring points here. Dwarves trying to defend their mines, but do we have spears? No spears, actually. Just all Guardians with a spear unit or Grimhammers. Ouch, the Wargs are feasting, guys. The Dwarves might want to get back in those party tunnels before they close, or else the Wargs are going to be able to run them down. Looking very, very good here, guys. And the Wargs are feasting hard, trampling those Dwarves over and over. It is Bread City. Now up here, a little bit of counter creeping coming down. We do see the Dwarven Spears able to get some work done, but the lack of spears is killing the Dwarves right now. The Wargs really, really having a field day on them. And the Dwarves are durable enough. They can get trampled and not die quickly. Some units get one-shotted by tramples. Some units can take like 3 tramples to take those guys down. All right, now we got spears. So the Dwarvish spears have finally arrived, but Pool with the MLG plays here, able to get down another Dwarven mine, while the Wargs just running around threatening. It's the implication. It's the dentist system of this game. They're not going to charge, but it's the implication that they might charge, you know, is keeping the Dwarves honest here. Okay, so these guys going to be running away here. We do see them scurrying, being chased down by the Dwarves. The Dwarves counterattacking in the north, but there's a lot of Mountain Orc slashers up there, guys, and they will be able to probably handle these Dwarves in the numbers that they're in. Also, Misty Mountains, if you don't fully finish off their buildings do respawn over time, so it's really annoying, and in close situations there, they can certainly get their value back. Dwarves pop out, take down one of the party tunnels, but these Dwarves do have spears now with them. Looking at the army points, we do see 6 for the Dwarves and 5 for the Misty Mountains, so it looks like the Dwarves have done a little bit more killing there. The Dwarves using their trample ability, natural Spencers on those guys, going to be getting a nice trample on the Mountain Orc Slashers, as the Dwarves are now giving the Misty Mountains a lot more problems now that they have these spears out. Mountain Orc Slashers are trundling in, and we do see a wall hub being built, and that's only to hide the worker. So the worker now going to be running to the main base, getting hunted by Slashers. More Slashers over here as well. Let's look at the army size of both players. Currently, we have 444 supply for the Dwarves, 475 max, and 180 and 450. Holy shit, the Dwarves are crushing them army-wise. Wowza, they're far ahead. Wargs do get speared right there in the face, and now the Dwarves going to move in and start really threatening the base, perhaps. We see the Warg Pit, we see the Mountain Orcs, and it does look like Poirot is in a pretty good position with his Chad Dwarves. In the back, Mountain Orc Slashers trying to take down one of the mines, might be able to get it, but damn, those Dwarves have a much bigger army. And I don't know if they're going to be able to fight this off. The Dwarves might straight up just get this Orc production building, which would probably seal the deal here. We'll have to see. All right, we do see the Misty Mountains damage ability being used, but these are just spearmen. They're still going to get wrecked by the Dwarvish infantry. And yeah, man, the Lodge is maybe going to go down here. That's going to be a disaster. Dwarves coming in the front as well, and it looks like Poirot might be coming off to a very, very quick victory here. We will have to see. All right, all right. The fight is on. Goonabad Berserkers, I'm sure he's wishing he had some of those. Mountain Orc Slashers are on the way, but they're probably not even going to finish. And with this, I think that's going to be GG, because he's only going to be able to produce Wargs after this, if this building goes down. That's it. He just barely stabilizes it, man. Ooh, if this had died, I think that would probably be game blouses. Okay. Mountain Orcs able to finally defend it. But the Dowie, the Dwarves, they march in numbers, and they are looking for that booty. They're coming for your buildings. And look at that. We have the Barding Cavalry. Okay, the Barding Outriders were summoned over here, probably used to win some of the fights. And they're very low, but going to do a little bit of damage before they disappear. But the Dwarves continuing on their onslaught. Back in the base, the Dwarves pumping out a combination of Spears, Guardians, and Grimhammers. And it looks like here they do manage to find another one of the party tunnels for the Orcs. And are they just going to bash the tunnel at the cost of their own units? It looks like that's going to be the case. Orcs just barely holding on. The Lodge, though, living is pretty big. That gives him a fighting chance here. And the Dwarves actually turn around and fight the Mountain Orc Slashers. And are putting up a good fight, but are heavily outnumbered there. Orcs here, not Orcs, but the Dwarves coming over to creep the tunnels, and they are going to be able to get the Warg Pit, which is going to give them some nice money. The Orcs looking a little bit resurgent here. Nobody has heroes out yet, so no heroic presence as the Dwarves trying to fend off the dreaded Wargs, but I wouldn't hate seeing the Dwarves make a play for this Lodge. Although just to be safe, it does look like the Misty Mountains player here is going to be building up another production building to make sure he doesn't get karate chopped. Because if you just had one and couldn't produce anything for a while, that would suck. Uh-oh, we do have the Cave Troll Destroyer out. So he's going to be bonking down some of the buildings. And could the Misty Mountains mid-game start to take over with a little bit of troll pressure? I don't hate that. So Destroyer's going to be pulling back. And now we see the Gobos rule. So Gobos being called out by the army ability. This one right here, it is going to be They Are Coming. And the Dwarves go for the Fully Armed and Filthy. So that allows you to just upgrade. Oh, he charges the troll into a bunch of spears. Ouch, that's a big mistake. That troll would have been super useful, and it just gets blundered into a spear unit. Okay, big onslaught of goblins. Dwarves pop out of the party tunnels. Grimhammer is going to be getting into the tunnels as well. But the goblins are going to get it. Another mine going down here. Misty Mountain's kind of looking a little bit ratty here, guys. Like they're scrapping back. And one of the income buildings here for Misty Mountains does go down as well to the Dwarven counterattack. And the fight rages on. Yeah, the trolls are really good, but yeah, obviously they die to spears relatively quickly. If only Ja Rule was here. I don't think Ja Rule would be that interested in helping dwarves or Misty Mountains. You know, I don't think it's in his purview. Wargs still being useful. You know, even if they're mostly on the run, they're still harassing. It's the implication that the wargs can attack that's keeping the dwarves honest. That Dwarven builder going to be running into the mines right now, while the Grimhammers will be able to fend those off. Flank pushing, taking down some of the Misty Mountains infrastructure. And now let's go ahead and take a look here. So, 420 Blaze It Bro for the dwarves, 480, 650 max. Misty Mountains, 650. Army size is still a lot stronger for the dwarves, but the Misty Mountains are really ratting their way in this game. They're somehow staying here. Despite the dwarves having, I would say, an advantage, they're able to really split push the map and put a lot of pressure on. The tunnel versus tunnel play is very interesting because these guys are so quick. You know, they can all just pop out of the party tunnels back and forth there. Fights on. We do see, does he have the Raven hero? Oh, no shit. Okay, it's gone now. The dwarves did have their Raven hero, but it looks like he got killed there. And we do see Muzgash out for the orcs. That's going to be a big deal. That's going to make the orcs win a lot of fights. Muzgash does have an aura, legendary veteran, so nearby orcs gain damage and armor. And he does also just do good damage on his own. Although the dwarves, man, they're just so numerous. So tough to beat dwarven armies, man. You really, even with better quality units or higher tier units, they're so tough. All right, dwarves are going to be forced back by Muzgash and by the Warg Riders. And now they're going to be turning and making a stand here. They do have 3 units in the tunnels they could call out, which wouldn't be a bad idea to make a stand here. Because they're fighting a very big army here. Now, what is he going to be doing with those? Do we see any dwarven heroes out yet? No. And on the flank here, oh, he's not finishing off these. Oh, no, he's not finishing off the mines. He keeps letting them live. Oh, no, and then they just rebuild. Oh, that feels so bad. I mean, it's a little bit of damage, but, oh, man, he needs more than that. All right, so the orcs popping out. Now I think we're getting some more advanced orc units. I could have sworn I saw something more advanced. We'll take a look here. Oh, we do see Urshak as well. Okay. So Urshak is like a shaman character. So trolls, bats, and giants near him gain speed and vision. He target enemy building takes heavy damage and is disabled. Fell Winter. Affected enemy units and allies are frozen and cannot move. The Black Pit. Enemy units in target areas suffer medium damage over time and heals your allies. And then Dark Prophecy. He bewitches target unit, causing them to become hostile towards each other. Very cool utility hero for sure. Yeah, dwarves are going to start losing on Hero Hammer. That's going to happen. It's kind of like in Warcraft 3. You know, you might be winning some fights, but if their hero can level up, a level 5 Blade Master is going to punch you in the dick. You know, you gotta be careful. Okay, so yeah, Misty Mountains are pulling this game back a little bit, I think, with their heroes. They're going to start scaling that army super hard. Dwarves going to be making a stand here, and what do we see being used for the dwarves? Durin's Day. Epic. So look at that. So Durin's Day, it freezes the enemy army, and then he uses the Barding Cavalry here to trample the orc army, and the orcs are going to be sent running there. Very cool usage of Durin's Day to win that fight. So the dwarves are ahead on ring points, though. So maybe they're going to get to their 25-point ability. We will have to see. And they continue trampling. Meanwhile, dwarves fighting here, but not finishing these off is such pain. He's probably wondering how they got rebuilt so quickly. He's like down here and he's like, what the hell? I thought I killed that. But no, Misty Mountains buildings, you need to basically kill them twice. Not twice, but like 1.5 times, give or take. So the dwarves still fighting over here. Durin's Day, able to give them a bit of a fighting edge, but the heroes of the orcs are getting levels, and that's going to start making a difference. And we don't see, I would love to see Gloin. Gloin's one of my favorite heroes. His healing is so good. Orcs still fighting it out, guys. A very contended game between these two players. Looking pretty good. The double Rax is producing what it can. Mountain Orc Scouts. What are these guys? Strong versus infantry. Interesting. So you get those guys at tier 2. And down on the other side here, looking at the points, we do see the dwarves sitting at 3 and 6. And they're about to get their 15-pointer as well. So we're probably going to see the Wereworm, I'm guessing. The big old worm drop. It's going to be very clutch for us, the dwarves. And here's the thing. If the orcs can get a huge Death Star in front of the dwarf base, and use that hero ability that does damage against buildings and drop the worm, they might be able to do some work. Okay, another dwarf mine going to be going down in the north. As the Misty Mountains continues to rat here in this game, we do see Pool going pretty hard in the paint, man. Not hearing any bell whatsoever. Currently, he's looking good here. Mountain Orcs raiding in the back of the base. Muzgash and company here fighting versus a big dwarven contingent. And we're going to see if the heroes die. It looks like one hero gets away and the other one gets away. The dwarf army, even their baseline troopers with the natural sprinters, forcing back the 2 orcish heroes. Very impressive. So Muzgash and his homie. I don't know, the Asherak is that guy's name? Yeah, something like Urshak, yeah. He's going to be running away. But orcs now seem like they're the ones who are knocking. They're the Walter Whites. You know, they're the ones who knock now. No longer are they a bullied school teacher here. They are going to be the kingpins. As the dwarves are getting pushed back on many points on the map. But dwarves still have the ring power advantage. Maybe they're going to be able to whip something out. We're going to have to see what is cooking there. All right, guys. Advancing. Orcish heroes going to be healing and licking their wounds back in the base. Trolls are now coming out as well. So it is going to be a troll layer tier 2. Snow trolls feel like they could be good at kiting dwarf units. Mountain Orc Slasher is going to be surging in here as we do have the Mountain Orc Scout. So that is a tier 2 archer unit. Putting some hurt down on the spears. As another Dwarven Mine is going to be going into the pits. And the Orcs just continue unga-bungaing through the caves. Look at that. Oh, they're all in the caves right now. And they can pop out like anywhere. So freaking good. Up on the top side, we do see the Dwarves making an attempt at it. But the Orcs pop out of their party tunnel. And they do have a Cave Troll Destroyer now. So the Destroyer is an absolute world beater. I mean, talk about getting through Dwarven armor. They're going to be very good at it. And the Dwarves do have a hero now. I think we have Balin. No, it's actually going to be Gloin. Okay, so Gloin is great because he has the herbs, which can heal dwarves in a big AoE blob. And yeah, he's just awesome. He's a proud father also, so if he's fighting with Gimli, they buff each other, which is very, very cool. Back in the south, Orcs going to be fleeing the scene, and old Gloin, he's peacing out, but he is getting hunted. It looks like he's been hexed. I don't know what that ability is. It must be one of the Urshak abilities. Oh, no, it's the Lug the Mauled. So it's a headhunter ability, so it gives put a price on an enemy hero's head, reducing their armor and speed. Oh, he's going for the hero snipe on him, and is he going to get it? I think Gloin might have just gotten karate chopped. Oh, the headhunter ability, that was so clean with Muzgash using his poison, and Urshak there supporting as well. Man, he just got taken to Pound Town, dude. That was not good for him. All right, so the Dwarves losing one of their centerpiece heroes. Misty Mountains coming in, and the Dwarves losing another tunnel there, guys. The time of the Dwarf might be over here. We're going to see. The Dwarves were very late to getting their heroes out. So this guy is an assassin hero for the Misty Mountains, Lug the Mauled. He's very good at snaring down enemy heroes with Headhunter, obviously. Dwarves going to be surging forth, but really, really got to keep the... Oh, the worm! The wereworm is out, baby! And it's going to start absolutely giving the business to the Dwarf Army. This could be a GG situation here. So it's going to be jumping over this way and resetting up. It just takes a moment, and then the cave will redig. Mountain Orcs doing pretty good with all their heroes. And where the hell did the worm go? Oh, it's in the base. Holy shit, okay. So he's using the breath attack to cook the buildings. Oh, that's so clean. And if the Dwarves start losing some of the production here, that's going to be very, very tough. Hey, man, thank you guys. General, thank you for giving out 5 community subs. And Valorant, thank you for giving out a sub as well. Really appreciate the support, guys. Thank you so much. All right. So Misty Mountains with a big old army cleaning up the dwarves on the periphery. And the wereworm here is probably going to be able to get down this barracks and potentially a mine. It needs to be given the proper attack order, and there it goes. So it does last a little bit longer. Is it going to get it? It does. Brutal. And if it can get one more building, that's going to be pain. Okay, so it jumps in. Pops up on the other side, but is going to be disappearing here in a second. There he goes. Hey, Valorant, thank you so much for giving out a sub. That's the official Valorant account? Oh, is it? Oh, right on. Well, thank you, man. Well, I'm glad you're enjoying some Age of the Ring. That's cool. Darth Harambe, thank you for resubscribing. I love the name Darth Harambe. Oh, my God. All right, guys. So dwarves on the back foot, down but not out. And here, oh, look who's back, baby. Oh, Durin the Deathless is here. The 25-point ability is out. Turin has been reborn. He has been resurrected, and he is a raid boss of a fighter, guys. Epic. So the dwarves bringing back their king of old, and we'll take a look at what Turin does in a minute. as the Dwarves are resurgent, pushing back against the foul witchcraft of the Misty Mountains, and we're going to see if they can do it. So Turin gets attacked by the Headhunter ability, and he does have a lot of abilities himself. We're going to see what he's going to be doing. Okay, he pops the King's Custodians, permanently summons a battalion of his Guardians. But Turin is being circle beaten by a lot of guys, popping all of his buffs, and he's going to be trying to run, getting hunted by the Orcs. Looking very, very low, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe going to be able to get away. I'm not sure where he's going. Oh, shit! Turin causes a massive earthquake in the base and does do some decent damage, but doesn't quite finish the building. And Turin's still going strong, despite getting attacked by 3 heroes here. He's kiting them, but I think the Orcish heroes might be able to get him. And Turin the Deathless does get taken out. And he turns to stone. Oh, how cool is that? He'll be back, though. And here you can see he summons his elite Guardians. Oh, look at that. The Custodians of Turin chasing down the Orcish heroes. And the Orc heroes are all on death's bed. Look at that. Turin almost 3v1 them. That was beast mode. And he caused a big earthquake, which did some cool damage as well. What an epic fight. But here's the thing, guys. Turin, even though he did get sacrificed there, he did buy time for the Dwarves. He took pressure off the Dwarven base, and Homie now is going to be advancing out and, yeah, getting a good counter push. And the Orcs are very injured and very tattered right now. Oh, we see elites coming in the back, though, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be Bolg's bodyguards. So these are an elite hero unit. They are absolute Terminators. So both sides getting their elite pieces. And Misty Mountains, oh, shit. Oh, Turin's Bane, the flavor. Turin's Bane is going to be here soon. The Dwarves, they have delved too greedily and too deeply, ladies and gentlemen. And Turin's Bane is soon to rise. Oh, man, this is going to be epic. Yeah, we get Turin the Deathless, but then we also... Oh, look, he's still here. Look, he sits there as like a statue. Wait, does he respawn if he's left alone? How does this mechanic work? Is he just going to respawn? All right. We'll have to see. On the flank, though, the Dwarves coming and Bolg's bodyguards pop out, but goddamn, they got massacred by those Dwarves. Holy shit. Oh, the Dwarven Chariot is here too. Okay. So those elite Misty Mountains units got absolutely taken to Pound Town, ladies and gentlemen. And the Balrog is going to be summoned soon. He's going to have to do it. Right now, this is a big counterattack. We see the Misty Mountains leading a vanguard force to go attack the Dwarven base. And the Balrog is going to get summoned and start annihilating all the buildings here. That is what's going to be going down. Yeah, so I guess his statue is just there until he gets resummoned again. Because you can bring him back. You can use the ability again. It just has a cooldown, right? We'll have to see. He's not dead. He's just very sleepy. That's right. Yeah, Turin's Bane is coming, and it doesn't get more erect than a giant Turin's Bane. We love it, guys. It's so fun. Turin turns to stone when killed and can be revived by the tier 4 when it's off cooldown. Got it. Okay. Up on the top side, we do see a big old battle. Barding Outriders called in to fend off the Orcs. Or defend off the Dwarves, excuse me. And, oh, the Goblin King is here! Guys, we got the Goblin King with his big pimpin' hammer, and he's summoning the Goblin Town minions. Ooh, Dwarves might get counterpunched here really bad. They might get punched back. Ouch, this is gonna hurt. Dwarves don't have much at home, and we're about to see Turin's Bane, guys. That's going to be rough. This might be it. Yeah, the timing of ultimates is really important in this game. One building gets taken down, and Turin's Bane is going to be summoned and just kill all these buildings. It's just going to kill all of it. The Misty Mountains army is running, although it could probably honestly turn around and fight. Oh, shit. Look who's coming, boys. Oh, Balrog. Yes, rise. He pops Ignite, and now he's going to get in and just start taking these buildings to town. Oh, shit. He's going for a main base snipe. He's going for a main base snipe on the Dwarves. Turin's Bane going to be attacking and taking down some of the buildings as well. And just roasting those buildings. And now, where's he going to be going? He's going to be trampling over some of these guys. Very fitting for the Dwarves to be ended by Turin's Bane. Dwarves trying to repair their main base, but the Orcs are going all in on this. Thomas, thank you for the donation, brother. Fly you fools indeed. The Trolls have been called out with their stew pot as well. The Dwarven main base is being pounded, and Turin's Bane is the Bane of Turin truly, as the Dwarves are defeated by the Misty Mountains in a very, very, very close game. All right, guys. This foe is beyond any of you. All right. Epic stuff, guys. GG, well played. What a fun one. So let's go ahead and go here, update this, and that is going to be you getting fired off there. 2-0 for Pool. It is best of 7, so a lot of games still to come. And we'll get moving from there. He needed Turin to fight the Balrog. That would have been so epic. Yeah, that would have been very epic. Okay. Let's go here. And we're going to wait for the game to get hosted again. Oh, yeah. Poirot could definitely come back. Naru, thank you for subscribing on Twitch, man. Thank you for supporting the channel. I really appreciate it, guys. Thank you, thank you. You guys are way too generous today, man. All right, let's get in the lobby. Got to wait for the spot to open. The whip is... It's funny. That is exactly what it feels like to fight the Balrog in Tabletop. The Balrog in Tabletop is such a menace. It is the same as that shit. You just have to run from it and hope you can win other ways. It's the exact same. My buddy uses Durin's Bane against me all the time, and it's just pure suffering. Okay, so I'm ready. And we're going to see what it's going to be next. Panic. Do not Google that. That's funny. In Lord of the Rings, dwarves and elves hating each other is a tragedy, not a comedy. For sure. For sure. Yeah. All right. So, time for the next round. We're going to see what they're on. So far, Poole is up 2-0 here in this series. But he needs to win 5 games. It's basically first to 5. So yeah, they're going to be going. We'll see who gets there first. So Durin's Bane is a summon, so it disappears over time. Typically, you just gotta make sure that one big thing is you need to make sure that the fighting is taking place on your opponent's side of the map, and they can't get to your base and just drop that, right? Because since the orcs were able to take the fight to the dwarf base, then they were able to just summon Durin's Bane in a very advantageous position. Whereas if Durin's Bane had been forced to have been summoned on the other side, he wouldn't have been as devastating. Yeah. But that game was already, looking bleak. The dwarves kept losing their heroes, and Poole is really masterful with his heroes. Yeah, you need Gandalf, that's right. All right. Everybody's ready? Gondor versus Rivendell. Why do we see this matchup so much? We've seen it, I think, already twice today, right? So it's going to be Poirot on Gondor and Poole on Rivendell. Where do these players hail from? I think one of them is Italian, right? Where's Poirot and Poole from? I could be wrong. All right, guys. Rohan fought Rivendell, but there was a game pwned before you came where I think it was Gondor, yeah. So I think you're right, though. Ladies and gentlemen of Middle-earth, welcome to Game 3 in the Grand Finals of today's tournament. Spawning on the northeast side of the map, it is going to be the dreaded Elves, who are going to be helmed by Poole. And that's Rivendell, so the Shire folk are going to be on the way out. And to the southwest, it is going to be Gondor. Gondor is going to be helmed by Poirot. And he is going to be trying to bring the return of the king. Yes, yes. Poole's from Italy, and I think Poirot, not sure. Got it. Very cool. Steward of Gondor hero. Yeah, you can build Denethor. Denethor is a support hero. He debuffs Faramir, which is hilarious. He doesn't like Gandalf either. So he debuffs Gandalf and Faramir, but he also has some other good utility. So, yeah, there's a bunch of, pretty much most of the heroes. They've got a big range of heroes. For Gondor, you have a Hobbit, you have Baragond, you have Forlong, Faramir, Boromir, Denethor, Gandalf, and I think I'm missing one. Yeah, Poirot's from Finland. Very cool, very cool. Rivendell has a lot of heroes too. Yeah, you have Elrond, you have Elrond's 2 sons, and then I'm trying to remember the other ones. Yeah, because they're like these characters that I don't play these guys too much. We'll look over the course of the game, of course. Boromir is really quite good. Yeah, he has a big AoE stun. Yeah, no, he debuffs Faramir. I'm not even joking. Denethor does. Yeah, it's really pulling from the movies, right? Which is great. So I love the movies. So freaking good. All right. No crazy crunk nasty early pressure yet, but it's going to be coming as you see the dreaded Bounders. Here they go. The Shire folk are going to be on the way. If you click unexpected party, by the way, it plays music. I don't think I can click it. No, but if the players did. So Bounders going to be coming out. And the first Hobbit folk are going to be sprinting across the map. And it looks like there is going to be another Bree-land encampment. So it is going to be double Shire pressure. As the first Bounders do arrive. And here they come. It is on. Lambadon clansmen and the Gondorian swordsmen will be out. And they will dominate these halflings in combat. But the halflings are quicker, if I'm not mistaken. So they can scurry away and can be goblins. Although realistically, I'm pretty sure hobbits are actually quite a bit slower than humans. You know, like in most depictions, I mean, they're not like super athletic or anything like that. But the Bounders, I guess the idea is that the Bounders aren't really wearing armor. They're just wearing like literally a trench coat, not a trench coat even, just like a jacket with some pants. And these guys are in like plate armor and whatnot and chainmail and stuff, so they're going to be a bit slower. But yeah, the Bounders putting some pressure on the building, and on the other side, oh, look at the count. I love this counterplay from Poole. Poole using the counter creeping tactics. So every game he does this when he has the opportunity. He knows his opponent is going to creep the ward camp, and he goes across with something quick and tries to get you. Imagine getting mobbed down by 11-year-olds with rocks and clubs. I mean, yeah, it's basically the same thing. Yeah, Bounders are good. They're very annoying. Very quick, very fast, very furious. Over on the backside here, a couple of Shire folk are going to be running. There they go. They do get taken down, but they are numerous. The halflings, you know, they know how to party. You know, they might not seem like the most popular, you know, big population, but what do you think those halflings are doing after they eat, you know, and party and get all crunk nasty on their halfling wine or whatever they're into? They're getting down, all right? They're producing those halflings. So here we do see these guys here. The Bounder is going to be boinking the building and just trying to avoid the spearmen, and it looks like the building is going to get boinked down. Poole so far has been doing a pretty good job with the raids, has been keeping Gondor on the back foot, and now Rivendell is going to be switching into spearmen. So Breelander spears with Bounders as well, and that's a free building right there. That one's going to get taken down. Now, do we see the Dunedain building? Yes, we do. So Dunedain Outriding are here. Yes, it is going to be Dunedain Outriders, which are excellent cavalry units, some of the best in the entire game. And on the backside, halflings continue to raid. Are they getting more buildings? So they are being defeated eventually. So the Shire folk being overwhelmed by the Gondorian troopers, that's got to feel bad, you know? Like, who wants to fight halflings? It feels terrible, unless you're just evil, of course, but yeah. Flying over here, hobbits and Breelanders going to be moving to the north. And we do see the other hobbits and Breelanders over on the east getting ready to do a little flanking. Gondor getting a kill on a worker. Ouch. So Poole does lose a worker early on. That is a big loss right there. Very good comeback attempt from Poirot, because I would say he is on the back foot a little bit. Horn of Gondor activated. Is it going to let the Lamedons win that 2v1? Yes, it is. Wow. So those Lamedons butchering the Bounders, and now maybe going to be able to defeat the Spears, although I don't know if they have the numbers. It's going to be pretty tight. Another building going to be going down here for Gondor as the raiding does continue. The Lamedon clansmen swarming on around, that is for sure. On the top side, the Gondorian's going to creep, and it looks like the Troll is going to put a little bit of hurt on them. But the Troll Cave will be crept, which will open up the inn if they want to get that as well. But now comes the real business from Rivendell. So Rivendell is going to continue trampling over these bad boys, and there are no spears. Ooh, Value City on these Dunedain Outriders, which now have the woodcraft, so they've become stealth when they're standing still. Very, very cool. Spearmen pushing them back, but that was a great pick by Poole. Meanwhile, Gondor is going to be counter-pushing. Looking at the supply, 500 for Gondor, 600 for Rivendell. Army supply 452 against 320. So big advantage for Rivendell at the moment. Rivendell has gone for the Wisdom of the Eldar, so it reveals an area, gives a little bit of buff. And Gondor has gone for the Captain's Horn. All right, pretty similar on ring power points, though. Pretty similar on ring power points. Man, he's so good with these cavalry. Like, he just sees somewhere on the map, and he just tramples. He just finds them, he tramples, and that is that. It's pretty good. Heading over this direction, what do we got? We have the Gondorians playing on the defense very much. Rivendell is on the aggression with their dreaded Bounders and Breelanders. The Dunedain Outriders being one of the best cav units in the game, as is expected. And the Shire folk boinking down another granary here. Certainly good value. And it looks like the Troll was able to defend his cave, which is pretty hilarious. It did not go through. Gondor with some counter raiding, though. They do have some spears over here. Probably can be dispatched by a Bounder unit if you're able to get those guys online. Bounders in the back still scurrying away and just being little trash goblins as they run away from the Gondorian troops, just cackling and doing their thing as they do it. This building's almost destroyed here. We're going to see if Homie notices. Gondor with the counterattacks on the top. Should be defended pretty easily here by Rivendell. Rivendell does have a couple infantry units on standby, and I don't think they're going to have too many problems with that. So the fighting continues to rage on. No heroes out yet, but speak of the devil, and we do have the first hero. It's going to be Gildor Inglorian. So Inglorian, I think is his name. Inglorian, yes. So he buffs nearby hobbits and Breelanders. He's very much like an early game hero. You get him to synergize with your trash tier units, and they live their best life. Okay. So Rivendell going to be calling out allies here. Very brutal. So they call out some Halfir Wardens from Rohan, some Lake Town Watchmen, and then some traitorous Gondorian warriors who are going to be helping out here. This is really tough, though. Gondor is going to be hemorrhaging a lot of models here to the summon. And Gondor, what do they have at tier 2? Numenorian Engineering. Did he drop it over here? He did. Oh, he dropped the Numenorian Catapult, but he didn't get anything out of it. Ouch. So the catapult was dropped right here, but the Rivendell troops were able to fend that off. Meanwhile, their summon is doing a lot of work and just killing a lot of the actual army as the Bounders continue pounding here. And Pool is looking to be getting further and further ahead here. Currently 550 for Gondor. And, oh, actually only 425. Oh, maybe the Numenorian Engineering did more damage than I saw. It must have killed a couple of buildings on the flank. Okay, never mind. Gondor is cooking again, guys. I take back my criticisms there. Yes, indeed. Okay, so the fight continues. Gondor has been able to endure, but the hero is going to be a big difference maker, of course. We could see Pool hero hammer his opponent again, and maybe punish Puero for his lack of building an early hero, which I think is quite nice. Dunedain Outrider is going to be encircling, and we do see some errant swordsmen over there doing their thing. And now we get Halbarad and Dunedain. Okay, another hero coming out. Pool really likes his heroes. And that archer is going to be able to pick off that last Gondorian right there. So this guy he can toggle between weapons. Aragorn, Dunedain, and Grey Company around him gain experience faster near him. Very cool. And GG is actually being called. All right, so the surrender is active, and Rivendell able to get the W. Too many units down to the southwest. If you look, you can see pretty much all purple there. Double heroes. Puero is a veteran. He knows that he's in trouble there. Rivendell able to secure the victory. All right. That was fun. Good match there. Good match. Okay. And what are we going to be doing next? So that's going to be a victory for Pool, a victory for Rivendell. All right. I do feel like Rivendell is very, very good. I feel like they're very strong. Yeah. But again, I'm a bit newbie at this game now. I haven't played in a while, so the rest is there. I think the strongest thing about Rivendell is the Dunedain Outrider timing. When those guys come out, I like always felt like I was beating Rivendell until they get those out. And then you're like, oh, I'm losing all of a sudden. Very nasty. Okay, so what do we get? Next lobby is going to be coming up here. 3-0 for Pool so far, guys. And here we go. Let's get it set up here. And we are going to join this. Perfect, perfect. Going into observer mode. And now we just wait. Battle for Middle-earth 2 is back on the menu. Yes, Age of the Ring is the name of this mod, which is the standalone version as well. Of course, based on the foundation of Battle for Middle-earth 2. Final factions for this draft. Okay, I don't know what that means. It says Orange Pest, but I will say but you know, I don't know what he means by that. Yeah, I need to get some food, man. I'm getting hungry. I feel like one of the hobbits now, dude. I need my second breakfast. Rohan versus Woodland Realms no matter what. Okay, so they're playing Rohan versus Woodland Realms. Pool's going to be on Rohan, and Puero is going to be on Woodland Realms. Could be a relatively quick finals. I mean, if Pool can 5-0 him, man, it's getting close. It's getting close. Woodland Realms, of course, you guys remember the dreaded Lumberjacks, how they can karate chop bases. I don't think high-level players utilize that as much, but it's pretty funny. I remember, yes, Hookeye, that feature is still in the game. If you kill Schmeagol, you can claim the ring and build super powerful heroes. But it's turned off in competitive play. The ring is really OP, and it's very RNG because Gollum wanders the map randomly, and he can literally wander into somebody's base and then just be a free game for them. So it is turned off in competitive. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, so it begins. Spawning in on the northeast side of the map, it's going to be Puero. We had a really good showing earlier, but is down 3-0 in this grand finals here. And over to the southwest side, it is going to be a Rohan. And Rohan is going to be helmed by Pool, who has won 3 games in a row. It's got to be helping the mojo and the confidence. It's got to be feeling very, very good here. And so it begins. Yes, yes. Yeah, so they use the same map because they swap spots each game to be very, very even. And then there's a rubber match in the grand finals. So it's a custom rule set done by Orange Pest, which is pretty cool that he's hosting a tournament for this game. Very, very fun to see. Nothing but Warhammer for 3 for dice. Yeah, that's pretty funny. All right. So, what is it going to be? The Halls of Thranduil are here. Is he going to be rolling up on his elk and causing havoc, or will the peasant mobs, the Bretonnians, aka the Rohirrim, will they march out and cause some big mischief? Find out today. So, very quick stables in the back. Interesting. Stables going to be coming out and looking to put some pressure on. We do see dagger infantry, but they're going to get countered very, very hard by Pool's cav. Obviously, the Rohirrim cavalry. The Riders of the Mark are decent, and then they can upgrade to the Rohirrim warriors eventually if they so choose. It is do or die. Yes, indeed. So pulling down here, you do see the knife infantry coming to do a little bit of flanking, so they're going to want to attack on the periphery of the base. Peasants will be getting produced shortly, I'm sure. Yeah, we do see the first peasants being produced from Rohan. Double peasant, as well as the Riders of the Mark, or Horsemen of the Mark. They're pretty solid. Get in there. They got epic long hair. I'm currently working on my Lord of the Rings hair right now. It's getting to that length. It's getting there. And here we go. Moving on up are the spear infantry. And the cav will be popping out any moment. And they're basically just going to annihilate this unit with no losses. Now, I would expect maybe a spear as your second unit here. A little bit of lag here in this game, unfortunately. Hopefully the lag will subside. Yeah, a little bit of a slideshow action. We'll see how it goes. Looks like the slideshow has subsided, as it is going to be a spear warrior coming out, and expansions are afoot. And here comes the Rohan peasantry. I just hope the players aren't lagging like this. I don't think they are. I think it's just me. You got lag. Pool says yes. We might need to rehost this. We will find out. Okay, things going slow-mo. Okay, it looks like they stabilized there. All's good. Nice trample right there. Not that it would have mattered. These guys couldn't have avoided him. Now the trample is going to be coming back this way, as we do see these bad boys rotating across the map. A little bit of lag here and there. Hopefully it'll stabilize. This game is peer-to-peer, so you do have to pay the troll toll with that, as the last of the elves are taken down. You know, it's just like Total War. You know, see, I come from Total War Warhammer, and in that game, lag is just a natural par for the course thing that we experience. We've been dealing with it for years. Okay, spears trying to clean out the war camp over here, while on the other side, the peasants are going to be rolling dirty. Up on the top side, the peasants also going to be trying to flank around. So the double peasant flank with the Riders of the Mark pushing up the center. And I would imagine it's going to be an AON build again. The AON builds seem very, very effective and strong. We do see some spears coming out, as well as some of the spear infantry or sword infantry. So that's a really good strategy. Spears with swordsmen stacked together. Makes them durable against everything except archers, basically. Riders of the Mark going to be zipping around the top side, looking for free tramples. That's a Pool really looking for his prey here. And he actually drafts his peasants. So he does use the draft ability, which is going to give his peasants damage and health, which is very good. He doesn't quite get that building down, but the other peasants now are going to be boinking this building. And Pool, really relentless with his pressure, man. Every single game. I think some players have a more defensive counterpunching play style, like where they like to play defensive hero hammer and just not lose a lot and loosely counter pressure. But Pool is really somebody just goes all out aggression every game. He's just like in your base. He's getting there fast. He's killing buildings. You know, hide your wife, hide your kids. He's coming for you, man. All right, so the peasants continue their Royal Rumble, and it looks like there's going to be some tramplage there, as we see the sword infantry about to get trampled as well. Ooh, man, that's brutal. And yeah, the Rohan peasants are just all up on him, man. Awen's going to be out before you know it, too. Looking at the supply, 450 for the elves, and Rohan is going to be sitting at 650. So massive advantage for Pool already, as he has been able to do some very good bullying here. All right, what do we got? The builders trying to build, and the forces of the Woodland realms really on the back foot as the Rohan peasantry feasts. But we finally do see some cavalry getting called out for the Woodland realms, and they're going to be trampling through some of these bad boys. We will see over on the south side, these guys are going to be fleeing away, so the Horsemen of the Mark escape, and a couple peasants get trampled, but they're very cheap and expendable. No AON quite yet. She'll probably be getting produced relatively soon. That is when you see a big power spike from Rohan. War camp here being crept out by some of the spearmen. The yeoman spears do get that down, so that's going to be some free money right there. And, man, are the elves going to be able to stabilize this? Let's look at the eco. 750 for Rohan, 600, so he's kind of creeping back there a little bit. He's kind of making his way downtown and having some fun with it. On the flank, Riders of the Mark. Oh, that's a lot of freebies. Oh, those are spears. Okay, so the spears are going to be able to fend off those Riders of the Mark there. Rohan moving up the middle, consolidating its forces and getting ready to fight. They do have the proxy barracks here. And nice trample there, but they do lose some models during the trample. There were some spears on the southern side of the formation that were able to poke those guys down. And here, we do see the peasantry fighting off the elves. Do they have enough numbers? And with the draft, yes, they probably will be able to hold them at bay. War peasants moving around the north side. Meanwhile, peasants fighting in the middle as well. And now, do we get the Shield Maiden of Rohan out? Is she here? Is Eowyn here to save the day? Not sure. All right, it's kind of bad, says Poirot. Yeah, at least it's bad for both of them, so it's fair. We are going to be seeing a worker going down. And, you know, typing instead of playing there, that'll get you. And he does lose one of his workers, which is going to be incredibly tilting, I'm sure. Peasants fighting it out. Can read with a different host if you want. We will see what they decide to do. I am totally flexible either way, but right now, Rohan, I mean, I feel like the lag has played a bit of a factor, but not, I mean, it's for both of them. I think we just need to rehost from Game Ranger. So many games in a row. So they're saying that if you play a lot of games in a row, apparently it can cause some lag. Interesting. I haven't seen that. But Pool is still playing pretty hard. Pool saying could be. Now we're doing commentary on the discussion these two are having here. But yeah, honestly, I mean, I think the game has been pretty playable here. It's a little bit laggy here and there, but it's for both of them. So they're both playing with the same conditions, you know. Over here, we do see the Rohirrim fighting it out, karate chopping these guys right here. And Rohan, okay, I thought somebody dropped for a second. It looks like it did stabilize. On the backside, Cav sweeping through the base. Really, really everything just favoring Rohan at this point. They're looking very, very comfortable. We'll see. It's up to the tournament hosts and what they want to do and what the players want to do and everything. But Pool really, really lagging pretty hard as he does move up. He says, okay, it's just a slideshow, which it kind of is at this point. And are they gonna replay? I don't know. We'll find out. We will find out. Fighting continues, but Pool never taking his foot off the pedal. Playing the entire way through, despite the lag. Getting another wipe on a building right there. Meanwhile, on the sides, we do see the Yeomen battling the Elves, and it looks like the Yeomen are going to be able to clutch that fight. He says, I'm happy to rehost. Okay, so it looks like this game might just be a replay, which I'm fine with that as well. Whatever they want to do. I am here to just hang out with the crew. Elves swarming towards the middle right here. Building getting karate chopped. We can rehost, but I don't think they can see my post, says Orange Pest. Yeah, nor can they see mine. Rohan fighting through there, popping what appears to be the Warhorn to the Westfold, and it looks like a rehost is going to be the game plan. Okay. Yeah, Pool definitely was in a winning position, but it looks like they want to replay that. It's first to 5, right? In the best of 9. They're doing. Is it a? Oh, it's a. Oh shit! It's a best of 7. Oh, so this is the. Oh, I thought it was a best of 9 for some reason. Oh, that's right. It's a best of 7. So this is the rubber match. Okay. I can understand not wanting to go out like that. Good sportsmanship from Pool for sure. I mean, look, he's got a 3-0 buffer here. If he wins, it's just over. I forgot it was best of 7. Okay. I didn't really have much breakfast, so the brain is getting a little bit all over the place here. Let's do this. We're going to close out the game, and definitely a rehost. Yeah, it's all about sportsmanship. It's what it's all about, man. An Italian gentleman. That's right. I just imagine him dressed all fancy and being a gentleman over there. Okay. Let's get that. We're going to jump out to Game Ranger, and we're going to do it. Glorious. Okay. Perfect. And let's see what's going. You ask for a rematch on the day of my daughter's wedding. Yeah, that's so good, dude. Man, I haven't seen those movies in a long time. I have not seen them. Here we go, man. When I imagine I have a very Italian last name. It's very Italian. Okay, so we're gonna see, guys. This is like kind of like a mini world championship for this game, which is fun. We're gonna be seeing who the GOAT is. Okay, so they're loading up here. Game is firing it off. Perfect. And let's get it. Let's get that rubber match game, man. Not even a rubber match, really, but you know, the deciding game potentially. If Pool wins this, it's just over. And I think he's got his recipe. I think he's got his build down. I don't think he's going to change much. Oh, I can do 8-hour streams all day, dude. All day. The only issue for me, it's not my voice, it's my hands. My hands give out because I have a stupid autoimmune disease where my body attacks its tendons. Oh, it's basically rooted in psoriatic arthritis, but my joints don't get attacked like most people with arthritis, but instead it attacks my tendons. So my wrist tendons, my flexor tendons, my wrists, my hamstrings, my Achilles, just like all that shit constantly just hurting and just suffering. It's so annoying. But you know, you push through it, man. It's life. It could be way worse, right? I could have so many worse things. Yeah, I could have so many worse things. All right. So let's go here, switch to that. And here we go. I'm basically turning to stone. I'm like a Chaos Dwarf sorcerer, yes. Turin the Deathless, that's right. I mean, I can still do stuff and like work out and, you know, with them, but it just hurts, you know, everything's just pain all the time. Yeah, I'm like a flagellant, just constantly just being whipped with pain. All right, guys. So Rohan versus Woodland Realms. Let's get it, man. Puero's going to need to pull this back. He is really, really on the cusp of it here. There are medicines you can. I have been trying different medicines for it. Basically, I got diagnosed not recently, but not too long ago, and they've been cycling me through different medicines. The only lame part about the medicines is they are immunosuppressants, so they do make you a little bit more susceptible to getting colds. I'm not currently on any of them. I'm just kind of raw dogging it, which is fine, because you know I can get through life. It's not too bad. So I'll take the medicine when I need it. Holy shit, this is like a slideshow. Okay, so maybe who hosted the lobby there? Maybe I should host the lobby? I could see if I can. Maybe if they connect to me, it could be. Yeah, let me suggest hosting the lobby here. Yeah, I think if we have Pest move out, maybe I can host it, and that'll be fine. The Game Ranger lobby doesn't matter; it's just in game. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So let me message Orange Pest. Yo, dog. Let me try hosting it. See if it's better. I don't know what kind of internet Orange Pest has, so it could be some sort of an issue there. I'm suggesting that right now, though. I'm saying let me host it. Okay. So I'm going to host now. I'll host. Okay. We're going to try it, see how this works out. And what's the map for this one? Is it... I'm going to do this and do this. Orange Pest isn't streaming. No, he's just adminning the tournament today. What was the map for the grand finals? Worst case, it's Gror's Valley. Okay, worst case, we could just have the players play, and then I could get the replay afterwards. It wouldn't be a big deal, because we've already gotten through a lot of the game, so that wouldn't be a problem. Okay, observer mode. Observer mode. Observer mode. Okay, so hopefully this will be stable. It should be. Woodland Realms is ready to go, and we got pool on Rohan. All right. So here it comes. Let's fire it off. Less people in the lobby, too, might help. Nurugan, thank you so much for subscribing, by the way. Thank you so much, brother. And now, in the words of the great Palpatine, we're going to do it. Good luck, have fun to both these players. I suspect we're not going to have any lag issues. Can always find another host alternative. You should not break the stream for the series. Yeah, I think so. Assyrian, though, we could have another EU player, you know, host as well. Because we were having a neutral host. Oh, is it laggy? Somebody's internet might just be chugging here. Huh. Yeah, this looks pretty bad still. Jeez. Assyrian, where do you live? I mean, maybe we could have you try? Because if Pest is lagging, he's in Sweden. And then if I'm causing lag too, then that's the 1-2 punch there. Although, it's me, I think, says Puero. Ah, okay, so he's having some internet issues. I'll restart PC real quick. Sure thing. Oh, they can't see my typing. Okay, so he's going to restart his PC, and we're going to get this going. No problemo, guys. I think Puero's... One of the players is just having internet issues, and it's causing lag, so all good. In the meantime, we will chill out. Okay. Let's do this. Let's do this. And we're going to restart as well. So we're going to get out of here. Let's reset GR. Okay, so jump out of there. We'll wait for him. So he's going to reset his business. And from there, we should be able to do it. Okay. Thank you guys for your patience. And thank you for choosing to stick around today. The big rubber match is coming. And if you guys are enjoying what you're seeing, please do drop a like. It helps out quite a bit. And we're going to get a new Game Ranger lobby going. Okay, so is this a new one? Let's see. We already joined that. Orange Pest has invited me again. There we go. Perfect. Yeah, man, I'm excited to play some... another game I'm hyped to play with you guys is the Project Zomboid. That's going to be super, super fun. I just dove into it last night. Man, I was getting wrecked. I was having a hard time learning that one, but it's very fun. Okay, so let's minimize that. And it looks like he's back already. So here we go. Witch King looks pretty cool. I mean, come on. How heavy metal is the Witch King there? Yeah, I was thinking to do it. We would, once I learned the game, we could do like a Survivor Hunger Games type event where we have we get our Discord together and we do a Project Zomboid server survival thing. Oh, I think it'd be so fun. Yeah. I'm terrible though. I'm so bad at it. There's probably people who are like Dark Lords with like thousands of hours in our community who just crush everyone there. All right, let's fire it up. He's back. We're loading. And we are going to see what is going on. I might try Spellforce someday. I might try it. One of the players is just having internet issues and it's causing lag. So Orange Pest is going to host because he's the neutral host. So both the players will connect to him, and he's in Sweden, and they're both based in that realm with Italy and Finland. So it's better than connecting to the US. I don't know which version we're going to play Project Zomboid on. I'm just trying to learn the basics of the game so far. Yeah. Yeah, man, it's like, I remember I was playing Project Zomboid last night, and I had every negative modifier you could have, like panicked, starving, thirsty, and I was just like crouching in a room, just like, oh God, like, just please save me, Tom Cruise. You know, I was just like in there. Oh, it was pretty over the top. All right, so Gore's Valley is here. Here we go. Help me, Tom Cruise. Save me, baby Jesus. Okay. Rohan versus Woodland Realms, round 2. Grand Finals, man. It's the match of all matches. And let's get this. There we go. And here we are. IRL accurate zombie survival experience. Yeah. Yeah, it's like if you break a window and climb through a window that has like glass on it still, you get like cut. It's like, oh my God. $150 on the line, and Pool offers a rematch after having... Yeah, it's good sportsmanship. It's good sportsmanship. Oh, they're waiting for me. Okay, the potato is going to ready up here. So it begins. The great battle of our time. Pool on Rohan versus Poirot on Woodland Realms. The winner of this is going to be winning $150, and the individual who gets second, I believe, gets $50. So nice little prize pool for Age of the Ring. Very, very fun to see. And tournament is hosted by Orange Pest. And yeah, big old tourney here, boys. Big old tourney. Seems a little bit better, sort of. Slideshowy still. Ooh, I don't know. Those units ain't even moving. That is not a good sign. Okay. I think he's having some internet issues. The dreaded Wi-Fi is coming. We had no issues the first 3 games. It's just now. I mean, we could wait. Let me ask Pest if we can continue tomorrow after. I mean, that's fine. If they want to finish it tomorrow, that's cool with me. I don't mind either way. You lagging as well. Okay, are we going to get through this? So a little bit of lag for the homies. Does it matter if I'm here? So Assyrian, I wouldn't be causing them lag as like an observer if they're connecting to Orange Pest, right? Yeah, I don't know what our options are. We may have to finish this one another day. Which, of course, I could update you guys, or I could get the replay and cast it as a separate replay, too, for the next couple games. We're going to see what Orange Pass wants to do. It's up to him. It's up to him. Puero suggesting that they finish tomorrow. The less people in the lobby, the better it can be. Okay. We could wait like 5 minutes and try again. You know, I'm certainly open to that. Let me see what the pest wants to do. I'm going to go check and see what's going on here. Okay. Let me know the plan. We can wait 5, try again, alternate hosts, etc. Okay, talking to the pest. We're going to see what he wants to do as we have jumped out. I was pretty hyped for that game too. I thought it was going to be a fun one. Okay, it looks like the lobby's rehosted. We could just let them play without anybody, but then one of them will have a lag advantage is the problem. Can't even join the room, it bugs out, says Puero. Interesting. Time to start some Zomboid. No, we're going to do a separate stream for Zomboid. That would be kind of its own thing. Pest is some expletives there. Yeah. Might be a Game Ranger problem. We could play on Radman VPN. Or rehost here. I do have Radman. Okay. So Pest, make a Radman server. Okay, guys. It's an old game. We're going to be doing the Forbidden Radman tech. So just give me a minute. We're going to try that one out. See if we can push through this. Okay. So Orange Pest is going to make a Radman server. This is the other way to play the game. You can play it on Game Ranger, or you can do Radman. Yeah, which is always a good time. Let's do that. Delete this. Let's close down Game Ranger. And now we just need the... yeah. Let's see what's going on here. You guys just want to see me get wrecked in Zomboid. I want to... So for those of you guys who have tried Project Zomboid, what are the the crafting path I should go? Carpentry looked pretty fun for like building walls and barricades and stuff like that. Okay, so give server name and password. Okay. So join the network. We're going to do that. We're going to join it. Has to have a password. Just waiting to see. He needs to give us a password here. It is a little bit clunky, Ethan, for sure. Okay. I cannot join his server here. Okay. Here we are. So let's get in the Ringwraith and do that. Cool. So now we're in. We have connected to the Radman VPN. The forbidden tech from the early 2000s is here. So now we just need to get the last homie here and we should be all good. All right, let's see if this works. Looks like none of their connections are terribly strong, to me at least, which is fine. But yeah, if it's playable, look, that's good. So now I need to go to the Age of the Ring launcher and launch it separately there. If you start, I think, as a burglar background, and you spawn with a character that has knowledge of hot wiring cars, which is very helpful. Oh, that sounds pretty fun. Yeah. Launching this. There we go. Let's hope it works. Cross your fingers, guys. You gotta hope that the king can return here and we can get it going. No, there's nobody. I don't know. One of them may be having internet issues. It could be a Game Ranger problem. I mean, there's so many things with these older games. You never really know. Yeah. Got it, Narcissus. Thank you. It's good tips there. All right, guys. Orange Pest is going to host the lobby, I believe. So it should be appearing there. The dreaded Gror's Valley is coming. He has already gotten the spots up, so we're going to go observer mode. And there we are. Cool. Let's get back to business, shall we? Observer is here. And there we are, and we are ready. So we're just waiting for the last homie to get in. Hopefully he can. Yeah, if it was a host problem, you've had it in game 1, right? Right. Is he lagging so bad he can't join the lobby? It could be. Could be homies having bad lag issues. They might just have to postpone it, which is fine. I would just get the replay and post it on the channel for the next couple games. If Pool wins, then it would just be one more game, and if Puero wins, then I would get the rest of the replays later. But we'll see. We're flexible. We've had a great set of games today, guys. We got to see Durin's Bane going hard in the paint. Lots of fun stuff. Yeah. Iron Stag, that's a really good tip, man. That's a really good tip. Thank you. All right. So where'd Pool go? Pool's fleeing the scene now. Looks like he rejoined. They're trying to figure out who the person lagging is. It's so funny. It's like some big like whodunit type thing. Durin got baned for sure. He did. It was really cool when Durin the Deathless returned and had an epic moment, and then Durin's Bane came in and just ended him. Yeah. Okay, so just got to ready up, pick your factions, and then we should be able to fire it off. Okay, let's get it. Let's hope for the best. The observers are ready. Pool needs to ready up too. Come on, you can do it. Put your back into it. Game starting. All right. Pray to whatever gods there are in the Lord of the Rings universe that this works. Let us see. Oh, stretching the old hands out. Everybody's loading in. That's a good sign. That's progress. Okay. It's better. It looks playable. The Chad Radman VPN with the save. Pool says he's supposed to be purple. Game Ranger moment, I guess. All right. Ladies and gentlemen of Middle-earth, welcome to the Grand Finals match. I'm very happy. Yes, Manwë saved us. He did. We got Rohan and Pool spawning on the southwest side of the map. And to the northeast, it is going to be old Puero. And he's going to be on the Woodland Realms. A mulligan, a do-over due to the lag issues, but we have finally overcome them. And so it begins. So it begins. What do we got here? Houses being built everywhere. Rohan farms getting ready to launch peasants out of a grenade launcher towards their enemy en masse. What's it going to be here? The first unit is going to be an immediate upgrade. Wowza, look at that. So a different build here from Puero this time. He actually goes Sylvan clearing and goes for the immediate tier 2 rush. Most likely to get the riders, the wild riders, to get some cavalry pressure. Try and kind of force those guys back. We'll have to see. Now looking here on the back, we do see the Rohirrim. What are they going to be building out of the peasants? Are they going to be going for spears? Going to be taking it a little bit slower. We do see the exact same build as last time, it looks like. So, if it ain't broke, why fix it? So Homie is going to be going for what appears to be some very quick riders of the mark, or horsemen of the mark. Okay, so they are out. And they will be able to run down some units. At least contest the wild riders. And no, he's actually rushing spears. Okay, so we do see a spear rush. Not going to be wild riders. Makes sense. Obviously, you're playing against Rohan, and your opponent, previously had done cav pressure against you. Makes a lot of sense. Granted, Pool's micro is very good. He's not going to lose those cav to those spears. That is for damn sure. Yeah, they're literally called wild riders. So you can see the elven names, the Tower Drim, but they're forest folk, or the Sigil Mathir are the dagger warriors. And then these guys, the Guarochin, and it's hard to say, wow. Those are wild riders. So that's what that is. Now, the riders of the mark are going to be surging forth, led by the vanguard of the peasants. They're surging forth from the farms, pitchforks in hand. Are we going to be seeing draft this time around? So for Rohan, he has picked the draft ability, which is going to make his peasants stronger, which is very, very nice. Love to see it. It's always cool seeing the little folk and the weak and performing well in these battles. The peasants rising up to banish the evil elves. Riders of the Mark getting a little bit close to the main base. They do eat some shots, but nothing too bad. Wild Riders going to be chasing them. And peasants now coming around the top. So we got the Rohan hobos getting ready to fight. You know, the Isengard hobos have had a really good run today as well. But here they come. So Riders of the Mark encircling, scouting the base, assessing the tech. As we see Poole with a full court press. Look how awesome this is. One unit here, two in the middle, one in the south. Like, he times it all perfectly, so he's got a big push coming from every single direction. It's so hard to defend. And he's distracting two defenders with one horseman unit, while his peasants just feast on one of the buildings here. In the middle, his peasants are going to win because they're drafted and they're fighting spears. And he hasn't lost anything for this effort yet. I mean, it's so clean. And now the horsemen get to turn around and probably fight a little bit, and we'll be able to do some damage against the Wild Riders, which I think are more of a hybrid unit, whereas the Riders of the Mark are more melee focused. So, you know, good fight so far. Granted, the elves do win in engagement in the middle. We do see the worker retreating, so as long as Poole doesn't lose that, he's going to be cooking. And the horseman continuing to harry. Is he going to run into the spears? No, he gets away. All right. Jobs will be taken. Yes. Jobs will be taken. Torches will be lit. It's the Isengard Theoden speech. It's the Walmart version, the one we have at home. There's a couple elves, probably just send a peasant after them and then move north with everything else, and that's going to be the play. Elves in the middle consolidating their forces, and one of the farms is going to be taken down. We do see some idle workers hanging out over here, farms being pushed up on the map. And Rohan fighting now, getting their peasants into combat versus spear units, and the Wild Riders, or the Riders of the Mark, excuse me, looking for freebies to run down, but not finding anything. But peasants on the hunt. This farm can produce a peasant as well. Is this one producing one? No, it's not. So another farm could be going down for Rohan. As more and more spears are being made to counter the Riders of the Mark. And it certainly seems like a good little game we got so far. Both players taking casualties and losing infrastructure. We do see 500 supply for Rohan and 450 for the elves. So very, very similar. Nobody's like super far ahead at this point. Granted, Rohan is going to get another farm here. They're going to take down one of the production buildings right there. Meanwhile, the elves going to be encircling, and the Riders of the Mark arriving. Probably going to try and run down some of these units. They do trample the sword infantry. Very clean. Could threaten these guys, and we get an early Eowyn. So Eowyn is out very quickly, so she's going to start getting those levels and really, really being a menace. And, you know, that's just like a ticking time bomb. Whereas back at the base, Poole is just feasting. The Rohirrim maybe going to get a worker kill here. They have a good opportunity. The Wild Riders, a little bit of a lapse in micro, going to get wiped here. So that's very unfortunate for them because they were probably going to replenish models with them. And now this farm here is going to get karate chops. Meanwhile, Rohan is looking dominant on most of the fights. Losing a little bit here and there, but these guys were level 2, which means they replenish and they pop out of the trees. Going to be threatening another point again. And the worker is open. The elvish worker is hanging out here. Could get an attack there. More peasants circling. Man, Poole is really all over the place with his micro here today. He is just multitasking like an absolute Chad. Eowyn is already level 2. The Shield Maiden does banish that Elven Warrior. And when she gets level 3, she gets a summon. And then level 5, she gets even stronger when she gets her armor and all her other good abilities. Looks like this building's going to go down. Another one taken down on the top as well. Elves are trying to rebuild what they can, but the Rohirrim peasantry continues swarming all over them. Very cool to see Rohan being strong, because a lot of us newer players, when we started playing this game, really struggled to make Rohan work. A lot of us were losing with them, and yeah, it's neat to see that they're actually a very competent faction that utilizes its peasants, its cav. Fun stuff indeed. All right, so boinking here, and look at this. Poole runs back his tattered units, and since they're level 2, they get a banner, and that means they're going to start healing over time. So he just keeps them there and then moves back to raid later on, which is really good. Poirot, let's look at his situation. So Rohan is at 475. Poirot's at 500 actually, but he does lose 2 buildings simultaneously, which puts him down, right as I say that. So pretty damn even. But with Eowyn being on the field, I think Rohan has a military advantage. Elves are at 450 supply though. Rohan is at 282. Okay. So Poirot does have some advantages in terms of military. The Rohan rating has been very troll. We're going to see if Eowyn is going to be enough to carry this game. She's level 3, so now she can summon a peasant mob, which is going to be incredibly helpful in the fight. Eating a lot of archer fire, and is she going to be dropping the peasant summon on top of the archers? It looks like she does, I think, or is that a different ability? Nope, she does get her peasants out, I think. She summoned a fresh peasant mob. And now the Rohirrim do pop the war horn of the Westfold, which they're going to be using to try and burst down a building, I would wager, or just burst down whatever's near them. Guys hiding in the bushes, more and more peasants coming from across the map as the Rohirrim continue fighting here. Éowyn pulling back, and the dreaded tree is there, the Woodland Feast. So this is an army ability for the elves, which is really good. It summons a tree, which heals all nearby allies and gives them a buff to armor and damage. So it's very good. And you can see the Rohan infantry do get blasted there pretty freaking hard. In the meantime, though, peasants coming from the other side. Elves are going to be counterattacking here. We do see Puero back in business as he drops another tree here. It's going to be another Woodland Feast. Okay, I guess you can move it, or you can plant a couple of those trees. Not sure. Not sure. Peasants moving forward. Éowyn forced to retreat back. She is currently level 3. The peasants were able to get down another tree. And these are the ones who keep hiding in the bushes, by the way. And they've taken down like 3 production buildings. And now they're going to be getting another one, most likely. How deep in the back are they going? Wow, they're going all the way over here? No, they're going to turn around and fight this one. Peasants engaging the elves. Elves may be going to be able to get down to farm, and it looks like they will, so it's very nice. Can these trees move? You can teleport the tree. The active is a 30-second cooldown to move it. Oh, that's really strong. Okay, I didn't know that. Shield Maid in the middle, trying to fight back the Elven Raiders. And in the north, it looks like the peasants are going to be running again. Or is he just going to sacrifice them to get the building? Looks like he's going to choose sacrifice. So these peasants probably won't be able to get away this time, but he should be able to get this. It's going to be tight. Ooh, man, maybe not. So the sacrifice was in vain, unfortunately. And the building does live, and the Rohan peasants are killed to the last over there. Meanwhile, on the south side, still good harrying. Nice kill there. Looks like Puero on the comeback does actually kill one of the workers. So one of the workers does get karate chopped right there, guys. Oof, oof, oof. That hurts for Rohan. But Rohan gathering up a nice little army, including Yeoman archers now. Éowyn in the middle, and her peasant mob using the draft, which is going to be augmenting the stats of those peasants for a period of time. On the other side, we do see more peasants chasing down the spears, and Éowyn going to be leading a charge in the middle, but the Elven archers with a brutal position will probably do a little bit too much damage to handle. In the meantime, more defenders sallying forth, trying to do what they can. A big raiding force going to be moving around the top. Looking at the ring power of both players, we do have Rohan with 2 and 4, and 2 and 4, dead even. Dead even, guys. 550 for the elves, 675 for Rohan. So Rohan has been macroing on the map a little bit stronger. And now we do see a peasant unit being summoned in by Éowyn, if I'm not mistaken, and a tree being called in by the elves, which of course is going to be buffing all the elvish units and doing a nice little knockback as well. And it looks like they're going to choose to take the fight. Éowyn getting really low, though, eating a lot of archer fire. And peasants continue fighting, but probably time for them to retreat here. Nice little split push coming in from Rohan here. So the peasant spam is in full effect, although it's not just peasants now. Yeoman archers are an archery range unit. They're going to be melting the elven units here. Nice little L bonk right there. And as long as Poole doesn't throw Éowyn, I think he's in a winning position here. Oh, he might throw Éowyn. She should not be fighting there, and she's going to be trying to make a run for it. Riders of the Mark coming in. Éowyn does go down. Nice play. Really, really nice play there by Puero. Those are the kind of plays that get you back in the game. But then there's a big-ass cavalry trample coming in from the Riders of the Mark, which kills a lot of units there. And Éowyn will probably be resummoned shortly. She's a really, really centerpiece of the strategy, considering she buffs peasants. Yeoman archers shooting into the spears. Peasants going to move up and get the kill that their homies were working on earlier. Riders of the Mark are out, and it does look like, I was about to say Bretonnia. Looks like Rohan is going to be preparing for a second surge, so they will be coming forward. All right, down that goes. Archers trading into archers here, and the Bretonians, the Rohirrim, do outnumber the elves, and it looks like they are able to win that one right there. Yeah, Éowyn is cheap, but not that cheap. She's still 1,300, so it's an investment. I would wager it's worth bringing her back. Poole seems to be more of a hero-focused player. Puero, in our games, he has not brought out a lot of heroes. I don't know if that's because he's been on the back foot every game and it's been too expensive to do so, or if it's just his style, but, you know, hard to say. All right, so these bad boys still fighting it out, and ladies and gentlemen, we do see the Cav coming across here, able to push those guys down. A lot of yeomen and peasants surging up in the middle. And once again, the peasant tide is ready to go. He's just rinsing and repeating, getting bricks and bricks of peasants. It truly plays like Bretonnia, actually. Very similar, actually. Literally, you have the Fey Enchantress, a.k.a. Éowyn, and then you have like your peasant mobs, and she supports them and provides all the utility there, which is very fun. Yeah, elves really corralled into their base, man. Really corralled in here. Having a lot of problems escaping as the Rohirrim Cav tramples putting in work here. I mean, his micro is so good with these guys. He just finds everything that doesn't have a spear like a little truffle pig. And he's able to get in there and just run him down and minimize his own casualties. That Cav play is insanely good. All right, so Here we have the engagement. It is going to be the hunting shrine getting boinked. Yeah, Elves just looking tattered. Eowyn has not come back. I would wager she will if the game goes longer. We do see a hero coming out, Tariel. So the Dwarven love triangle character, yes. So Tariel is out, a good archer, good support piece. So she calls stationary Sylvan Rangers, and also she buffs the range of nearby range units and a couple other things. So Tariel is out on the field. We do have a Woodland Realms hero. In the meantime, though, the Peasants of Rohan winning over here on the flank a little bit, but also getting enveloped. Just harassing all directions. God, man, he's harassing from the top while he's doing all this with like 3 dudes who are still killing things. The Elves are just losing way too hard on the map, I think. Rohan has got so much agency on the map. They've got so much. But their forces are routed. That's for sure. This building probably going to get finished off. Rohan at 825. Oh, this ability is brutal, by the way. So we do see the Bountiful Harvest, 20% resources from farm. So basically a 20% economic boost to Rohan. That is going to be really nasty the longer the game goes. Whereas the Elves do have their tier 3 ability, but they're only on 500 population. So, I mean, an opportunity for Elves here, considering the population deficit. Rohan did take big Elves right there, but they're going to regather their forces very quickly, produce what they can, and I wonder if they're going to remake Eowyn. I don't know, we haven't seen her yet. We do see the hero advantage. Elves getting a little bit of push down here, but you can see the Haggard Peasants. And that's what's so crazy about Rohan, is that their farms are also barracks. So if you have farms near your opponent's base, you can just do proxy raiding, which is very, very strong. Fighting in the middle here. Looks like the Elves are going to win that one, pushing back the farm. And I think Eowyn is back. Yeah, she's almost level 5. You got to get her there. And she also buffs all these Yeomen and these cheap units, right? Until you get like Westfolders, that's basically your mainline infantry, right? Double raid coming in as we do see the peasant mobs attacking and another peasant mob coming on the top side. Big old fight going down here as the Elves are dropping all of their trees. So they're dropping the Awakened Tree, the Woodland Feast, Eowyn providing a little bit of support, but nice archer volley from the Elves. That is the armor, the arrow volley. It's a 15-point ability. You get to drop 2 arrow volleys, and it absolutely dicks that army right there. Big old damage. But the Riders of the Mark coming in. Oh, no, those are true Rohirrim warriors. Okay. Much stronger cav. Yeah, back here in the base, the Elves are having to defend their base, and they did kind of blow their load there with that big arrow ability. And if Rohan's able to stabilize, I think Rohan will probably be able to close out the game. Yep, we do see this going down here. And look at this. Look at the instincts here. Like, knowing that he's not going to be using spears to fight these peasants, homie just rolls up with Rohirrim warriors and is going to be running through these defenders up here, most likely. Although he does get fended off by a spear unit there. Well played. Eowyn taking a lot of damage. Going to need to retreat right now. She's almost level 5. And Eowyn does escape. The archers and Tariel were trying to snipe her, so we had a girl battle there. And it looks like Eowyn is going to get away. Run back to the base, and the elf army does get folded. So they're going to be forced back. Rohan's economy is going to blow the elves out of the water. With that farming system, it's going to be nasty. And not only that, but obviously just the sheer amount of eco buildings as well. Yeah, Eowyn does get a heal at level 7 as well. If I believe that's the case. Let me double check that. Yeah, she gets the Lady of Ithilien. So summons a garden for 5 minutes that heals nearby units. Wow, that's really nice. It's really, really nice. Okay. So what do we got here? More fighting on the south side. The remnants of the Elven army being intercepted by the Rohirrim. And the Rohan peasantry going to be advancing onto the base of the elves, while we do have the Rohan peasants here bashing this down. We'll take a look at Tariel in a moment when we can find her. She's around here in the middle. Ooh, she's level 5, but she is almost dead. She's very, very low. Oh, man. Rohan could get her here. I don't think he was watching right there. Those Rohirrim peasants could have turned around and boinked her on and taken her down, that's for sure. All right. She's making a run for the base. Is Fool going to get her? Oh, she's so low, and down goes Tariel. That's rough. That's a huge loss right there. She was definitely helping win some of those fights and was great utility for the archers, but yeah, now she's down. Eowyn is healed up and is now going to be moving back on the map, and she does have her armor now, Durnhelm, if she wants to utilize that. Kind of a bit of a last stand situation for the elves. I mean, they can probably keep winning fights at their base, but you can't just turtle in this game. You have to play the map, and you have to expand and get your income buildings out of the map. That's basically how the economy is done here. Nice shots, but that Rohan army is huge and thick. Rohirrim warriors, Giga Chad trampling through the archers, trampling through even more. Super cool looking. Who doesn't love Rohan warriors? The cav, they're so freaking awesome. Eowyn being forgot about. She's going to need to come up right now and move into the fight to help end the game here. The Rohan cav going to be doing what they can as another tree does pop out here. And we do see 15 points coming in here. So Rohan has the option for saving up for a 25-point ability, or they can get another 15-pointer to try and close out the game. Curious how they're going to play this. Depends on the route that they took as well. Looking on this side, we do see the elves going for a second 15-point ability. For 90 seconds, all kills earn extra resources. So he did use the Elven King's Decree to try and get back in the game there, instead of going for an ult. So now the problem is, Rohan could save for their 25-pointer and use that to close out the game, whereas the elves had to go for a second 15-pointer to try and just stay alive, basically, which is tough. Oh, yes, Chad Erkenbrand. So he is the Lord of the Westfold. He unlocks high-tier Bretonnian infantry. Rohan infantry. Oh my god, I'm going to get that eventually. So we see a barracks coming out, guys, and now the Westfolders are going to be on their way out. Westfolders are awesome units. And Erkenbrand himself is a raid boss of a fighter. He's really, really strong. All right, guys, the Lord of the Westfold is here, and the elves are going to start feeling the pressure pretty hard, as mass waves of yeomen, peasants, and now Westfolders, Riders of the Mark, and Rohirrim warriors are on their way out. Eowyn is there, readiness, summoning a peasant unit. And on the top side, we do see the cav coming across, so it is going to be the Forbidden Rohirrim warriors. They're going to get a nice flank potentially, although are there spears here? There are spears. The elf player's doing a good job mixing in spears everywhere, but I just don't think the elves are going to be able to take the hero hammer. Eowyn is here, and she's leveling up. We also have Erkenbrand, the Lord of the Westfold, and when he gets level 3, he has a big old knockback, and he has the horn too, which I think gives you knockback and trample resistance against enemy monsters and cav and stuff like that. He gets really strong when he gets high level. I think he can summon Westfolder units. Man, Poole with the closing out the series with a 4-0. And I guess he's the air quotes world champion. We'll just go, close enough. This is a big tournament you guys have had, right? Poole with the world champion win right there. Let's go. 4-0 victory. Man, oh man, his swarming is brutal. Eowyn and Erkenbrand bring in the Westfold to the Elven Realms. GG, well played. So, ladies and gentlemen, I had a great time hanging out with you all today. It was very fun. I'm going to go get some water, get a little bit of lunch. But if you guys enjoyed this Age of the Ring tournament, please do drop a like on YouTube. And for those of you guys on Twitch, consider following if you enjoyed what you saw. And we will be back streaming tomorrow. I don't know what. I'm going to practice some Zomboid tonight, see if I can learn the basics enough to, maybe put something together there. Maybe Total War, maybe Dawn of War 2. We'll figure it out. It's going to be fun. But what a dominant performance from Poole. Going 3-1 in the previous series, right? I think. And then going 4-0 here. Very good stuff indeed. All right, Poole, he's the top dog right now in Age of the Ring, I would imagine. We will see you guys around. Take care of yourselves. That is it for today. Adios. Do widzenia. And once again, big thanks to Orange Pest for putting on the event and putting in all the effort organizing. Great stuff. Really fun stuff. And we will see you guys around on the other side. GG's. Well played.